his right to vote away our rights. But it's late at night, you're eating gummy bites and your J's are a light. How the fuck you all suck the fucking meaning out of right and wrong? It was inevitable you were gonna make me write this fucking song. It's like you're arguing from your very own kingdom on the clouds. The rest of us are in good here with our boots on the ground. You think we're down here missing the forest for the trees, but we're just trying to avoid getting caught up at the net. Your forests don't actually mean much when you talk so far above them. You miss the facts on the ground and don't know how to overcome them. You're light years away and 13 billion years behind, but tomorrow we'll be stuck here in a crystal fascist line. Zoom out higher, fuck that, look around below. History's not a parable, it's a warning that we know. When the boots start marching on your freedom and we'll be in power, we'll ignore your fucking agency and leave you bleeding. Morality is objective, objective, reactive, protective. After all the word salad, it's probably just reflexive. You adorn us with thesaurus words that bore us to death. New rabbit trail appears and you grab it like a habit on that. Now it's so far past the original path, blasting out into the vast. Semitic etymology, erratic ontology, systematic cosmology, romantic ideology, pedantic mythology, frantic epistemology, erratic terminology, making problematic toxicology into a frantic pathology. Argue while you reach beyond the ceiling for a perfect place to stand, pondering that a timeless way function makes a universal plan. But every time you leave this world to chase what's in your head, you miss the battles we're really fighting and lose reality instead. Deal with the world we're in, not the one inside your head. You can love to fight your rhetoric, but you can't escape the dread. Every conversation spirals into lexical gymnastics, twisting every honest question with metaphysical mechanics. Consequence ain't coming from light years away, it'll come from the choices that we make every single day. Deal with the world we're in, not the one inside your head. You can loft and find your rhetoric, but you can't escape the dread. We do our best to hang with you when you go off and a nerd. Least you can do is try to hang with us here on Earth. You talk in circles, but it's worse than that. You spin around and never find your way back. Round and round while you twist and turn like a figure eight that never learns. You think you've mapped infinity's face just because you're trapped inside your maze. And if your mind can't comprehend the scale, you declare that everybody else must fail. You draw the limits of your tiny frame, then stamp the universe with your God's name. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. Nowhere. No prize, no proof, no revolution made. Just another sermon dressed up as a grenade. You reject the evidence, rewrite the score, then wonder why nobody's buying it anymore. You cry about evolution every day, 'cause you need to feel you're built a special way. A soul that lasts forever after death, a cosmic guarantee with every breath. You'd rather trust a tale that's centuries old, a man from dirt and a rib turned whole, then scream, why are there still monkeys from the crowd, while screeching like one twice as loud. You love telling atheists what we believe, inventing things that we never conceived. You paint us monsters bitter and obscene, then act surprised when we don't fit the scene. You think you know us, think we're cold and mean, but we're more caring than you've ever been. No threats of hell, no promised reward, just helping people because they're worth fighting for. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're still trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you'll never own reality. Round and round, figure eight. Round and round, too blind to see, you're going nowhere. You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder 'cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. But the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, Then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system. Now it's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow. And the sinners steal the whole damn show.
Good evening, everyone. You're tuned into Async. I'm Arpy.
I'm Nectu.
And I am Necessary Gretchen.
All hail the necessary Gretchen.
Mm-hmm.
The mug.
Now, how's everyone doing tonight?
Can't complain. It was really hot today. You can complain about
There
that,
it was.
right?
It sucks
Hot
here,
everywhere.
man.
The whole world is on fire. Well, the whole northern hemisphere.
Yep, it's just going to keep getting worse. Yay.
But the climate's always changing, you see. You know, the weather. It's just
It's
weather.
86. It's 86 degrees here right now
73.
at 10 o'clock.
But with humidity, it's still like 94 or something. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, humidity. I mean,
I know it's been rough.
I know everybody rolls their eyes when, California complains about humidity. But,
Humidity sucks no matter where you are.
it's just, we're not used to it because we don't get it a whole lot. But, what is the cooling expected over the next 2 days? That's good.
Well, send that weather eastward. Well, should we say hello to all of our friends in chat?
Yeah, absolutely.
Alrighty. Well, tonight looks like we got Slug Racer taking back first. Way to go. And then followed up by JR. We've also got Yes Will from Brittany in chat, that Opal guy, Chrissy, and Jackie. Good to see you, Jackie. Primordial Puggles, Professor Hizzle. Even Goldie is showing up early. Hey there, Golden Arm. And Not the Bible Jason. Good to see you, buddy. Evan Porter. And yeah, I think that's everyone so far. Thanks for showing up early. Hope you enjoyed the intro songs. And yeah, we can start pulling up some clips. Nectu, you mentioned you wanted to
Yeah, I want to start with
Ian.
Yeah, there was 2 good calls on Ian's today. Opal's mentioning the second one. The first one was that one I sent the screenshot of. The second one is the very last call Ian took of the day, where this 58-year-old guy just went, straight crash. He just called in, came in hot, swinging like a madman, and then that's the way the whole call went. Like, it was really good, but at times it's hard to listen to because Ian will never use the mute button. I think it should be used on people like that, but that's just not Ian's style. But it was one of the epic crash outs, so it's good. But I want to start with the guest's name is PROD. Then there's a space. And it's YRSCI. It says he's a deist. It's kind of got an anticlimactic ending because I didn't expect Ian to just drop the call where he did.
Mm-hmm.
But it was still a really good call up to that point. The crash out is still
Epic.
Yeah, it's still worth it.
Okay.
I thought it was towards the beginning.
Was it before the Marathon Kelsey call?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's towards, because that's the last one. That Strout one was the.
As a
There it is.
Okay.
Nice work. That Football Factory Muslim chick was pretty good too. She's called in before. She's like Irish Muslim lady.
Huh. There's a mix.
Yeah, really odd combination. She's extremely dense though.
Okay, I think I finally found the beginning. All right. Let's dive in. I don't really remember this call too much.
Did you watch it?
I had the stream on, but like RP Junior just required more handling today.
Sure,
he's getting a lot more mobile and getting into things that he shouldn't be getting into. Like he's discovering cords plugged into the wall.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. So.
I can imagine.
Yeah. All right. Let's dive in.
That right, like we might say that Dr. Blitz is like a super intelligent being, but I don't think that's I don't think Dr. Blitz is God.
I don't think that the descriptive factor works there because if we take the case that do hypothetically go into successive function, it only goes into successive function if and only if it's to be the case that is metaphorical. And just given within a biconditional there, the biconditional will obviously reject such partition that you're presenting. So it would be the case.
There's no fucking. Well, you gotta be joking, dude. This is like trolling.
Wait, you think
no!
This is like Clark levels.
Yeah, you're like literally gibberating, like unironically gibberating. The biconditional of the metaphor, and it's going to be true in virtue of the function, the biconditional function that goes one-to-one onto from the relata between the word itself and the meaning of the word. It's going to be one-to-one.
If it seems like I'm jargoning, then that is my
Ian knows
fault.
what he sounds like.
I'm always willing.
People. Just a joke. I was just saying that Ian knows. I was just saying that Ian now I know Ian knows what he sounds like to other people.
It's pretty blatant, right? It's like genuine gibberish.
Well, no, I'm not trying to gibberate. You actually just learn this in any classical book that you read, or you actually learn these terms in books, and this is just not jargon. Like, it's not sophisticated at all. But like I said,
learn jargon in books, by the way.
I said it's not sophisticated, so it isn't jargon. What are you talking about? That's a category area number one. But just
no, jargon is just something that's going to be like niche or unique to a specific area.
I'm always willing to reduce the terms, and when I just reduce these terms, it'll be the case that I don't have to use such sophisticated words, which you actually learn in your average book. But that's perfectly fine. What I said was that we could just, have.
It was funny because like towards the end, when he starts talking, it almost sounds like somebody in the vertical chat was. We call him a mumble rapper, but it really does sound like that at times because he talks so fast and then like just like a rhythm and a cadence to his speech. And I don't know, at times like I was just giggling through the whole call. But we can go.
Me reduce these terms if you think it makes it any better, which I did, by the way. I literally gave you the formula for the biconditional just to present what I even mean.
Wait, so let's actually just get this. Let me go ahead and write this all down. We'll get it put on the notepad.
Yes, sir.
So what do we got?
Exactly,
What's the biconditional?
The biconditional is if and only if.
Yeah, I know what a biconditional is, but what was the biconditional?
Sorry. Okay, yeah, the biconditional is that Dr. Blitz will be God if and only if it's in a metaphorical sense.
Dr. Blitz would be God. Biconditional, it's in a metaphorical sense. But your definition of God was an extremely intelligent being, something like that?
Yeah. No, it was super, but if you think those things
super
are
intelligent being. Ooh.
Yeah.
Super intelligent being. So, okay.
Yes, sir.
If Dr. Blitz is a super intelligent being, then we would say Dr. Blitz is God?
Well, okay, no, because again, this is why I said this was the biconditional applied given within the metaphorical sense there. And this is just to say that hypothetically, if this do happen to go in a successive function, then it would be the case that we don't take this as literal as a descriptive factor describing this God property or this God-like being. And that's all I'm simply saying there. So what I'm saying is that you're committing a category error and you're trying to use some sort of metaphorical sense in relation to the statement, but I don't think that is attacking anything. And I think that's just really bad on your end.
Okay, so God's a super intelligent being, but if Dr. Blitz were a super intelligent being,
then it would be in a metaphorical sense.
Then Dr. Blitz would be a super intelligent being and also not God.
Yeah.
Do you think that anything that satisfies the intention super intelligent being is God?
Well, I mean, to be extremely clear, I'm kind of thinking that's vague, but prior to this,
what if what I said is vague?
But yeah, I'll get into the vagueness. Calm down, sir, please. Okay.
I just want to know which part of what I said was vague.
Okay, so the caller was trying to debate on whether the verbiage he was using was jargon, but now he's like saying that Ian's being too vague. Like, caller doesn't really like understand the focus area of normal conversation. It feels like
Ian seems to be trying to get clarification.
Yeah, and it's a very straightforward question.
Exactly.
I'm trying to get there, sir. I'm just going to answer your question after I'm done. So to further clarify, okay, I'm gonna call it the mistrack in P2. Like, this is really bad on your end.
What's the
this
mistrack?
is really bad on your end. Okay, I answered
you literally agreed to this, by the way.
Okay, yeah. I don't think I ever agree with P2. I agree with P2.
You literally said this earlier. That's brutal. You took your friend's comment in the comment section, but maybe he wasn't listening too quickly or too clearly, because I asked you if Dr. Blitz were a super intelligent being, would Dr. Blitz be God? And you said no.
Okay, bro, are you lost? I never applied the
infinity
conjunction.
blender.
Yeah, I mean, if that thing,
I can replay you. I can replay the part in the conversation where I say, if Dr. Blitz were a super intelligent being, then would Dr. Blitz be God? And you said yes.
Given within a
Okay. Oh, he wants to soy out. Full-blown fucking meltdown. Oh my god, dude, he's doing his like Phil Bro meltdown
That's really
now.
bad on your end.
Let's
Wait,
just
you
play the
think a
replay.
conjunction and a biconditional are the same?
I'm just gonna go ahead and hit the replay because my question included a conditional. Also, a biconditional is a form of conditional. That's like a basic blender on your part.
Slow it down a little bit. I can't
Wait, let's go.
I think it's just because they're talking over each other.
Well, that too, obviously, but yeah, he does speak a little fast though, and it really gets a little clustered.
Oh, did Molly even highlight this in the Discord? Looks like it, according to Jackie. That's hilarious.
What
yeah.
we're actually gonna do. Okay, he's having this soy meltdown. It's there, buddy. We all lose debates. But your definition of God was that
so can you answer?
an extremely intelligent being, something like that.
Okay. Yeah. No, it was super. But if you think those things
super
are
intelligent being.
Yeah.
Super intelligent being. So, okay,
yes, sir.
if Dr. Blitz is a super intelligent being, then we would say Dr. Blitz is God?
Well, okay, no, because again, this,
So it's exactly what I said. If Dr. Blitz were a super intelligent being, would Dr. Blitz be God? And you said no. So you agree that
Okay,
if Dr. Blitz were a
don't think
super
you
intelligent
understand.
being, then
There's a
Dr. Blitz would be a
distinction.
super intelligent being and
Are you-
also not
what?
God. It's literally
Are
on
you
the
serious?
replay. I can
When you
replay it
say
as
that,
many
okay,
times
stop.
as
When you
you
say
need.
that, prima
Oh
facie,
yeah, have the
I will go to
meltdown. Let's see the
assume
tears.
that you're
Yeah,
in
cry.
referential to the
Yeah, go ahead and
biconditional.
cry for me. Go for
You
it.
nowhere in the rec use the word and. You put
I
and
said
there. If and and aren't the same. What are you
Sorry,
talking
that's just the
about?
law of identity. This follows by law of identity that if Dr. Blitz were a super intelligent
Dude,
being, then
I don't
Dr.
know
Blitz
if
would
you're
be a
not
super
reading,
intelligent
but
being.
what I'm saying
Wait,
is
do
that
you
you use the
disagree that P
conjunction.
implies P? You don't think P implies P?
No one disagreed. What are you
You're
talking
doing
about?
that.
What I'm saying is you use the conditional and then you use the conjunction. But given within the conditional, after that, there would be the case that it was a biconditional. Where did you ever get a regular
P implies
conditional and then
Q.
conjunction from?
So you agree P
What are you
implies
talking
Q,
about?
but then P implies P as well. So it's also true
Bro,
that
Are you?
P implies
do you know what a biconditional
P
is?
and Q. You'd agree with
Bro,
this, right?
I'm gonna see if you answer
Or
the
would you
question. You know
disagree
what a
with this?
biconditional is?
Sounds like you wouldn't agree. Would you?
Hello,
would
are you
disagree with
there? Are you
this?
want to respond to the question?
Yeah, biconditional is if and only if.
While-
I'll write
while
up the table for you
ignoring
right
me
this
and-
second.
He's like, will you respond to the, you going to respond? I love that. While they're actively ignoring something the host says, they're like, are you going to respond to what I said?
P,
Okay,
Q,
perfectly fine.
P, Q. So this is going to be true, true. Then that would be true. This is true, false, 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 true, false, 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 true. There's the truth table for you, bud.
Okay, thank you. So
you agree that I do
given
know what a
within that-
biconditional
okay,
is.
stop.
Do you
Given
disagree
within
with
that,
this? Do you think that this is
that is
valid?
synonymous with the
Wait,
conjunction?
sorry. Do you think that this is a valid
Well,
inference
that's just the
rule?
question there. So I'm gonna ask again. Do
I
you
asked
think
you
that
a
is in relation to the
question. Do you
conjunction?
just want to
or
run
do you
from
think that
it?
it's
Oh,
synonymous with
buddy.
it?
Do you think this like full-blown fucking meltdown is going to do you
Bro,
good
you're not
rhetorical
answering the
points?
question. I don't know if you're just trying to
So
do
I
is
just want to
run
know if
away
you agree that
and
this is
persuade your way out of
a
the
valid
question and look
inference
optically
rule.
appealing for your
Do you
goofy-ass audience, but
agree
it's not
that this
working
is
for
a
you.
valid
So I'm just
inference
gonna
rule,
ask
or do you
again,
disagree
do you
that this is a
think or
valid
do you not
inference rule?
think that
In fact,
given
what
within
I
the
can do for
conjunction
you, because you're too
formula,
busy like
is it be the
slowing the
case that
fuck
it's
out,
synonymous with a
what I can do,
biconditional?
I can just
And
give
that's
you
the
the truth
question
table
there.
for
And I don't know
this.
if it's some sort of
We
aerotype
got
position, but you get to
PQ,
answer that question because it is a
P
statement. You dumbass.
implies P
You're just
and
ass.
Q. In fact, we could do one more just to for our listeners at home. We could do P and Q. So let's do true, 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 false, false, true, false, false.
No, this is frying me.
So this one's going to be true. This one's going to be false. This one's going to be false. This one's going to be false. So then for this one,
Right. Okay. So this is okay. This is
got-
perfectly fine.
okay, this
So,
one's going to be true.
If we take the postulant P and postulant Q, right,
No
and we see
fucking
that
way,
given within
dude.
both of the wait, are you serious? Anyways, if we take it to be the case that we hold two of these postulants, and I never use the conjunction, by the way, so we can clearly see, given within an assignment of the truth
but
table, that
from
the
the fact
operation
that P
of the
implies
well-formed
P.
formula is completely distinct than what
Oh
you're trying to
no, he's
present.
like gibberating,
It's not gonna
dude.
be the
There's
same
no fucking
analytically.
way that he
And
thinks
that's
that this
just
is going to be a
true.
good
What are
strategy.
you talking about?
This is like genuinely
This is
super
really
pathetic, dude.
bad
It's,
on
it's
you.
like quite
You don't
good.
look
It's really going to be
optically appealing in
okay.
this conversation
It's
at
really
all.
going to be
I
okay,
see
dude.
what
You
you're
can
trying
just
to
stop
do.
having
So
your
what I'm starting
meltdown.
to notice is that you're trying to persuade away from out of our actual dialogue.
Seriously
You're
going to
trying
be
to put this
okay.
into the sub-dialogue, into the case
It's
that
gonna
where
be
you
okay.
think
There's
you
no
look
need to
good,
be having this
but
like
it's really,
full
really
blown
embarrassing on
fucking
you.
like panic
Because
attack,
you
dude.
mistaken the
There's
conjunction
like
for a
seriously no
biconditional, and we
reason to
just
be getting
see,
this
even
upset.
given within the
Like
truth table
honestly,
with the
calm
postulant P and
down.
the postulant Q,
So
we can
so
come to
here's
the
the truth
agreement
table
that
for it.
when
You
it's
might
attended to
notice
the
something
well-formed formula, it's
interesting.
completely distinct
You
than
might
within the
notice that
truth
it
value
has the
assignment there.
same truth
So
table
this
as
is
the if
really, really
operator.
bad on you.
I
And we can
agree.
even look at this argument in a
Well,
semantical
I
proof.
disagree with
I mean,
that. It's
semantical
bad on me in the
poetry,
sense
and
that
this
I'm
would
like
be really
murdering a
bad.
dude in real
So
time.
look,
Are you done
if
sewing
you
out?
think it would look better on you, we look at
If I like jingle my keys for you, is that gonna be helpful? I can jingle my keys. Oh, look at the keys. Look at the keys. Oh, look at the keys. It's gonna be okay. This is too high level for you. Oh, look at the keys. It's gonna be okay. Wait, so do you disagree or agree that this is a valid inference rule? Well, you have the it's highlighted on the screen. Do you want to calm the fuck down? Do you want to? Oh, he's short circuiting now. He has one insult. That's all he can do. I've slammed him so hard that he's concussed. All he can do is the one insult. Now he's stumbling over his words. He got rhetorically decimated, substantively decimated. I just want an answer to the question: is this a valid or an invalid inference rule? Which one? Which one's it going to be? Valid inference rule or an invalid inference rule?
Can I make a comment on that?
I just want to know.
I think if you're not going to use the mute button, though, you have to be excellent or really good at what Ian does, at keeping up and, still controlling the narrative throughout the interaction.
Yeah, you can't let them like even you out for like 2 consecutive seconds. You constantly got to be over them.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, like their steamroll has been successful.
Exactly. because that's all they're scrambling for is so they can monologue they're basically scrambling for the narrative of the call, and they want it, as long as they're the one speaking and dominating the stage, that's all they're trying to do. But Ian's not going to let that happen.
Nope.
If this is a valid inference rule or an invalid inference rule?
Bro, I was asking, what is it on the key? What are you talking about?
I don't know. It's something from a thrift store. It's like a little
Wait,
guy.
Is that a cat?
I don't know. It's like a little guy.
I can't see it, buddy.
He's like plant adjacent. He has like little leaves at the top.
Hey, that's pretty tough, bro. I'm gonna get that for my keys, but I'm sorry, but what question was you asking me?
Do you agree or disagree that this is a valid inference rule?
No, bro. What are you talking about? I'm sorry. Let me look. P then Q, P then P, P then P, and Q. Do I agree that's a valid inference?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, sure. Well, that's how we arrived at premise 2.
Well, okay. But I don't think what you're understanding. What I'm saying is that that's a category error, and that's because I'm not using the conjunction. So I think the acceptability and the assertability conditions are completely distinct from then what I was simply saying. Like, okay, a prime example is, right, if I was to say that I'm if I was to say that I'm a lethic nihilist, but I swap out the acceptability conditions for some sort of pragmatical account, then you would agree that the truth conditions completely change, right? Because, I mean, that's analytically true that when we present anything, normatively, when something is presented, those things swap out. So if I was to make X statement and make Y statement, I would say that these things hold relation. Granted, they hold relation, but it still be the case that they hold different assertability conditions. And I mean, well, if you agree analytically that they hold different assertability conditions, then you would agree also given within the truth acceptability conditions and also given within the virtual model. So it wouldn't be too far wrong, or it wouldn't even be wrong realistically to say this. So I could just say that this acts non-virtuously given within my conceptual scheme.
It's like he
And I don't
recognizes
see
there's
anything wrong with
an
that.
error.
Like, I mean, if you want me to explain why I say that, I could just, say, if we just dissect the apparatus and then we just look into the properties given within the dissected apparatus, there's no things that happen to cause an error. So we could say that it just acts or behaves virtuous in a sense that it behaves well, and that is linear. If you disagree with that, then you could tell me. But if you don't, then
yeah, I just want to know. So what you've affirmed to me, you've affirmed that you agree with this inference rule. P implies Q, P implies P. Therefore, P implies P and Q. You agree that if Dr. Blitz were a super intelligent being, then Dr. Blitz would be a super intelligent being. You agree that if Dr. Blitz were a super intelligent being, then Dr. Blitz would not be God. But you disagree that if Dr. Blitz were a super intelligent being, then Dr. Blitz would be a super intelligent being and also not God. You disagree with that.
Bro, you never answered my question. I mean, we can get into the argument.
What's your question?
Okay, wait, I gotta repeat the whole question now. Okay, I guess. So what I was simply
it sounded like you were like clarifying. You could be like an
I was clarifying, but it was
you can be like an alethic nihilist.
But I had presented a question in that, which was at the end, which I said if you disagree with that, you could give a response. Okay, so I'm just gonna say this again. What I said was, you would agree that if I present a bicondition or you present a conjunction, and it to be the case that the well-formed formula seems to act differently, then it wouldn't be non-virtuous to simply say that, given within the virtuous model, these things are distinct. And what I'm simply saying there is that given within my conceptual. Okay, so the entire point was that if they're distinct, then it causes.
But one entails the other. The biconditional entails the conditional.
Lethic nihilism in a column, bro. It's a PDF you can read on the internet, bro. Chill out.
Okay.
Anyways, yeah, but like I said, was simply if it was to be the case that we swap out the acceptability conditions given within an lethic nihilist account, then it wouldn't be nothing too wrong with saying that. And what I'm simply saying is that given within my conceptual scheme, it seems to be acting virtuous. In the sense that if we dissect the apparatus and we look further into the apparatus, there seem to be no errors. In the sense that the presentations given within the apparatus are linear. What I'm simply saying there is that they seem to act well and virtuous. So if it's to be the case that they act well and virtuous, then it would be the case that the assertability and truth conditions and the truth acceptability conditions completely change. And I mean, if you just agree with those three things that I presented, which could just be the virtues there, if you agree with those three distinct virtues that are presented within an argument, then analytically there's a presented contradiction given within the argument. And all I'm simply saying there is that that argument is contradictory to what I presented, and it isn't the same analytically, given within the well-formed formulas and just given within a semantical. My bad. Sorry. Given within a semantical proof tree, or I think it's the semantical proof tree is one of the two. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but it's just one of those.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and give the response. So if we take that binary relation and map it onto the identity of the extensions of the intentional item, specifically with respect to its quantified semantics, and then we drew like the tableau for the proof table via De Morgan's law and a disjunctive syllogism, we would arrive at the conclusion that Gödel's logic is sound actually, and that the fictional status of these alethic items would actually be verified via multimodal logics and normality and variance rules. Paraconsistent logic would then be vindicated for all of its claims.
All right, can I ask? I got a lot of questions. So, what do you even take paraconsistent logic to be? Because
it's logic that admits
I still got more
contradictions.
Okay, I don't think that is entirely true. I think that is a vague concept of the model, but.
You disagree? Paraconsistent logic is logic that denies the law of non-contradiction.
Yeah.
Oh,
what I'm simply saying is that. Wait, just chill. What I'm simply saying is that there is this moves given within a paraconsistent logical scheme that presents things that are completely distinct from what you're saying. A prime example, this is what I'm saying. I don't think you actually read, but if you know what gentle paraconsistency is, gentle paraconsistency just simply says that P and not P can happen in the same universe. Okay, so it's just simply say that
a contradiction. A denial of the law of non-contradiction. You don't think P and not P is a contradiction?
Listen.
Oh gosh, another fucking infinity blunder.
You literally did not listen to what I said. What I said was that the contradiction happens in the same word, but given within gentle strength account, the gentle strength account just simply says that there could be some sort of different side of this world that obviously rejects this semantical reject the semantics. And what I'm simply saying there is that I'm sorry, hold on. Okay, what I'm simply saying there is that presented. If we take the gentle strength account, it could be the case that it's raining in Japan, but not America. And analytically, given within the gentle strength account, it wouldn't be improper nor would be non-virtuous to simply say that this thing here presents a P and not P. That's why I say prima facie, I can agree with you. But what I'm saying is that you're confused because prima facie, this thing do seem like a P and not P. But if it to be the case that we dive deeper into the model that's presented, then the model clearly goes against what you're saying. That's why I said I don't agree with that because I think that you're putting it in a vague way, which I don't know if you heard what I said, but that was the first thing I said. I said that you're putting it in a vague way, so I don't agree with that. There's specific moves that disagree and there's specific moves that do agree. A prime example is the industrial account or the Dilepius account. That's all I'm simply saying there. And that's what I'm saying. I think you're confused and you don't actually read. Because even if you read on there, right, it's saying, saying that, it is, okay,
wait, hey, Pod, would you mind, could you name 3 logicians?
Named Ludwig Wittgenstein, Soy Fan Lee.
Soy Fan Lee?
Yeah.
Soy Fan Lee?
Yeah.
How do you spell
Wittgenstein?
this? Oh, sure.
SIU FANLEE.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Wittgenstein, and Aristotle.
I don't think that Wittgenstein is a logician.
You don't think Wittgenstein is a logician? I mean, you can explain why you don't think
he's a logician. Can you name 3 Wittgenstein books?
Wittgenstein books?
Yeah.
Okay. The Pathologic. I mean, you can actually that's literally a book. Pathologic. If I'm
You're
not
a LARPer,
wrong,
dude. You're literally a LARPer. Why would you go around telling other people that they don't read? You clearly don't read. By the way, the Tractatus Philosophical Investigations on Certainty.
You naming those 3 books don't distinct from me being able to name 3 books, my nigga.
We got fucking LARP so who are over here.
LARP so hard because I didn't name top 3 famous books. Wow.
Yeah,
I was just going to name books that I read on. I can agree that I didn't read on those things. I mean, that's perfectly fine. What I'm simply saying is that I read on some of the books from Wittgenstein. You're asking me to name 3 books that I read from Wittgenstein, which
no, I didn't ask you that. Just name 3 books.
And I named 3, bro. You said name 3 logicians, right? And then you further clarified that when we was talking about Wittgenstein, you said name 3 books, right? So prima facie is to be the case that you're talking about Wittgenstein, which I named the book, The Path to Logic, and I was going to keep going, but you cut me off and you said that I'm a LARPer and I'm LARP Sahor, and you named 3 books from him that are famous, which I don't disagree with, which I actually can agree those are probably 3 famous books, which if you think that makes me a LARP for me not being able to account for those books, I don't see how, because I never said that I read 3 books from Wittgenstein, bro.
You know, you can talk in a way that's normal.
You said name 3 logicians, and that's what I did for you, bro. I literally answered your question.
When you've been like exposed for LARPing, I think continue to talk with like the Discord method is just going to be like pretty embarrassing. Also, there's like a bit of an echo. Do you have headphones?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you tried to get like this little gotcha moment by saying like name 3 books
and
from Wittgenstein.
It was like a slam dunk.
it didn't work because I mean I don't see what you think you gained from that because I never asserted that I read 3 books from Wittgenstein.
I never asked you to name 3 books that you read. That's not what I asked. I just said name 3 books.
You said name 3 books. Regardless, bro. Okay, I think it's more intuitive to say that if I have to name 3 books, it's more intuitive to say that I must have read these 3 books.
Fuck no, of course not.
You don't think that's true? More intuitive?
No,
so
of course not.
Wait. So if I was to ask you, play 3. Okay, so wait. So if I was to say play 3 songs from Blood, right? Or like let's say any underground rapper or something, right? And I would say name me 3 songs from these people. You wouldn't say hypothetically, or not even hypothetically, intuitively, this person is simply asking you to name 3 songs that you have listened to.
No, they're just asking.
And you can give me an argument for that if you disagree. Okay, you do disagree. Thank you. Perfectly fine.
Yeah, for example, like I could give you the name of songs that I haven't listened to. So, for example, I can give you like the name of like Mitski songs that I haven't listened to.
That wasn't a disagreement. What I simply said is that okay, I don't know what you know what the Vel disjunction is, but the Vel disjunction is an exclusive disjunction, which I'm taking into account, by the way. I'm not excluding. Obviously, there's other opportunity of it being the case that I am wrong. What I'm simply saying is that it's more intuitive. I'm not saying that I am definitively right. What are you talking about?
What's the Vel disjunction? Wait, how do you spell Vel?
V-E-L.
V-E-L.
That's just the I think that's the Greek or Latin term, whatever the one. It's just in reference to the exclusive disjunction.
Oh, you just mean you're trying to. The word you're looking for is or. All of that, the Vel disjunction is just or.
Or is a broad term. No, or is a broad term.
In the logical context, you're literally just talking about or. I would have tracked your meaning.
No, dude, you're not.
Can you imagine? You're trying to say like this or that needs to be true, and instead what you say is, this and the Vel disjunction that. Like,
the further
what the fuck are we doing?
This is like LARP. Was the negation to be added from
Bro,
you?
everyone who spends time like jargon spamming are just LARPing, which is why they have no substance.
I literally just said the Vel disjunction was presented because it would be the case that just in case if you was to hypothetically say that you will add a negation, I'm sorry, if you was to add a negation, then it would deconstruct it and it would be in reference to the ought version of or. Which I'm saying that's not what I'm referential to. So I have further clarified it just so we don't have to go back down on this long road of just clarifying things. That's why I said we could just take the Vel disjunction, which is just the inclusive disjunction. And when we further follow that up, that's just to say this or that. And what I'm simply saying is that this or that can exist, but that which I'm in referential to, which could be X, is more intuitive, which is more probabilistic to say rather than Y. What I'm simply saying is that the cognitive faculties given within a probabilistic assessment clearly seems to map out when we simply say that, well, if I was to name 3 Blood songs, it seems that this person is saying, well, if you're not LARPing this thing, or not even LARPing, if you're not faking to know X, name 3 things from X. And that's why, again, that's why I said that seems more intuitive. And I mean, we can even take the PC account that I was asking.
What's your favorite philosophy book?
My favorite philosophy book? I mean, I'm trying to get into Heidegger, but I think a lot of people said that he's a really complex philosopher.
He's also gibberating. Like, don't get into Heidegger. It's useless. Well, okay, wait, I'm sorry. But gibberating, like, from the normal avenues that you debate in, gibberating actually gets you, like, way farther than it probably should. So maybe that is a good idea for you.
Well, thank you, man. I mean, I took that, but I mean, I'm trying to get into that, but
I know it wasn't a compliment.
So I was trying to read on Hegel, Phenomenology of Science.
Hegel?
Hegel? I don't know how you pronounce it. I'm sorry.
Hegel is the typical pronunciation. That makes sense. Philosophy of science?
No, Phenomenology of Science.
Oh, Phenomenology of Science. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, do you have headphones by any chance?
Yeah, I mean, I could take them out if you want. If it's like a bad.
Well, it's I don't know. Oh, actually, yeah. Wait, can you take them out?
Yeah. Hello.
Yep. Yeah. That seems to have resolved it. Oh, Phenomenology of Science isn't a Hegel book. Are you talking about Phenomenology of Spirit?
Oh, yeah. I'm so sorry. My bad. Yeah.
That's okay.
But yeah, that's what I'm trying to get into today.
Yeah, sure. One sec. Let me scroll down to the index for the Phenomenology of Spirit. Oh wait, let me. I want to do
just
that.
hear a 6
What the heck?
second in the background? What the fuck is going on?
Let's do this one, and then.
Excuse me, bro. Excuse me, bro. Oh my God.
There's no.
Holy shit! Like mute yourself or
He's
something.
doing that on purpose.
No, I'm sorry. It's slipping up.
Okay. So we got. All right.
He pushed it out.
Wait, can you zoom in out a bit? I can't see it too well.
Sure. Yeah. We can zoom out a bit.
Or like go to the zoom into the part that you're trying to. I mean,
Yeah. Well, here's the rebuttal, right? The edification. Where was it? The edification and philosophical truth of the statement that you just made is it's seeped in familiarity and is ultimately false. The experiential evil that became determinate just now, under divine law and in all possible worlds, under the consumption of the biconditional and the being in and for itself, being in itself, ultimately led to the actuality of the action, the abstract universality, and necessitated the actualization of the appearance of beauty. I found it quite moving. Okay, we're moving on to the next one. Let's read some supers.
That was a wild way to end.
Yeah, it was so anticlimactic. I didn't even see it coming. You can, how sometimes like a call's run its course, and so you're waiting. The end is coming any moment. This one just was like out of nowhere.
All right, let me get the other clips pulled up.
Sounds good.
Looks like Mezzo's still going strong.
Nice.
He's even got Joel up right now.
I watched Joel earlier today. In place of Blitz.
Hey, Robin.
Hey,
how are you
Robin.
doing this evening?
Hey, how are y'all?
Doing good. How about you?
Oh, I'm doing all right, I guess. I got me some more medicine today, so I've been trying to take that.
Feeling any better?
Not really today. I've slept all day today, pretty much.
Sorry to hear that.
Ooh, Monkey Boy put out a great clip. It looks like it will be perfect when nobody gets up here, or if he gets up here tonight. The title is Darth Tries Coaching Precepts, Ends Up Exposing Precept to Disguised Atheists. Oh, no.
Oh, I can't believe Darth is still around.
He's such a goober. I can probably share the screen while I gather these clips.
Was that clearly written by boys?
Oh, something from Seth, looks like. Ooh, woo-woo creationist. I think we're going to do Blitz next. I'm making an executive call. I choose Blitz. Yeah, looks like we're caught up to yesterday from there.
I got frustrated today watching Justin.
What went on in Justin's?
Me too.
Just like because that doctor lady, she's really nice, but like
she does like so this mean girl thing that I don't know.
Like she like a couple of callers were just like so gross. You know what I mean? Like they were like the one that was kept saying about the Holocaust.
Yeah, and they kept Cyber and Snitch kept bringing it back around again and again. He just kept saying, "I don't know."
He kept saying that people
But
came
it's like
down
they
here.
kept, yeah, they kept bringing it up so they could fucking dunk on him with it. But like, he's not giving you the answers you wanted. You go somewhere else.
Yeah,
But
I got
they
really
kept
grossed out
they
listening
kept
to him.
doing it.
I got really grossed out listening to him talk about how that the people in the Holocaust like were here to like because of sin, like that they were, you know what I mean,
Mhm.
like and what? And
Drove me nuts that they wouldn't fucking let up, and they wouldn't change lanes. They just
no, and I wanted Justin to just cook him.
Mhm.
I was like, it's time to turn Justin loose on this guy so he can tell him, you know, what a piece of shit he is.
But
I mean, they never did.
he let them cook, and they lost control of where they were at.
Yeah.
That's why he ended up getting asked the same question 30 times, and his answer was always, "I don't know. I'm not God." You know.
Yeah. Yeah. I wanted Justin to finally just say, step in and say, look, you know, this, you're, you know.
Yeah, they had the ability to take it in any direction they wanted, but they stayed with, you know.
And she kept bringing up stuff about cancer and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
like, none of that was affecting those people. those people were like, oh, well, suffering's good. Mm.
But people like Snitch, so because she co-hosts with Dalton a lot. She's on his panel.
Yeah, she's nice, but like when you get to a guy that's saying that the Holocaust was,
Yeah, I don't think she is nice. I think she does mostly her mean girl routine, and
but when you're getting to people who are saying the Holocaust is penance for sin, it's time to just cook them.
I'm not. I mean, I'm not insulting her by calling her a mean girl. I mean, those are some of the most entertaining ones.
Yeah.
At least to me. So
I got tired of listening to him ramble on. I was like, why are we still got him up here? Yeah.
And Cyber, I don't know what it is about Cyber, but
And there was
something
like,
about Cyber, the way he talks, the way he questions it. I don't know. Feels like very virtue signaling, if you know what I mean.
yeah, I don't know. There just a couple of callers there in a row that I thought were on there way too long.
Yeah. We definitely were.
Go ahead, RB. I'm sorry.
And then at the end of the call, Cyber was like, "You know what? I can't believe you're saying all this terrible. I need to change the subject because, you know, because your bad takes on football." And I'm like, "Bad? You brought it up, you know."
Yep. Sorry, I'm coughing.
I can hear it.
Did you see? Oh, I wanted to say. Did you see Thomas Massey put forth a bill to cut all aid to Israel?
Oh yeah, to cut off the Israel.
Well, I also saw that 100 Democrats were siding with in support of that bill too. So there's sort of a schism developing.
100 Democrats were supporting cutting that aid.
Yeah, let me
Only
pull up
100.
the article. Over 100.
Yeah, and then Mike Johnson was like putting forth some kind of thing where he thought he was going to be able to stick the Save Act on it too, or something. That budget reconciliation bill or something.
All right, more than 100 House Democrats voted to block billions of dollars in military aid to Israel, an ultimately unsuccessful effort that highlighted the growing division in their party on the issue. So it looks like the total is 103.
And how many are there? 212?
Yep, 212.
So we're not even halfway there yet.
It's growing. I think John Fetterman was also making a big stink about it. Let me see if I can find the headline I was looking at earlier. I haven't had time to go through and fully read these articles because I woke up about 5 minutes before we started. Yeah, this is a headline from The Hill. Fetterman warns he would leave Democratic Party if it turns its back on Israel.
I so would like to see Fetterman leave the Democratic Party. I'm sorry. I don't think that he's done anything that would make me think that he's a Democrat.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he ran essentially on the Democratic ticket, just
Yeah, but
elected.
He's done nothing but kiss Republicans' ass since he's been up there.
Yeah, people
Salvation.
act like this is some sort of blind side, but if you paid attention to his political career as a mayor, you'd understand that this is how Fetterman's been the entire time.
John Fetterman.
Look at Iron PR's message in chat. Salvation is free gift. Receive Jesus as Lord and Savior. Free gift.
It's not free.
Fetterman's-
It costs your entire life here
Fetterman's
on Earth.
tanked. Fetterman's not ever going to get reelected. So
Evolution never stopped. Iron PR, come on up here on stage. We would love for you to explain to us about the free gift of Jesus.
said Cypherbox.
Oh, I don't guess they're coming.
All right. Well, I guess Iron's just going to crash out about evolution in the chat and not come up here, so we might as well get this Blitz clip started.
Yes. Sorry.
How's it going? Can you hear me?
I can. QB channel, do you think the
Good.
world was created with intention?
Yes, definitely.
And how long ago do you think the world was created?
Well, I would have to just sort of give myself a small introduction and say that I'm a Christian. I was raised a Christian, but I have slightly different views, and I think it's all up to interpretation slightly, but ultimately it's the same thing.
Okay, so how long ago do you think the world was created?
Well, I won't argue. I would say probably billions of years.
Okay.
In line with the scientific terms, you know?
Sure. So, what makes you think that the science is correct there, but the Bible's not, but the Bible is correct in other things?
Well, the Bible is correct, and I think the Bible is a very, very good book. It's a very good moral book for people to follow. I think what is written in the Bible is mostly true, although I think some of it you can't take purely word for word. You've got to. There's always sort of a context to everything. I mean, God, when they say God created the world in 7 days, they don't literally mean 7 days. Could be
so when Jesus rose from the dead in 3 days, do they literally mean that Jesus rose from the dead in 3 days?
Yes, because that is eyewitness accounts, and that is why people believe in Jesus. Because
but the Bible was apparently given by God Himself. It's even better than an eyewitness account, right?
No. That's not. That's Islam. Islam is.
Where do you think the Genesis story came from?
Genesis story came from probably stories coming down from Moses and from families in the past.
Okay, so it's your position that nothing in the book of Genesis is to be trusted?
It is to be trusted, but you also have to look at it as a story. Remember, this was written.
Okay, I agree. We should look at it I agree that we should look at it as a story rather than looking at it as factually true. So then, what makes you think that the world was created? Yeah. Because it's the Genesis account that tells us that God created the world.
Because the world is too perfect. There's too many. If you look at, even in science, you look at Fibonacci, you look at the golden ratio, you look at frequencies, you can start to delve into mystical things.
You named none of the science things.
Well, Fibonacci is a science thing. It's a mathematical
thing.
It's a math thing, but it's part of science.
In what way?
And look at a spiral galaxy, for example.
Yeah. Which one?
That's the type of Fibonacci.
Actually,
I can't give the
funnily
example.
enough, can I? I'm gonna do something real quick, and we can just do this live. Is that fair? Let me just upload file.
Look, I don't know the
try to
answers
overlay
to
the.
It's okay. You don't have to know the answers to everything. That's fine.
Look at it.
Totally fine.
Yeah.
Ian likes to do.
I just want to. Why can't I? Recent, maybe. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm just uploading something really quick so then we can look at it together. Don't mind me.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
You.
Hey, RB.
Yeah, what's up?
Okay.
Has anybody seen where that they found the same sugar that is found in raspberries on planet Earth? They found that in our solar system.
I heard something about that the other day.
Yep, complex sugar. We found it in our solar system, in the space between and it's the same sugar that it's identical to the sugar that is found in the fruit raspberries.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking.
We need to keep an eye on that sugar, because if we're ever going to find life in the galaxy, it's going to be somewhere near all that sugar.
That's a big thing.
Huh?
I said that is a big thing there, because like
you're going to park your entire civilization, wouldn't it be near sugar?
Yeah, complex sugars obviously were not, something that came about because of God or, on Earth during creation. This is not, unless he just randomly made too much of it and just stuck it out in the universe.
I'm imagining a bunch of spacefaring confectioners fighting over sugar space.
But now, as far as I know, it's been only in the Milky Way. Is that right?
The Milky Way, because it is just a giant Milky Way bar, right?
Yeah. Well, but that would explain why that we have, if they haven't found it in that would explain why that we would have the ability for complex sugars here within this solar system. But that would also make it, seems like that would make it very highly likely that there might be other life right inside our own solar system.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I'm going to have to find a more in-depth article than just CNN, because I have a feeling it's not really doing it justice.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
But yeah, this is super recent, like as of like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
So good call, Robin.
Here it is. I'm going to show you a picture that I took last night. Here's a picture that I took last night. It's of a spiral galaxy, a very famous spiral galaxy. It's called the Whirlpool Galaxy.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
let's zoom in and let's see if it follows a Fibonacci spiral, shall we? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to screen grab this. I'm going to go take it into some photo editing software, and then we can
Okay, this is fun.
spiral
this
on
it. Is fun. Okay.
Isn't it? We're just going to do it live, and maybe you'll be right.
Yeah. Maybe.
I can do it live.
There you go. Okay.
But look, I mean,
so
even when it
here's
comes to okay.
So I'm just going to put this over here so that I can show you what I'm doing. So here is the photo editing software that I'm using. It's called GIMP. I don't know why it's called GIMP, but it's called GIMP. Now, I'm going to go grab a
Are you using Linux?
golden spiral. No. But I'm familiar with it. I'm going to go find an image of a golden spiral. So here's a golden spiral. I just got to download. Oh, why is this a GIF? I don't want a GIF. Nobody's ever wanted a GIF before of the golden spiral. Okay. Here's a golden spiral.
You're getting all the gifts.
No, we're talking about GIF. Okay, now we want to just import new layer from, I don't know what I'm doing. I know that there's a way. Oh, you know what we can do? We can just copy the image, and then we can just paste it. Bada boom, bada bing.
Just break it up. Oh yeah.
Cool, right? Okay, so now we're just gonna take this, and we're just nope, that's not what I want.
He's lucky that was a PNG with transparency, because a GIF would have 100% not been transparent.
You make
Hey,
it white.
Let me move you. Okay, there we go. I can move it. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to get down. I'm coughing too much.
All right.
All right. Love y'all.
Thanks for jumping up. Have a good one.
Night.
Feel better.
Cool. So I just have to click here. So, come on. There we go. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, I don't know, rotate this. I should probably flip it. How the hell do I do that?
No, keep it as is. Keep it as this one. No, just zoom
Okay,
in.
so here's what we're going to do. Notice how it doesn't really match anything, but we do need to rotate it a little bit because the arms are coming off from the other side, so we have to do that.
Yeah,
that's
you
the
have
center.
to flip it. You have to flip
Yeah,
it.
I know. So I just got to figure out to transform, flip horizontally. There we go. Okay, cool. We figured it out. Okay. Now the center should be like right about there. Now notice how the arm doesn't actually follow it.
No, well, it does. Look at the bottom. Look at the bottom.
No,
look
but
at the center.
notice how the arm goes. Oh, I don't know if you can see this. Notice how the arm. So actually, we need to scale it up a little bit. I think. I mean, we can scale it up if you want, but I need to scale this because it's a little bit too small right now. Layer, transform. No.
If you can change the color, maybe.
Scale layer. Here we go. Okay, this is. You know what? I should really know what I'm doing before I do this, shouldn't I? There, scale.
No, but it's actually there.
Okay, there we go. That's probably roughly about right. Okay, so now, but notice how when I do that, so now it's scaled so that it matches on the inside. But notice how the outside doesn't align. Notice how this arm actually curls in tighter than the golden ratio does.
Yeah, but look, I mean, this is accurate up to a couple billion.
So it's not accurate then, is what it sounds like.
No, it is. No. You're taking.
But see how the angle is different?
Yeah.
It just doesn't match. Yeah. Like the spiral is on the outside over here, and it's on the inside over here.
It's matching. It's matching, bro. In fact,
literally not.
Okay,
so I'll just get
this look at it. Okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna get a paintbrush. I'm just gonna get a paintbrush. It's fine. Chill. So the arm goes like this, right? It doesn't follow the spiral. See how it kind of goes like that?
Look at the...
And then on the outside, it kind of goes outside, and then it goes inside, right? It's kind of looser originally, and then it's less loose later. So it just doesn't fit, right?
Yeah.
Like if we're following the arm, it's something like this, which is not the spiral.
But, but I mean,
so it doesn't match.
We're still no. Look, we are still primitive ourselves. We don't understand that astrobiology.
But the point is that like the spiral galaxy doesn't match the Fibonacci spiral.
It does if you look at it.
No, but just because it's a spiral doesn't mean that it matches.
Yeah, it's just vaguely spiral shaped. It is nowhere near the proportion of the golden spiral. That's the main mistake so many people make. Like when they're looking at like, I think sunflower seeds is another one that like people like to say follows a golden spiral. It doesn't.
It's just that sacred geometry bullshit.
Yeah. It's like we're good at detecting patterns, but like just because like a pattern is aesthetically pleasing is just like completely coincidental.
Yep. Precisely.
Well, so if it doesn't match precisely, then it doesn't match. Period. Here,
no,
I'm actually gonna try to make this perfect for you so that it
there's a word for it.
Matches.
There's a word
so
for it.
Now it perfectly matches the inside, but it doesn't perfectly match the outside. And we can check the other spiral too. There's another spiral here. Let's check that.
It's actually a yin yang. You can copy and paste that spiral and rotate it, and you have two spirals next to each other.
So here we have a second spiral.
Is the yin yang a spiral?
I'm just gonna try to rotate this again really quick.
And this.
I mean, not really.
I've never heard that before.
This is
rotate
actually,
this?
and it's so perfect, actually.
Why can't I rotate it anymore? Where was the rotation tool? Transform tools. Rotate. There we go. Okay, so I would like to put the pivot in the middle, please, like right there. And then I would like to move this so that it's in the middle, and then we can rotate it together. We'll do it together, okay? Rotate. Put the pivot in the middle, and now we're just going to rotate this to see if it matches. So here we're now matching the inside, but notice how it deviates. Oh, you can't see this. Notice, so we're now matching the inside, but then once it gets to here, it completely deviates. So I made it so like I chose it so that it matches the inside spiral, but now it completely deviates. And then we can do the same thing with this spiral over here. Here's where this one matches, but then it completely deviates. So it's just not a good match. In fact, the golden ratio does appear sometimes in some places, but it definitely doesn't match galaxies.
Yeah, but I mean, you could be taking dark matter and gravity into consideration.
Look, you said that they match, but they don't.
Like
I showed you a picture that I took today, and they don't match.
But what about
last night, rather.
Okay, but what is at the center of a spiral galaxy?
A black hole.
Okay, and that has got a lot of distortion because of the mass.
So the distortion is causing it to not take the Fibonacci shape. Just sounds like you agree that the Fibonacci shape is not the shape of galaxies.
It is in principle, but we're looking at it with other natural effects that is affecting the golden ratio and twisting things around.
Look,
so it won't be that shape perfectly. Like if you look at a leaf, or let's say a flower, for example.
Now he's conceding that like it doesn't have to be perfect, just vaguely shaped.
Well, then why does it matter at all?
Right, like why call it specifically the golden spiral?
Yeah.
Like no, look at a sunflower, okay, and a sunflower will also.
Oh my god, I called it. I called it the sunflower earlier. Holy shit!
You called it
every time. These fucking guys
have that Fibonacci pattern in it. And not all sunflowers are perfect because some sunflowers will have birds come and eat the sunflower seeds, and then it's not going to have a Fibonacci spiral. So that's the same principle. You're looking at a spiral galaxy.
So Fibonacci,
a black hole.
So we know when Fibonacci spirals show up in nature, and we know what causes them. It's essentially when a selection process demands that that a spiral forms that is, in some sense, maximally irrational. That's when Fibonacci spirals show up. So in leaf growth patterns, maximal irrationality is useful because it means maximal exposure to the sunlight. In sunflowers,
and don't you think that
in sunflower seeds and in pine cones, in sunflower seeds and in pine cones, we see Fibonacci spirals, or Fibonacci numbers anyway, or Fibonacci pairs show up, because that is a maximal way to pack things in a way that grows circularly outward.
It's the perfect
that's evolutionarily selected for. Things that don't have that pattern would have I'm trying to explain. Things that don't have that pattern would be evolutionarily at a detriment. They'd be evolutionarily harmed by the environment, because the ones that do have that pattern would be able to produce more offspring or produce more seeds or whatever it might be, or get more light, whatever it is. Evolutionarily harmed is not the right word, but they would be less fit for the environment than the ones that do have that pattern. So this is an evolutionary phenomenon. This doesn't require a creator.
It does, because every creation has a design. Every creation has a design.
Why
and
should I
that
think that?
pattern comes from something.
And to be clear, I don't think that the world was created.
No, it was created. All of it was created.
That's the thing that you're trying to prove.
I think that you're an atheist, right? Okay, so, but you get people that believe that we live in like a simulation. You know?
Some people do. I think that's a little silly.
But I mean that to me, a simulation seems more plausible than being an atheist.
You can be both.
And
by the way, you can be an atheist. You can be an atheist and believe that we live in a simulation.
Anyway,
you can be an atheist and believe in a simulation. Those are not mutually incompatible with each other. But I think that there's probably good reason to think that we don't live in a simulation. There's good scientific reasons to think that. So, what's the reason to think that it's more plausible that we live in a simulation?
Well, because of what we've just been talking about, because of patterns, because of
do you think patterns can't arise naturally?
Perfect, mathematics, which is perfect.
What do you mean perfect?
You know, science, well, mathematics is everything could be described mathematically, and I mean,
everything could be described with English,
and with English.
Yeah, that's because we invent the words to describe things, just like how we invent mathematics to describe things.
But I mean, have you ever, I'm not going to try to convert you to Christianity or anything, but have you been to a church before?
I've been to way more churches than I would ever have thought that I would go to. I've been to so many churches.
Okay, and how was your experience? What?
They're cool buildings.
Are you church hurt?
Okay. But I mean, did you enjoy the experience in the church? Did you feel anything? Did it seem weird?
I mean, I appreciated the history.
What?
But no, I didn't feel anything.
Okay. Well, you see, I think that's what makes a person a believer, is that sort of mystical sort of part of the world that most scientists would not see or agree with, because you can't see it. But
the world isn't perfect. Like the claim you were making was that everything's so perfect. It's not.
Well, nature.
In fact, you agreed to this when you said that things are being distorted, like the black holes or dark matter are distorting things. Then it's not perfect. If things are being distorted, how could it be perfect?
Not evil. I'm talking about here on Earth. You know, things are not perfect.
Things aren't perfect on Earth.
People and the bad things that they do, you know.
So then it's not perfect.
So the spiral doesn't fit because humans aren't perfect.
Right.
There's almost nothing here to chew on. It's just so ridiculous.
What?
I said there's almost nothing here to chew on. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
I feel like, arguing that things are so perfect isn't really it feels just like, a disguised argument from personal incredulity. Like you're saying, this seems so perfect. I don't see any other reason other than it was designed or created.
Yeah.
And that's just a failure of your imagination.
Right, and then when you show an example of something that obviously isn't perfect, then here comes the concessions.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I think I've lost you for. Okay. Sorry. What were we?
If there are imperfections on Earth, then Earth is not perfect.
Exactly.
Yeah, Earth is not perfect, and that's our doing.
Okay, so then it's not
That's our
perfect.
doing.
So then how can you point to it and say, oh, it's perfect, and that points to a creator? Like, if it's not perfect, then how
But
can it point to a
God is
creator?
responsible for us. So it's still ultimately God's doing.
It's God's fault we're not perfect.
I don't know. I'm lost in the sauce.
Well, God gave us the ability of free will, and I think evolution.
So then it's not
and
perfect, right? We agree that it's not
bad things-
perfect.
Well, it's not. Yeah, well, it is perfect. It depends. What are you asking? Like, what are you?
I don't know, whatever
asking
sense.
is
So you
perfect
were
or not?
earlier you were making the point that the world is
Specifically.
perfect, and that's how you know that there's a creator. So which part about the world is perfect?
Oh, okay. Like I'd say, nature.
Nature's perfect.
Anything natural, anything
So, like,
mineral is perfect.
So like when the Australian bushfires of 2019 and 2020 burned alive over 2 billion reptiles, that was perfect.
That's natural selection,
And that's
you,
is that
and that's
perfect?
what you would say. Actually,
Is that perfect?
that is perfect because in the wild you have lions and you have
And it's perfect when
predators, and
2.46 billion
vicious,
reptiles burn
it's
alive.
cruel.
In the
So
wild.
cruel
Oh
things can be
my.
perfect.
You know?
Yeah.
Cruel and vicious things can be perfect now.
Yeah.
Lions and predators and victims. Oh my.
Yeah.
It can. I mean,
Then I don't know
it's-
what you mean by perfect then.
if you think perfect is all just going to be sunshine and
What do you
butterflies
mean by
and
perfect?
rainbows and unicorns, or
But then what do you mean by perfect?
perfect is
Oh my.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
If words don't mean
Perfect-
words, I don't know what you mean by perfect.
like what would you describe as perfect?
I don't know. You're the one who's saying that it's perfect. I just want you to explain what you mean by that.
Okay, well, like let's say for example, if you look at a leaf and how it grows, and it has these perfect natural way that it grows, the cells forming, and even in humans, and I mean, even if we can even go into looking at humans ourselves.
Just
because,
hold on.
I
I'm
mean,
just pulling something up really quick. So, this is perfect to you?
it is.
Oh, it is because it's a mutated form. So if this is perfect, then
Yeah,
the regular
look-
form would be imperfect.
Well, it's
Got him.
you don't know what happens to that leaf. Maybe it
Yeah,
wasn't
it's
exposed
mutated.
to the right kind of
He doesn't
sunlight.
know that.
So it's imperfect.
Exactly.
So it's imperfect.
Well, now it's imperfect, but how? Yeah, I mean.
So you said
yeah,
look
but
at leaves. Well, leaves can be imperfect. So how am I? Like, what am I supposed to mean? What am I supposed to understand when you say that something is perfect?
Well, you could say anything that is natural is perfect, even if it looks weird.
Okay, are you just identifying the
distorted?
word natural
I
with
mean-
perfect? Like, what does it mean to be perfect if anything that's natural is perfect? Is that just what you mean by perfect? You just mean something that's natural?
No, I'd say no. It's not just natural. There's a lot of things, but it's not that perfect. I think we're going a little bit off the topic because perfect is actually
You were the one who
God
said it.
created the world. God created the world, and the world is perfect in God's eyes. We are created perfect in God's eyes.
Is this perfect?
But yeah, it is actually.
It doesn't look like a sunflower to me.
It had some weird things happening to it while it was growing up, and now it looks all weird.
And that's perfect. That's what you mean by perfect? You mean this thing?
It's perfect. Yeah, it's perfect because of its existence, because God created it and it is here.
What?
It's perfect. You can't.
Perfect because of its existence.
Right.
What
He's
the
essentially defining perfect into existence, like to force his idea of perfect onto like anything that just exists. If it exists,
Yeah.
it exists perfectly. Therefore, it's perfect. Like it's just nonsense.
I mean, if you're talking about being perfect in the sense of aesthetically perfect,
Well, then what
or
sense of perfect do you mean?
perfect, I'm just saying that I see where you're going, because, but yeah, I think, look, perfect perfect does. I agree with you when you say, yeah, some things are not perfect. If you know, like a twisted leaf or something that is deformed, yeah, it's not perfect. But I'm talking about the design. I'm talking about in general, our design,
okay,
the
so
universe.
Okay, and so in order to talk about the design, you have to like presuppose that it was designed, and they haven't, passed that gate yet. So you can't determine if a design is perfect without first determining if it was in fact designed in the first place.
What about the Big Bang, evolution. What about the recurrent laryngeal nerve? Is that perfect? Are you familiar with this?
I don't know much about the I don't know what is the laryngeal nerve.
So you know what the larynx is? It's the voice box. The recurrent laryngeal nerve is the nerve that goes from your brain to your voice box. Now, your brain's here, your voice box is here. What would the perfect design be?
Well,
the recurrent laryngeal
that depends where. I don't think there is a perfect design, probably, because it depends.
Oh, there isn't a perfect design? Well, if there's not a perfect design, then that design can't be perfect.
No, well, the initial design is perfect. We're talking about something that evolves,
so which is the initial design that's perfect?
That changes.
Which is the initial perfect design? What would you think it would be?
I would say, if you want to go down the chain all the way, the Big Bang.
I'm talking about the recurrent laryngeal nerve.
To the scientific way, I would say it's the Big Bang.
I'm talking about the recurrent laryngeal nerve. What's the perfect laryngeal nerve? So the signal has to get from the brain, from down here to here. What's the perfect route that it should take?
Okay. So I don't know much about that nerve, but what I can say is that if you had this laryngeal nerve,
it's supposed to go from your brain to your voice box.
To your voice box, and you're human. Is it in a human, right?
It's in all mammals. In fact, I think it's in all vertebrates.
Okay.
We can talk about the one. We can talk about the one in mammals, so the one in humans, if you want.
So if you have this nerve and it's evolving, and it's obviously not perfect because it's not at the best that
what do you think would be
could be.
What do you think the perfect design could be for it?
Well, it'll be when it reaches a point where it is replaced by something else and just loses its use entirely and just evolves away into something else. Maybe we won't use our vocal cords. We'll just use telepathic.
I have no idea what you're saying. Look, so the recurrent laryngeal nerve goes from the brain to the voice box. I'm asking you, what is the perfect route that nerve could take? How does it get from point A to point B most perfectly?
It probably in a straight line.
Yeah, you'd think so, right?
Yeah.
Want to know how it's actually? Because it's not a straight line, I can tell you that much. Here, let me pull up a picture for you.
Yeah, and all you people out there is...
So,
wait.
The nerve goes from here down around your aorta, near your heart, and then goes back up to your voice box.
Have you never heard of speaking from the heart?
Why do giraffes have this?
What?
The argument from idiom is crazy.
Speaking from the heart.
Oh my god.
There must be a specific reason.
Here's the anatomy of a giraffe.
Talking about grasping at straws.
Which is extremely funny. So they have the recurrent laryngeal nerve, starts from the brain, goes all the way down 10 feet, wraps around the aorta, and then comes all the way back up to their voice box. Is that perfect?
I guess. I mean,
well, then why did you say that the direct route was perfect?
No, but you didn't tell me that it had to do something else. And
it doesn't. It actually doesn't do anything.
You know?
It doesn't do anything.
I'm sure
it doesn't do anything by going around the heart. No, it doesn't. No, the reason it literally does nothing. We actually know why it's like this, and it's not because it does anything. It's because of the evolutionary history of how it developed.
Yeah, that's what I was supposed to say.
But it's not perfect.
It's actually a cool story.
I think that's like.
Yeah, it's an interesting mark in the story of evolution.
We have it too. But I don't remember all the details. I couldn't explain it to anybody. But I have heard the story, or I've heard the explanation before, and it's interesting.
We need Forrest or Erica in here to nerd out for like 2 hours about this specific nerve.
That'd be so awesome.
Kind of grasping at straws.
Grasping at straws. This is the most obvious example of a non-perfect design, of an imperfect design.
No, I'm saying no. Okay, sorry. I was thinking a little bit ahead. I was saying, like, if you think that this,
he was just calling it out in the future. He's thinking of a situation that hasn't even happened yet.
He's trying to do prophecy in real time.
Yeah, he's like, no, this is what I'm gonna say to you in about 10 minutes. He's
yeah, he's not gonna last that long.
And
you're cutting out. I can't hear any. I couldn't hear anything that you just said. I mean, what'd you just say?
It's not. It's like, yeah.
I couldn't hear anything you just said.
I'll repeat again. I say that.
Oh, he left. Okay.
And another failed prophecy.
What?
And another failed prophecy.
Right. Oh man, I'm going through blitz withdrawals. When does he come back?
Not sure. I didn't catch the details of this vacation because I didn't even know that he was on vacation until like yesterday.
I remember it was like sudden, like I wasn't aware of anything, and then he just announced it. He said like a week to 2 weeks, and then that was like all he said about it in that moment.
Yeah, well, I'm thankful he's at least got these clips scheduled for release.
Yeah, he's really good about that.
Give us some drip content.
I'm looking through his announcements right now to see if he ever said. I don't see anything. Oh well, I'm sure it won't be too much longer. Oh wait.
All right. Well, since that was my choice for clip, we'll let people vote on the next. I feel like I should queue a couple more up because really I want to save this this Monkey Boy clip about Darth for if nobody gets up.
Sure.
Because I know nobody will appreciate that one. So
If
we'll go back into the watch later and see what has accumulated over the last couple nights. Okay, so it looks like we never got to that Planet Peterson one and a Justin one. Okay. Oh, I need to remove.
So our choices are John and Justin.
No, those are just what are getting added to the list.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay. All right. So the four that we got queued up are from Truth Wanted, John Cohen, Planet Peterson, and Justin. This one from Truth Wanted is titled Religion's Harmful Impact on Policy and Human Rights. So something that's going to be more politically oriented.
I like that.
And then the John Cohen clip, Christian challenges our morality. It gets horrifying. I think we all know that's going to end up probably in baby pasting.
Right.
Or something equally ridiculous that, is affirmed under divine command theory. Planet Peterson, it took him 28 seconds to contradict himself.
That's a nice, it's a good title.
Yeah. And then Justin's slaves could be freed if they did what?
That's a good title too.
Mm-hmm.
They both jump out and make you want to click.
All right, folks. So let us know in chat if any of these videos
let the voting begin.
Out to you. Yep.
Should we just call it 1, 2, 3, and 4?
Yeah. The Truth one will be 1, John Cohen will be 2, Planet Peterson 3, and Justin 4.
Who's Golden Arn?
It's Golden Arn. He still hasn't fixed his name.
Yeah, when I first read it, I thought it said Goblin. Goblin Arn.
All right. We got 1 vote for Justin from Evan Porter.
Just 1 vote, isn't? There we go. Issa voted.
2 votes.
Justin.
If Justin hits 3 votes, we'll go ahead and start that without waiting for any more votes.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. Okay. I'll refresh the page so it actually has sound.
Oh, thanks, Jackie. Yeah, I figured since I stream over with these guys overnight now, I needed to do a rebrand. And like one of my nicknames is Nick at Night because my first name is Nick. So I just rolled with it.
On Robin securing the win for Justin. 4 uncontested votes. So here we go. Let's see when this was from, because this is one of Justin's older setups. He doesn't really do the green screen like this.
Yeah, he doesn't anymore.
It doesn't say when this is from.
No, it's not.
It's crazy that you think.
Oh no, Gretchen! Justin is doing coming ups now.
Blitz has got to him.
He's a dummy. Actually, it's not actually the truth. The truth is all their videos are getting clipped by the same people now.
Yeah.
And Dalton likes those coming ups.
Well, Blitz, when I was going to do Unapologetic, when I was going to be the editor for Unapologetic, that's what Blitz asked me to make it for. He told me to do that for the beginning.
Yeah.
That's what he wanted.
Yeah, because Dalton always puts him in, and Dalton's been making extra money by cooking stuff for these guys.
Oh, nice. I didn't know that. That's cool.
I don't know about Ian.
Yeah, me either.
All right, well, we'll move on to Keith. I thought I actually just talked to Keith like earlier this week, so this should be a lot of fun. Welcome back, Keith.
Hey, my man. How you doing, guys?
Doing good. Keith, I assume you came back because you read something between our last conversation and now, and you came to prove me wrong.
Well, no, not read something. I was trying to go back up yesterday, but your, what do you call that? Your mod didn't want me to come up because you were reading your super chat, so I was like, I'll be respectful about it. But I had my kids with me, so my kids started having fun. So.
Keith.
What is the background noise for the caller? That's really distracting. It's not even like the stream being echoed. It's just like some completely other stream or video.
You get a really bad echo. Can you? Are you on speakerphone? What's happening over there?
Hold up. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah.
There you go. Good.
I think it's good right now.
Yeah, sorry. I was on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right. Yeah.
Oh, so I would like to do one correction about the eunuch thing yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So, eunuch is an encompassing term, right?
I mean, it could be broad. I think the question we're having right now is how did they make eunuchs to the people in Bible times?
Yeah, so from the Middle East, there's actually a giant essay on this as well. So I should refer to my essay. But it was a part of the castrina where it was they castrated by cleaning, cut off both penis and both genitalia were removed. So that's what I was inferring when I was reading eunuch, because that's the essay is actually written by a man who lives in the Middle East, who's doing history of the Middle East. So
right, but we're talking about the Jews.
Yeah, so the Jews are in the Middle East.
I do agree. Do you think that the Jews were doing that?
Yes.
Imagine going
both
that whole
circumstances.
distance just
So
for
sometimes
an
people will.
Right.
Have just the genitalia removed, and sometimes it'll be both. So that's what the paper was talking about. And then even in other cultures, say for instance,
Yeah, equinox. It's definitely a ceiling bird. Those pesky birds like to get inside and just nest up in the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
It's their infamous mating call.
So that's the definition we're using right now is just the simplistic definition, but historically that's been it encompassed both of those. And then back.
Well, I'm saying the word castration can, right? And I'm certainly aware that different people groups had different customs. I know that in ancient China there were eunuchs that literally had their penises removed. I don't think anyone's questioning whether or not the word can mean both. I'm suggesting that the eunuchs of the Bible, when it talks about eunuchs, the majority of the time they're typically referring to people that have been castrated. But I mean, listen, if you think it refers to people who had their penises cut off, I don't know if that makes it any better.
Oh no. I'm saying both of them. So when I'm reading it, I'm going to do both of them because you had the cult prostitutes and then you just had the generic. So you had those people who were serving in high palaces. So say for instance, the story of Meshach and Abednego, they were castrated. So it's be able to distinguish both. But it's an encompassing term. So when I'm using that term, it's encompassing that. So just a heads up.
Because I don't really know how this fixes the problem. So the question we were having
You saying
was whether or not eunuchs...
encompassing?
I didn't catch it.
The Bible had their penises lopped off or just their balls.
No, I'm saying in circumstantial, but the word encompasses both. That's what I'm simply saying.
The word has a semantic range, and depending on where you lived, it could be one or the other or both. I'm asking for the evidence that among the Jews, castration meant that you would have your thing lopped off.
It would be applied to the people around them. So say, for instance, the cult prostitutes.
There were no cult prostitutes in Israel. In fact, God specifically forbade it. And the cult prostitutes that would have been in Israel would have been following the customs of their people because they're in Israel.
No. So the people around them, because you had sojourners, so the law was supposed to be applied to both the sojourners and the people of Israel.
No, I agree. If somebody came from outside the land and they were a cult prostitute, say in Assyria, sure, it's possible that according to the local Syrian custom that they were abiding by, that they got their thing lopped off.
Correct. And so when they came into the land, when you read Isaiah, like you read last time, if they wanted to practice, say for instance, leave their old ways, they were also grafted in.
But
so they're able to be
I don't think you
in.
understand why eunuchs were part of the conversation. Do you recall why we're talking about eunuchs?
Yes, because of slavery.
No,
and so we can.
I don't believe so. Maybe I forgot the conversation. I brought up the eunuchs as far as I recall. Shit, I don't even know why I brought up eunuchs at this point.
So
how do eunuchs make slavery okay? Is that what you're getting at?
Oh no, I didn't say make slavery okay. I said they were able to get freed. So
that's not certainly the case. So you're not on this bad talking point again, are you?
No, it's not a
It's
bad talking
crazy
point.
that you think lopping your
Look.
penis off is going to make you a Hebrew that's allowed to be freed from slavery.
No, you're kind of strawman. You're strawmanning him, man. So let me clarify if you don't mind.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page. I'm going to catch everybody up. So you had a crazy theory yesterday, or whenever we talked, that as long as a foreign slave became an Israelite, they could be freed.
Correct.
That's not in the Bible.
Okay, so I would like for you to turn to Leviticus. What is it? Leviticus 25.
I'm glad you brought it up. Let's do Leviticus 25. These people, they never learn. Yeah, what specifically in Leviticus 25? Do you want to talk about verses 39 to 44?
No, actually 10 through just 10.
These are addressing actual Hebrew people. It says you shall hallow in the 50th year, and you shall proclaim liberty throughout the land to all of its inhabitants. It shall be a jubilee for you.
So it says all the inhabitants, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that exclude anybody, or is that all? Because all is an encompassing word, right?
Do you know what the jubilee was?
Yeah, the 50th year, right?
Yeah, and what happens in the jubilee?
In the jubilee, each of you shall return to his property, and each of you shall return to his clan.
There we go. It's about property and clans, right?
Now, quick question. How does the Bible describe clans as being?
The clans are of the Israelite clans.
No, it is not.
It is.
No, it's not. So if you were to go to Genesis chapter 17 and verse 14, any uncircumcised male who is not...
the clans didn't exist yet then.
Yes, they were.
They did. They did not.
I'll actually disregard that. So Genesis 10 verse 20.
The Hebrew clans did not exist yet.
You're only using that as the Hebrew clans, but the law
That's
was...
who this is addressing. This is addressing the Hebrews. Leviticus 25 is instructions for the Hebrews.
All the people of the land.
Yes, the Hebrews.
No. So were the Gentiles allowed to practice how they wanted to in the land, or they were subjected to the law of the land?
They were subjected to the law of the land.
Law of the land. So that means everyone. When it says all inhabitants, that doesn't exclude the people who are sojourning.
All right, Keith, try to actually follow what I'm saying this time. Okay. Who in the land is allowed to have ancestral property passed down from generation to generation, and who does God specifically make laws for so that they won't lose their property?
Yeah, but I'm not talking about property. I'm talking about clans.
I'm talking about properties and clans. So answer the question.
Okay, so that's a distinguishing, right? And means what? It's a distinguishing marker. So properties are separate from clans and clans. So
I said properties and clans. Which people group?
I'm talking about clans.
Which people group, Keith, in the Old Testament does God specifically lay out laws protecting them so that they won't lose their ancestral property, which is given according to their clan?
I hate it when he says it like that.
The property is giving towards the clan. That's encompassing. So it's talking about the
We'll try this again. I said who? What people group? Which ones? Which people group does God give specific laws to that prevents them from losing their ancestral property that was distributed by clan?
Yeah, it's the Jew.
Thank you. That's the right word. Okay, so
it's like pulling teeth every single time. Gotta ask the question like 7 different ways before they'll actually like answer it. They finally realize there's no path forward in the conversation without it.
Jews. So God is concerned in the sabbatical year and in the year of Jubilee about the people returning to their properties.
And clans.
Yes, of the Israelites.
No, it's not the Israelites, my man.
The Israelites.
No, it's not. That's what I'm saying.
It's the Israelites. You want me to show you where?
No. You're not listening. So
you
just
want me to show you where?
Saying, you remember when I said Abraham was a Hebrew?
Want me to show you where?
The law was given to the
Keith,
Hebrews.
just like last time we talked, the more you talk, the more silly you look when I show you why you're wrong. So it's up to you how silly you want to look.
The scholars even agree upon me with this.
They actually don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Which scholar would you like to quote, my man?
I'm just going to show you right now why you're wrong.
No, I'm saying, you say the scholars don't, so you're contrary. So which scholar would you like to quote?
I would quote, for example, Jacob Milgram. He wrote probably the most famous extract commentary on Leviticus ever. In fact, if you read any commentary on Leviticus, they're going to quote you from Jacob Milgram's commentary. You can also read like Nahum Sarnum or Baruch Levine or David W. Baker. I mean, there's lots of Old Testament scholars who have written on the book of Leviticus, and these are like real scholars, not like some guy you found on the internet.
And they talk about this particular topic.
Yeah, they sure do. And do you want to see why it's referring to the Israelites or not?
Quick. So what's the name of that scholar you quoted?
Do you want to see why from the Bible why it's referring to Israelites? Yes or no?
I've already read the law, my man. That's what I'm saying.
So I'll just read it to you. If any who are dependent upon you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Okay, so these are people that are going to serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Follow?
Mm-hmm.
And they're not slaves. They're hired or bound laborers, right? They became poor. Now they're bound laborers, right?
Wait, can you say that again?
They're bound laborers.
No, can you say it again?
They're not slaves. They are bound laborers.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. So again, this chapter is about the ancestral property. Now you might be asking, of who? Well, it tells you, for they are my servants who I brought out of the land of Egypt. Those are Hebrews. The Hebrews came out of the land of Egypt. God is concerned for the ancestral property of the Hebrews. That's what the year of Jubilee is about. That's why he goes on to tell you about the slaves that you can actually possess forever. That's why he says in verse 46 of the foreigners, not the Hebrews, you may keep them as a possession for your children after them, for you to inherit as property. And in the Hebrew,
verse 44.
Keith, I don't know if you know this. I'll tell you again. They cannot hear you when you talk while I'm talking. My mic is louder than yours. Every time you talk while I'm talking, you're wasting every single breath that leaves your lips. So if you want me to read what you want to read, you have to wait for me to stop talking. So now 44 starts a section that is detailing if you can't own your own fellow Hebrews as slaves, who can you own as slaves? And he tells you, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves, and then also from their children, and so on and so forth. And how long can you keep them? Forever. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property, le'olam, forever.
And that's why I said it distinguishings, right? Is there a distinguisher?
There's a distinguishing between the Israelites and the non-Israelites. The non-Israelites can be slaves forever. The Israelites are, in fact, slaves temporarily.
And so it says property, right? When I'm using the term clan,
they become your property.
Is that Jill?
Okay, and so clan and nation.
Jill, where?
Call her.
On Justin's? No.
Yeah, I feel like it could be Jill. Like before he.
It doesn't sound like Jill at all.
It does to me, man. Only like chill and sober.
Is there a distinguisher between clan and nation in Genesis?
It depends on which book of the Bible. So in Genesis, you could say there's a distinguishing between the clans and the nation because the nation of Israel had multiple clans.
So that's what I'm saying. If you were to go to Genesis chapter 10, verse 20, these are the sons of Ham by their clans. So when I'm saying if they're a slave in the Hebrew around them on the year of Jubilee, they were released back to their clans, back to their own
if you are Hebrew.
It's not only Hebrew, my man.
It's only Hebrews.
It's not. It's just like, for instance.
We'll try this again. Because I know you weren't listening the first time I read it. I always have to read this 5 times. So I'll do it like really slowly this time, right? It says, then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. For, this is the because, for they are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. Those are all Israelites. He didn't bring the foreigners out of the land of Egypt. He brought the Israelites out of the land of Egypt. The Israelites are the ones that go back to their ancestral property. The foreigners are your property. They are your slaves forever.
And I'm saying when it says clans, you're with the properties are default within what? Within their clans. That's a default.
Okay,
so
here's what you're going to do, Keith, because you did this last time we talked. You're going to address the point that I raised and stop pivoting to a new point. Why did God say about these people that they came out of the land of Egypt? Why did he say that? And who came out of Egypt?
The children of Israel.
Okay. Now, did he say that the people are going to go back to their land because they are God's people who he brought out of the land of Egypt?
Yes.
Okay. Did he bring anybody out of Egypt that weren't Israelites?
Yes.
Who?
Anyone who wanted to come.
Show me that in the book. Show me where it says that non-Israelites left. Shit, it might be that we're not told, but many did. I'd even believe it. If the Exodus was real, I believe that there were some Egyptians that were like, I'm going to get the fuck out of here. But I don't think that the Bible actually says that.
Uh-oh. Is Zechariah up? But yeah, can you... Oh, sorry. One moment. Daddy duties. Give me 1 second.
Some people never learn. I thought Keith was going to come back on a new topic. I did not know he's going to come up and try to get cooked on the same topic. Oh boy.
And yes, they were.
Who? Show me in the Bible. Shit, you might be right. I just need to see it.
Where is it? The fleeing slaves do not return the slaves to their masters. Where is it?
That's a whole different passage. You're referring to Deuteronomy 15:23, I think.
Correct.
That doesn't say what you wanted to say.
That the Gentiles, anyone who was believing, were encompassed within the children of Israel?
Doesn't say anything like that, actually.
So do not return the slaves to their masters because you were once sojourners in a... So it doesn't say that?
Not the way you think it does. It doesn't say do not return a slave to his master. Not the way you said it. Want to see what it actually says?
Sure.
Okay, I'll read it to you. It's actually, first of all, it's referring to foreigners, and second of all, it's not. I don't think it's referring to runaway slaves, and neither did the ancient rabbis think that as well. The ancient Hebrew rabbis agree with me on this particular topic. So, what we find in Deuteronomy, I'll show it. There we go. Deuteronomy 23:15. I said 15:23. I got that backwards. 23:15. Now, in some English translations, it might say something akin to, you shall not turn over to the master a slave who has been delivered to you from his master. But this is not only generic, it's slightly deceptive, because what it actually says in the original Hebrew is, you should not turn over to the master a slave who has been delivered or given to you by his master. It's not a runaway slave. It's a slave who has been delivered to you. Meaning it's a slave who was purchased, who is emancipated, and a foreigner at that, which is why it says such individuals will live with you in any place that they may choose among the settlements in your midst, wherever they please. You must not ill-treat them because they're foreigners. And the ancient rabbis agree. Kudashin in the Talmud says this verse is speaking of one who acquires a slave not to enslave him, but in order to emancipate him. Yevamot 93 says this verse is speaking of the one who buys a slave on the condition to free him. Gittin 45, this verse is speaking of one who acquires a slave in order to emancipate him. And you might be answering or asking, why would someone buy a slave in order to emancipate them? Because almost 50...
Yeah, Robin, it's not your smoke alarm. It's definitely the guest.
50% of slave purchases in the ancient world, a lot of them were actually adoptions. You would purchase a slave, you would adopt them out of slavery, and then you can use them in your household if you didn't have a son or a daughter. In fact, if you needed a daughter and you couldn't find a daughter, you could adopt a slave and make her a daughter. If you needed a son, you could adopt a slave and make her a son. But part of the rules of slave adoptions is once you adopted them into your household, you couldn't return them to slavery. You couldn't do it. Now, you could also just set them free, of course. You could just emancipate them, which is what the ancient rabbis thought was happening.
They thought that was happening.
Now, most modern scholars will tell you that this could refer to a runaway slave, but specifically a foreign runaway slave, because most of the ancients had like these national agreements with the neighboring other nations saying, if one of your slaves runs away to me, I'll return it. If one of my slaves run away to you, you return it. And then here's the reward or penalty for such behavior. Israel didn't have anything like that. Israel did have a runaway slave, or did have a procedure for gathering runaway slaves. And in fact, we see it in Second Kings. In Second Kings, there's a guy named Shema.
Pause it a second.
Is he hiding?
That smoke alarm. Fry heard it and assumed it was here because he was sleeping and he heard a smoke alarm and he's terrified of the beep. So when I came back in the room, I couldn't find him. He was hiding under the bed.
Oh, goodness. Poor guy.
No, he's fine. But yeah, I just don't understand. Like, the second I hear it in my own place, like, I'm on it, you know. Even if I didn't have a pet, I would be on it because I just wouldn't want to have to deal with hearing that.
Yeah, it would literally drive me insane.
Right?
I wired mine to the house electric, so
that's the way these are in this apartment.
Who has runaway slaves, they go all the way down to the area of the Philistines, and he goes down there to retrieve them. It's in, let me grab you the passage. It's going to be 1 Kings 2:39. Sorry, not 2 Kings. 1 Kings chapter 2, verse 39 is where we find that. So yeah, this nonsense about how slaves could just run away and get their freedom, that's not a thing that actually existed. There we go. Let's grab 39. But it happened at the end of 3 years that 2 of Shemai's slaves ran away to King Achish, son of Maacah of Gath. When it was told to Shammai, your slaves are in Gath, Shammai arose, saddled a donkey, and went to Achish in Gath to search for his slaves. Shammai went and brought his slaves from Gath. That was an Israelite. He was doing what people were doing at the time period, namely retrieving their runaway slaves.
But again, I'm talking about the freeing of slave Gentiles.
Yeah, there's nothing in the Bible that says you can free your.
Yeah, Eric, that's fair. He's studying. He's focusing his time and attention on the important things, obviously.
Or Gentile slaves.
Yeah, when they convert.
Nope, doesn't say that.
You're considered a Jew once you convert.
You're not. You're still a foreigner living in the land. Just because you're following the law of the land doesn't mean you're part of their people. That's why you're property. It says you're.
I've never heard anybody think that before. Have you?
What?
What that guy just said about that once you're
converted, you're done and dusted.
You're a Jew.
Yeah. I mean,
that's like he's not alone on that. He didn't just come up with that on his own. Like, I never heard that before.
No, I've heard it. I mean, there are people that think that, it's just that easy. I mean, they don't take into account the fact that back in those times they used to do shit like that all the time. Like Justin was saying, they make them adoptions, and like.
But I mean, is it just an apologetic that modern times came up with to explain, to argue with? Like, you know what I'm saying? Or is it like something that has traditionally been thought?
I kind of think so. I think that what apologetics did was they came up with they found this one little fucking practice that they did back then and figured, oh, well, if we can get everybody to apply this practice to slavery, we can make it look like our book isn't so bad,
Yeah.
Because I mean, everyone that says, well, slavery back then was different than it, I mean, that's where they're trying to go.
They're trying to say like it was like some sort of like big happy family in a sense. Like
Jackie's making some good points in the comments, though. Jackie, if you'd like to jump on and give your expert opinion, since you're more acquainted with the verses, the old text, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, that'd be cool if you want to come up, Jackie.
Like Jackie seems to have a different vector of attack, because she still disagrees with the caller's global point.
Yeah, this is not something I was familiar with. So, good to know, right?
Property and your property forever, which again, you've never addressed. We've read it 10 times. You have never addressed the fact that it says that they will be your property forever. Address that.
Yeah, if they remain within their, say, for instance, cultural norms, they're stuck there. But if you were to get circumcised and become a Jew, you are now underneath the Jewish law.
Yeah, but you don't become a Jew.
Yeah, by being circumcised, my man.
No, you don't.
So, say, for instance, with Abraham, you'll notice when you go to Abraham, when he's talking about circumcision, God gives explicit directions to Abraham. If any of the slaves among you
to circumcise his slaves. Yes.
No. If they refuse to be circumcised, they are now cut off.
Yeah. You kill them.
The slaves, right?
Yeah, you kill them.
No, it's not. It's not being killed.
No, it means kill. It explicitly tells you in Leviticus that when people are taken out and stoned, it says cut off. It says their guilt will be upon them.
Yeah,
we know what cut off means.
No, cut off it's an encompassing term.
So I don't think you know what that means.
Yeah, it's an encompassing term. So just like I was saying, a what do you call that? A eunuch. There's different factors with being a eunuch. To be cut off does not mean, oh, you'll be cut off as in being killed. Killed is a part of that, but you can be ostracized from the community, as in being kicked out or set out of the community. So say, for instance, when people were breaking the law, they would be put out of, when the children of Israel were in the desert, when they were cut off from me, set apart, they pushed them out of the community for a certain time period, and then you're reinstitutionalized after a cleansing period.
No, it doesn't say that. Nope, wrong again. The word cut off from the people means that you've been removed from the people, and quite often it means that you were killed. Doesn't always mean that you were killed, but it certainly does quite often mean that you were.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. You're saying it's meaning that directly, but I'm saying no, it doesn't.
It does. Want me to show you where?
If anyone refused to be circumcised, they will be killed.
No, I didn't say they'll be killed. They'll be cut off. What I'm saying is that in the Bible, the phrase "cut off" means you're removed from your people, and quite often it also quite often. Right? Keith, I don't know why you're talking while I'm talking. No one hears you. It also often means, especially in the book of Leviticus, that you're going to get stoned because you killed somebody outside of the city, cut off from the people. That's why it says that you'll cut them off and they'll be stoned and their blood will be upon them. I'm not saying every time a person was cut off from the people that they're going to die. What I'm saying is that people who don't get circumcised get removed from the community, and or they even get killed. I don't think it matters if they get killed, but you're still missing the point, because being circumcised as a slave is non-optional. That's why the priests have to make sure all of their slaves are in fact circumcised. They don't not become slaves once you circumcise them.
Yeah, that was my question.
That verse, can we go to that verse?
Hold on 1 second. In Genesis 17, when Abraham is told to circumcise his slaves, is there a second command that says, then set them free?
Or say again?
Genesis 17, that's what you're referring to when God says to Abraham to circumcise all of his slaves, right?
Yeah, he tells them to circumcise his slaves, but if you go to Genesis 17, verse 14, and any males who is not circumcised.
Let's talk about the ones that are. Let's talk about the ones that are. Are they freed?
No.
Okay. So I don't know what we're doing.
It's okay. Keith is concussed. He has no idea what he's doing. I think what he's trying to say is that once you become circumcised, you're no longer a slave because you're an Israelite, but that's just not in the book.
But if that were true, then Abraham's slaves would have been freed if once they were circumcised.
But they certainly weren't.
Yeah.
If you're a foreign slave in Israel, you're a foreign slave, and you're a foreign slave for life. And he's gone. I've never heard someone. Oh, he's come back. We'll see what I have to say about this.
There you go. Sorry, I had audio issues.
Yeah.
And so I was saying, yeah, if you're a foreign slave in the sense of you're still practicing the way you practice, yeah, you're stuck to bound. But
It doesn't
once
say
you
that in the
become-
book. Not only does it not say that in the book, it doesn't even make it better. Because all you're saying is that it's okay to enslave people as long as they don't believe what you believe.
No, are you talking about like our modern version of slavery?
There's literally no difference between the transatlantic slave trade and what we see in the Bible. None.
So, say for instance, are you saying like cattle slavery? Because that's exactly what
chattel slave.
Cattle slavery. Oh God.
Slavery, yeah. When somebody becomes your property for life, they're not free to leave, and they have to do what you tell them, or you beat them with a stick. That's what the Bible says you can do.
My man.
It's like you weren't
Chattel
even
slavery?
listening the first time we talked. What do you think a chattel slave is?
So chattel slavery is when you go out and you grab somebody, right?
No.
That's literally what chattel slavery means.
No, that's not what it means.
It does.
No, it doesn't. How much money you want to put on it?
He doesn't think that that's what happened with the slaves.
I've
in
never
the
seen
ancient
someone so
world.
confident and know so little.
They were all. How were they
Like,
acquired in the
say this
ancient
online
world?
very clearly. They say there's a difference between historical slavery versus.
What do
how
you
we
think
view
the
modern
word
slavery.
chattel even means?
Right.
My hand is not.
Are you aware that chattel is a modifier for the word slavery?
Where's that? Slavery. Oh, doggone it! Can you come up right?
Yeah, doggone it. It came up with a definition that's not yours. I know. Chattel means property, Keith.
Chattel slavery.
Which means if you're a chattel slave, you are a slave as property. You're someone's property.
Okay. Right here. There's actually a whole article on it as well.
You don't need a whole article.
What
You
is
just
the
need a
difference between
definition.
Chattel slavery and ancient. What is the difference between chattel slavery?
Whoa,
which is
slow down, Keith.
and ancient
Slow down. We
slavery,
asked you
right?
for a definition. Give me the definition.
And it's saying, look, the institution of slavery has been taken in various forms throughout history. With two
Keith, I'm going to need you to stop yapping about the article you found. We can address that next. The first thing we're going to do is talk about the definition of chattel slave. That's where we're at. I know that like you're really uncomfortable right now because you just looked up the definition and then it doesn't say what you want it to say. And now you found an article that thinks is going to help you, but it's not going to help you. So try to focus. We can get to whatever BS claims are in your article next. Right now, we're talking about what the word chattel slave means. Can you focus on that for a moment?
It's to say, for instance, go capture somebody and make them your
Show
slave
me
for-
where that definition is. Because the definition from dictionary.com, from Merriam-Webster, from literally everywhere else says a chattel slave is a slave owned as property.
Keith, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
When our people were slaves and they were bred, the children of those slaves, were they also chattel slaves?
Yeah, they had no rights. A chattel slave had no rights.
Did anybody go anywhere to capture those children, or were they just born as slaves?
They were born as slaves, but the encompassing means what?
Look, aside from that, they did have rights. They just didn't. They just weren't treated as people.
No, they had no rights.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, they did.
Had no rights.
They did.
They absolutely did.
What rights did a slave have?
There were laws on the books where you couldn't unalive a slave. There were laws on the books where you couldn't be like overly harsh to a slave. Now, whether or not they followed that everywhere.
Those laws were actually sourced from where?
We have the law codes. Like
Yeah,
the
they're-
Virginia slave laws are maybe the most popular example, but we have law codes from the time period telling you what you can and cannot do with your slaves.
It's like he's not aware that
But
even existed.
that's not the point. The point is, you said that a chattel slave is a slave that you go out and go capture and bring them back. But nobody captured the kids. They were chattel.
the parents, right, were captured, and so because their parents were
the kids were not.
So what are you saying? When someone's born, they're just instantly a slave?
No, I'm saying typically. No, look, there are scenarios where somebody is a slave and their kids are not slaves, right? That's possible, right?
Yeah, it's a possible scenario, but
okay.
I'm saying, are you using
in this case, the kids were slaves and they were still considered chattel. Chattel just means property.
Yeah, but when I'm using chattel slavery, I'm making a distinction. So I'm not just using the
You're not.
Look, this is an idiosyncratic distinction, and actually, it's one. We're not even 30 days away from Juneteenth, and it's one that's starting to irritate me. What is the point that you're trying to make? Like, what's your overarching point?
What he wants to say is that the African American slave trade is different than what was in the Bible, but it's not going to work.
Well, let's say I grant that. Are you saying that there's some type of slavery that's nice?
Yeah, like that's what I was just.
So people go to jail and they're forced to do labor. Is that slavery?
That's jail. I'm just asking you. Is there some type of look? You're not gonna. No, that's not what I'm saying. If that was what I was saying, those words are available to me. I could have said that. I'm asking you if you think that there's a type of slavery that's nice.
That's nice. Slavery overarching is not really say for instance a great thing, but it happened historically for reasons.
It was a yes or no question. I don't know why you couldn't say yes or no. Try it again, Jeff.
Slavery a good
it's a logical fallacy. It's just that's
what's the fallacy? Hold on. What's the fallacy? Now you're really
bet money Keith doesn't know any logical fallacies.
Is it a formal fallacy or an informal fallacy? Me asking you a question.
No, I'm saying the question you're asking.
Yeah, how is a question a fallacy? Which fallacy is it?
It's the yes or no question.
The yes or no fallacy? Is that a formal fallacy or an informal fallacy?
I've literally never heard of the yes or no fallacy. I think what you want. I think what you want is the false dichotomy. Oh, you can't see it because it's green. I think you want the false dichotomy fallacy, but that's not what a false dichotomy means.
And just so you know, and the reason it's not is because the third law of logic is literally that everything is either yes or no. So it can't be a fallacy.
It's a loaded question fallacy.
A what?
It's a loaded question.
It's not. That's not what the question is.
What am I?
Jeez Louise.
The question here. I'm gonna render the question again. You tell me what assumption do I have in my question? Do you think that there is a form of slavery that is nice?
RP?
Yes.
Yeah. What's up?
Isn't that a fallacy too? Like when you just call everything a fallacy.
Not necessarily. Like, there's the fallacy where you're saying that like the argument is wrong because it's a fallacy, whereas what you want to say is like we cannot determine the truth value of the claim because it's a fallacy. Like, just because you're using a fallacy doesn't necessarily mean that you're wrong. Like, you could accidentally end up on the like truth of the matter, but like you just reached it in an invalid way. So like we can't determine that it's true because of the argument being presented.
Right. Okay.
But Jackie said we can forget the fallacy. But what about the fallacy?
Yeah,
keep
like that's his only. He was trying to use it like as a get out of jail card. Like if I just like Justin would be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to commit the fallacy." That fallacy, I don't know. It's not gonna work.
Okay, good. See, so there was no fallacy in the question. You were able to answer it. What form of slavery is nice?
Romans 9. Christ calls.
What?
Christ. Finish the sentence. Christ calls
his disciples his friends, but we call him master. He is our what? Our slave master, right?
Is that voluntary?
Is it voluntary?
Yeah.
Well, depending on what denomination
do I volunteer to be Christ's slave?
It's either you're going to be a Christ slave or you're going to be a.
Do I volunteer to be Christ's slave? Yes or no?
I would say.
Or does he force you to be his slave?
Denominations don't help you here, by the way.
Well, it does, because you have some denominations who hold to what we call the 5 points of Calvinism.
We'll try this again. Does God force people to be his slaves, or do we?
Oh no, he's a Calvinist. That makes a lot more sense.
Choose to be his slaves.
It's free choice. You're gonna have a slave master. No
Okay,
matter
there
what.
we go. So we're talking about different things. We're talking about
And I would
owning
even-
another human being against their will.
And I would even say that it's not free choice.
You don't have an option.
No, Jeff,
No.
don't start that conversation. We're never going to finish the first conversation. He'll never get
Oh,
it.
you're right. You're right.
It's way over
I'll
his
just
head.
grant it. I'll just grant it. But look, in the same way that you say that biblical slavery in Leviticus is not the same as as chattel slavery in the Americas, I'm going to say whatever the fuck slavery you were just talking about in Romans 9 doesn't even come close to the type of slavery that is described in Leviticus. So it's two different things.
Yeah. So let me ask one more question because we're past our time. We have to get to the super chats. Let me ask one question to Keith. What is the difference between the Bible's form of slavery and the Americans going and purchasing slaves from the nations and bringing them back here? What's the difference?
Seems like Americans are
One of
buying
the
them from
primary
nations
differences
around. Sorry, I didn't mean to. You can play it.
is, like, say for instance, you weren't allowed in the Bible's terms. You couldn't go out and just take somebody.
That's wrong. Want me to read you where it says you can do that?
So, are you sure?
Yeah. And first of all, I didn't say take, I said purchase. So you've already tried to straw man what I said. I didn't say anything about kidnapping, but the Bible does allow for kidnapping. Numbers 31, Deuteronomy 20, Deuteronomy 21. So
We're talking about slavery, though.
So we'll try this again. What's the difference between the Americans going on ships, buying a bunch of slaves from Africa, and bringing them back here? What's the difference between that and what was happening in the Bible?
The difference is those who actually did that were supposed to be killed. In the say, for instance.
Okay, show me that in the Bible where it says going and purchasing slaves
can I
means you should
finish?
be killed.
No, can I finish?
You can finish, but you're going to be wrong no matter how many words
No,
it takes you to finish.
Okay, you're just interjecting, you know. But I'm saying if a man goes out and captures another man.
I didn't say
he should
capture,
be
I said purchase.
Purchase, you're allowed to purchase the slaves around you.
I agree. Yeah. So what's the difference between purchasing African slaves and purchasing foreign slaves in ancient Israel? What's the difference?
The difference is you can actually be set free
Okay, show me where it says the foreign slaves can be set free.
if they became a Jew.
That's not in the book. You spent yesterday and today trying to convince me of that. You haven't found a single fucking verse that agrees with you, not even one.
So are only Israelites allowed to partake in the meal?
Partaking in
Passover.
food, partaking
Passover.
in the laws of the land doesn't make you part of the people group. It doesn't mean that you're now a Jew. It doesn't mean that you're now free.
It does.
It does not.
If
You have to follow it. You don't get to. You have to,
Can you
Keith.
pause it?
It's not fucking optional.
That's the thing I'm asking about. Jackie, is he right? Is the caller right about what he's saying there and Justin's wrong? Does anyone know?
What's he saying?
Do you want to replay it, RP?
Well, I'm like out of the room at the moment, so
Partaking in
Passover.
food,
you can
partaking
Passover.
in the laws of the land doesn't make you part of the people group. It doesn't mean that you're now a Jew. It doesn't mean that you're now free.
It does.
It does not.
bad.
You have to follow it. You don't get to. You have to, Keith. It's not fucking optional. If you live in that land, you must follow the laws of the land. There's one law for both the native-born Hebrew and the foreigners. You don't get to choose to follow the law. You have to. So everybody living in the land is following that law. That didn't make all the foreigners Jews.
Did the slave partake in the meal?
Yes, because
Passover.
everybody did. The
No.
command was for all of Israel, all of them.
Quick question.
So the Passover meal,
Quick question,
did you have to be
Keith.
circumcised in
Keith,
order to partake in the Passover meal?
Everybody did because it was a sacred rite that made you clean according to the law of Moses. You cannot partake in God's covenant meal or in God's celebratory meal unless you are already abiding by the laws of cleanliness.
Keith,
So
were
if you're
black
abiding by the laws
people?
of cleanliness,
Keith?
you're a Jew, right?
Keith,
No.
no. Keith, were black people forced to go to? Were black people forced to go to church when they were slaves?
That has nothing to do with.
Were black? I'm just going to ask the question again. Were black people, as slaves, forced to take part in Christianity?
Yeah.
Were there black people who came to the Americas and purchased their family as slaves to free them?
Yeah, and then there were black people who purchased slaves.
To free them, yes.
No, not to free them, to enslave them. Actually, the first African American who actually fought for the right to own a slave for a lifetime was, I believe, in the Virginias. It was an African American.
What was his name?
It's actually a whole documentary on this. One moment. Is it all right if you give me time to just look him up?
Sure. I see the research on the white supremacist sites is like buzzing.
Mhm.
Where is he at? Come on, where is it at? There you go.
We should
Ellison Jr.
do a public service billboard, campaign across the country, just reminding people to change their batteries and their smoke alarms to make call-in shows better.
Yeah, just for our call-in shows.
Yeah. It would bring the stress of the nation down by
Hi, welcome in. How old are you? Do you have any ceiling birds? And go.
Nice.
William Ellison
Jr. Born
unalive.
April 17.
William Ellison, the entire thing with William Ellison was about his estate going to his children or his wife.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, then what was the court case that William Ellison brought up to keep slaves for life?
One moment. I gotta put it up now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to find the case number. So, where's the case number?
The fun thing is we haven't even got to Exodus 21 yet, which is going to nuke his position.
Oh, yeah, true.
I'm actually going to have to. Is it all right if I
You can look it up and come back tomorrow. We're going to end on Exodus 21 because I got only a couple minutes left before I got to get to super chats. Exodus 21 says exactly the thing he doesn't want it to say.
Yeah.
When you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve for 6 years, but in the 7th he shall go out a free person without debt. So these are Hebrews, keep in mind. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, so these are children now of the Hebrew man, the wife and her children.
I agree. As a secular thinker is like a fucking powerhouse when it comes to these topics.
Mm-hmm.
And sorry, Robin, I can't control which colors have ceiling birds. It's just the luck of the draw. And unfortunately, there seems to be like a high percentage of people that like feel compelled to call into these shows, and it also overlaps with people that let their smoke alarm batteries die.
Mm-hmm.
But there's an interesting psychological study in there.
Shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. So the male Hebrews get to go out alone. Even if you give a wife to your male Hebrew temporary servant or temporary slave, the wife and the children remain permanent slaves of the...
Good night, Equinox. Hope you rest well.
I did.
Also, good night, Hizzle. And Equinox.
Hizzle's going to bed too. Good night, Hizzle.
Oh, nope. Hizzle's not going yet.
He doesn't?
Nope. Just saying good night to Equinox.
The owner, even though they're Hebrew.
I'm going to take it back.
So, Keith, you should consider the fact that these are bad talking points which is why you're literally the first person who's ever even attempted this talking point. I had the slave conversation.
Night, Robin.
With hundreds of people before you, and you're the only person ever that's ever attempted this bad talking point. And the reason why is because even Christian apologists know that this isn't a true talking point.
It's actually a true talking point. If
It's
you
not.
read it in context.
I have.
It is.
I have.
That's why I'm saying only people who were circumcised were able to partake in the sacred
It didn't
meal.
make them not slaves.
It did.
It didn't, because then there wouldn't be a single slave among the Israelites, not a single one. It doesn't make you not a slave.
It does not make. It makes you treat it what?
It doesn't
you're
make
saying,
you treat it anything. It makes you a slave that's been
so-
circumcised and cleaned according to the law. That's what it makes you.
That makes you a free man.
No, it fucking doesn't.
It does, my man.
No, it does not.
So then what's the purpose? So why would you want to be circumcised then?
To be clean.
You had to. It wasn't your choice. You didn't get to. You didn't choose to. You had to be circumcised. You're a slave. You don't get a choice. You don't get to choose.
So
Were Abraham's slaves freed when they were circumcised? Yes or no?
The Abraham slaves had a choice.
Were they circumcised?
They were not all of them. I don't know.
Show me that
I
in the
don't
passage.
Yeah, I don't care about any of that. I just want to know the ones that were
The
circumcised.
passage you're referencing is
I just-
17:14. It says
Keith.
if they choose not to be.
Keith, I just want to know the ones that were circumcised, were they freed?
If they wanted to leave, yeah, they could.
Show me that verse in the Bible.
Yeah, let's look at that.
That's the option. Could you walk away from the
No,
land?
show me that
Hold on.
verse.
No, you know the logic of that means that after this law, that Abraham would have zero slaves because the ones who were circumcised were freed and the ones who were not were cut off. Means get rid of them. So he wouldn't have any more slaves. They're
No,
either freed
because-
or kicked out.
Because a slave depended on his master for survival. That's why you have to understand slavery from a historical standpoint.
What?
The modern day
That's
standpoint.
crazy. No, they did not.
Hold on,
Yes,
hold on,
they do.
hold on. Time out, Keith. If they depended on their master for survival, then why the fuck would they leave in the year of Jubilee to their wherever?
Because they have something to go back home to.
So they don't
So then-
depend on them.
If they want, now remind you, there's laws in there that says, "Oh, I love my master. I'm going to pierce my ears." Why would you want to do
That's
that?
for Hebrews. I'm just asking you in the year
No,
of Jubilee.
I'm
In the
saying,
year
why
of
would
Jubilee,
they-
hold on. You said
why
that
would they want to do
slaves.
that?
You said that slaves depended on their master for survival, but you're also saying that in the year of Jubilee they were free. They got to leave
If they wanted to,
if they want. It doesn't say that.
it does.
It doesn't, Keith. We've
That's
been.
why that's why
Keith,
the-
stop talking. Just stop. We talked for like 2 hours yesterday or the day before, and we've talked for another like 45 minutes today, and you have not provided a single fucking reference that says if you circumcise your slave, then they get to go free. Not a single one. It contradicts what God actually says. God says that if you give a male Hebrew slave a wife, the wife and the children become permanent property of the master, not the slave. They don't get to go free. It says the same thing in verse 7 of the same chapter. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. So she's a permanent slave. Slaves that are born in the household, those are household slaves forever. Those are not temporary workers, whether you're Hebrew or not. Keith, you're not good at this. You're just not. And I've got to end the conversation because now it's time to read super chats and the conversation's already long in the teeth. Keith, I want you to come back tomorrow. I want you to come back tomorrow. I'll be live for quite a while. You can bring the same bad talking points. Just know that if you come back being more dishonest, saying the Bible says things that it doesn't, I'm going to publicly embarrass you and I'm going to make fun of you to your face. And then I'll probably find out who your family is eventually and show them this video so that you can embarrass your entire family as well.
Jesus.
So,
please do. I encourage you.
okay. So, Keith, have a good day and try again later, but come back with better talking points. I've never seen someone quite so dishonest.
Yeah.
The lengths that people go to try to justify slavery in the Bible is just
Right.
it's sickening.
Wild.
Yeah. But on an unrelated note, does anybody know any good free image editors that allow for like saving of transparencies?
Saving as transparent.
Photo P.
Can you say that again, Gretchen?
Photop.com. It's in browser. It's a Photoshop clone. It runs right through your browser.
Cool. I'm working on something for well, just something. All right. Well, we've got
It even
3.
has a remove background option in there. You can only
Eric, thanks. I
you
forgot
can only
about
use
GIMP.
it once. You can just do whole remove background, and then if you want to use it again, you just have to wait or watch an ad or something to get it again.
I'm gonna check out Photopea, and if it can't do what I need, then I'll just download and install GIMP. I used to use GIMP to make GIFs.
What are you trying to
do? Just save a transparent background.
Google has Snapseed. I don't know if it's free though.
Just
I thought it might
transparent
be.
background
I
of
think they have a
what?
free version
of a sprite layer. Like I'm layering elements together, and in order to layer these elements, I need to make the background transparent so that it's not just white going on white.
Oh, or Union. There's an app called Union that can do that. It should be free.
You know what I use mostly? I use a cracked version of Photoshop. But it's from a long time ago. I think it's like Photoshop 5.
That is a long time ago.
It probably still gets the job done though. And Jackie, I think I used
there are
to
a couple
throw the
things.
GIFs up on PhotoBucket, if I'm remembering correctly.
I had a PhotoBucket.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does get the job done. There are a couple things that it predates, like animations but they'll still do it. You gotta do it the hard way, that's all.
How's this John Cohen clip sound?
Good. I'm not going to say no to John Cohen.
Sure.
But though was how you said that harm means hurting other people, and we shouldn't harm other people because it hurts them. So why shouldn't we hurt people?
So it sounds to me like the conversation is now just tracking towards a moral argument, which Sean pulled out a few minutes ago.
Oh, I remember.
Essentially, there is no ultimate intrinsic reason, right? Why? Unless you have a goal, and your goal is that you personally don't like to see harm in others. And the fact that most human beings do have that goal, most human beings have an aversion to seeing harm in others for a couple of reasons. First of all, we have mirror neurons, and when we see other human beings experiencing pain, we kind of experience it a bit ourselves. That's how our brains work. It's adaptive. We know that this happens. On a societal level, we have strong instincts to make groups that work. And we know that if we don't make groups that work, again, a bit like not reality testing, our own survival is going to be put at risk. And so if you are completely indifferent to the suffering of others, you're going to find it harder to survive in a collective where that's demanded of you, right? It's that we human cultures are and societies are based on
doing this thing where he's like showing off. He's doing like show and tell around his room. And like, I don't get it. Like, what is your point? Like, are you listening? Are you just proud of your room?
Who?
The caller.
Yeah, the caller.
You can't see what he's doing.
No.
He's got his camera. He's walking around his bedroom while John's talking, almost like he's not even listening. He's walking around his room and showing like things that are hanging on his walls, and then like making gestures at the camera.
Oh.
like nodding and smiling or whatever. And like, I don't get it. I don't understand like why he's doing this.
It's obnoxious.
It's like rude. What'd you say, RP?
I said it's obnoxious.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like, I won't kill you, you don't kill me, I won't eat your kids, you don't eat my kids. I'll watch the outside of the cave while you sleep, you can watch it while I sleep. We all have a social contract and it works. If you're completely indifferent to the suffering of others, your own survival is going to be impacted too. So there are strong reasons why we should care about the suffering of others from a purely pragmatic point of view. I'm not appealing to some kind of transcendental perfect notion of morality that exists in some way. I don't think such a thing does exist.
Right. And I think that only pushes the question back further, because if you say that we shouldn't harm people so that we should survive, that still begs the question as to why should we survive at all.
Yeah, but but essentially what I'm saying is there isn't an answer to that question. You're asking a question and assuming an entitlement to an answer. I don't think that ultimately there is a why. I don't think that ultimately we should do anything. We do.
Right.
You know, we all woke up in this. It's like waking up in the Matrix in a sense. And we all just appeared here, as far as we're concerned, from our perspective. It's just one day you became conscious, and you're now just traveling through life.
But if you take the Mormon view, we chose to be here, right, Gretchen?
Yeah, that's true.
We pursue actions which are likely to bring about the goals that we are inclined towards. That's it. That's the answer. There is nothing more.
And that remains the case even if a God exists, because if a God exists, you have to subjectively care about what that God's rules are. So, for example, let's say there is an ultimate creator, all-powerful creator of the universe, and that God says torturing babies is moral. I'm not going to consider that moral because I think God said so is an arbitrary thing. But to me, the well-being...
Gotcha.
Oh, okay.
Just wondered if you dozed off.
Nope.
All good.
Of babies and other thinking creatures is not arbitrary. So it's still a subjective value judgment whether you value rules given by a deity or you don't value them. I happen to not value them. If Yahweh, Thor, Shiva, it doesn't matter which God, I don't care what deity it is, I'm going to care about the well-being of others. I'm not going to care about being told what to do by that deity. So for divine command theorists, they also have subjective morality. They subjectively care about being told what to do and deferring to the subjective moral assessments of whatever deity they believe exists.
Okay, so I don't think that commandments by God are merely because he thinks so. I think that what we should do is dictated on the nature of God rather than the opinions of God, if that makes sense.
Okay, so if it's in God's nature to torture babies, would you consider torturing babies to be moral?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's just...
Whoa.
Holy shit.
Yeah, he just totally bit that bullet right off.
Yeah, I did not expect that. Like that was so fast too.
Yeah,
so
fast.
Yep. You didn't even like ponder it. He's just like, yeah, oh yeah, fuck yeah, I'll torture those babies.
Fuck those babies. He's CEO. He's looking for a promotion at the baby face factory.
Yeah, damn.
Disgusting. And you subjectively care more about following God's nature than you care about the well-being of babies, and that's your values. So my values, I care about the well-being of babies more than I care about the nature of whatever deity happens to exist, if the deity exists.
I would also argue that with such a framework, you don't actually have morals. What you're describing are not morals. You don't have them anymore. You've outsourced the morals to someone else to worry about and replaced them simply with obedience. And you pretend you have morals, or you describe them as morals, but they're not morals. There's nothing moral about saying anything that my boss wants to do, I like, no matter what. It's the Nuremberg defense. It's what the Nazis said in their trials. I was just following orders. That's what you do. That isn't morals. It's a moral vacuum, and you fill the moral vacuum with obsequious obedience. That's it. I don't find that aspirational. And I would offer you, the suggestion to have a think about whether you want that for yourself. It doesn't make a great human being to completely surrender your ethical intuitions at the door. You're a smart guy. You've got bark on the wall. You should know better. Like, think about it. You can do better than that.
Well, so far I've heard a lot of assertions like that belief is disgusting and that you ought to do better. And I'm curious, like, why do you believe that it's disgusting? That if God's nature was to murder babies, that I would have to believe in that?
Yeah, it's disgusting because you don't have any. You're showing that you're surrendering your compassion for fellow human beings, and you're calling it good, but it isn't good. Sean asked
why should we be compassionate for other human beings?
Sean didn't just ask you if you do it. He asked you if it was good. He asked you if God said it was good to torture babies, would it be good? And you said yes, right? You don't know what good means anymore at this point. You're not using the word as a description for something. You're just using it for a label you arbitrarily put on the actions of another because you're obedient, because you're basically become a mental slave. And you brought this round to, well, why should we be good? I've already explained this to you. In a universal sense, there is no should about it, but we're entitled to react to your complete lack of compassion and your complete lack of care and concern for other human beings because it's offensive. I find it offensive if somebody says they don't care about the well-being of other people. That's offensive to me. You're perfectly entitled to hold that view. I'm not claiming that my view is better than yours in any metaphysical sense or even in an intrinsic sense. I just think that it makes you a horrible person. That's my view. You're entitled to disagree. I'm sure your mother thinks you're charming, but I think it's disgusting.
If you'll notice throughout the course of this discussion, I've been asking the same form of a particular question in different content, and that is, why should we do anything at all? And so far, your response has been no reason.
No, the response wasn't no reason. The response was it depends on what your goal is. And if your goal is, I don't care what happens to anyone, if that is genuinely your goal, then there is no should. Then you should rape, kill, murder, do whatever you want. That's the should that follows from your goal. If your goal is obsequiously follow the Christian God, if your goal is I'm going to just follow the Christian God, then you should support slavery. You should support child murder. You should support women being answerable to men. You should support the death penalty for gay people. You should support innocent people being stoned to death. These are all the things you should support if you're going to base all your values on the Christian God. I don't believe in those things. I don't base my values on the Christian God. I haven't made myself a mental slave. I am motivated by something more than obsequious obedience, which is a genuine concern for others. That's my concern. You have just aptly demonstrated that you have no such concern, and instead, all you want to be is a God slave. Fine. At least we all know who you are and what you're about.
Okay, I wasn't tracking much of what you said there because it was kind of long-winded, but I want to highlight something that you said.
Didn't even listen.
Earlier.
He just said he didn't.
Everyone else, by the way, everyone else tracked it just fine, by the way.
We just have different subjective moral principles, yourself included. The difference is yours can lead you to becoming ISIS. Mine cannot. You cannot be. We're humanists. We care about our values are the well-being of others. Your values are being told what to do. So if God told you to commit atrocities just like ISIS, you would do it, right?
Okay, I remember what I.
Now that Ivy's pointed it out, it's really bothering me. Like who paints their ceiling a color, but then the wall's white?
Yeah,
like that feels super unhinged. Like everyone knows it's color on the walls and white for the ceiling. Like what are we doing?
True. I think. I don't know. I'm not an interior decorator. But I would go on.
So is that a yes or no to my question?
Can you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
Yeah. So if God told you to commit atrocities, ISIS type of atrocities, would you do it?
Well, if God told me to do them, they wouldn't be atrocities.
Okay. So that's a yes, right?
That's a yes. Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Yes.
So and so there's no paradigm under humanism, and I'm a humanist, where I would commit ISIS types of atrocities, irrespective of what you decide to label them. What's that? Because I genuinely, so I value
why?
the well-being of
wouldn't you just
others
go
in the
around
same
killing
way
and
you
murdering
value
people?
being told what to do by a deity. So
Why
we
do you
both
value
subjectively
why do you value others?
Oh, because I have mirror neurons on my brain that cause me to cause empathy. Why do you value being told what to do by a deity?
Oh, so it's subjective then.
Yes, exactly. Why do you value being told what to do? Why do you value?
Again, that's why I cannot. That's why I'm not an atheist.
The question's not going away. The question's not going away. Why do you value being told what to do by a deity? To the point to where you would actually like light people on fire, cut them in half, do whatever. Why do you value being told what to do by a deity that much that you would do those things to human beings?
What I'm about to say is going to answer your question. But I wanted to highlight something that John said earlier, which is that I'm using the word good subjectively. I don't have an object for the word good. Well, as I described earlier,
that wasn't what I said. Actually, that actually wasn't what I said. So you can answer Sean's question, and then I will elaborate on what I said because you're misframing it.
Yeah. Okay. Why do you value being told what to do by a deity so much that you're willing to do awful things? What do you mean by awful? I mean violent, grotesque things.
That's the whole point. Because I can't answer your question if you don't elaborate what awful is. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so if a god told you to cut a person in half, would you do it? Yes or no?
Depends if it's awful. What is awful?
If a god told you to cut a person in half and didn't tell you why, just told you to do it, would you do it? Yes or no?
It depends.
I didn't use the word awful. I didn't use what does it depend on?
It depends if it's awful or not.
No,
Which
hang
again,
on a
what is
second.
awful?
Hang on a second. No. I can't let you do this. Now you're shifting and changing. Earlier you said that you ground morality in God, and anything God says is good because he's the definition of good. So you don't get to now say it depends if it's awful. That's bollocks. I'm not having you do that. That's a complete change of position. So are you being sincere? Because you're either changing like
sincere.
Well, then
He's
explain
posing a hypothetical
then
question.
Then
So
explain how you've changed your position so dramatically from I would do anything God says because it's good to it depends if it's awful.
Explain how I've changed my position.
Because earlier on you said when Sean said if God told you to do something, would it be good? You said yes, and now when he said if God told you to do something, you said it would depend if it was awful.
I didn't say no. I didn't say no.
You said
you're being evasive. You're lying.
Yeah. Hang on a second. You've revealed yourself to be extremely shifty here. So I was going to give you credit before for at least being consistent in how horrible your position is, but you're now adopting a horrible position and also not being consistent, which means that your position is both horrible and inconsistent. It's a massive.
Have I been inconsistent?
Because earlier on you defined good as being anything God says, and now when Sean asked you,
not what I said at all.
It was.
God's nature. If it's in God's nature to tell you to cut a person in half, if it's in God's nature to tell you to cut a person in half, in fact, he wouldn't tell you that unless it was in his nature. So that's still an entailment of my original question. So God tells you cut a person in half. He wouldn't do that if it wasn't his nature. You said whatever's in his nature is good, so it wouldn't, by definition, be awful. So if God's nature is, and he ordered you to cut a person in half, would you do it? Yes or no?
If it was God's nature, yes, but it isn't.
Okay.
Oh man.
All right. So now I think now that we've been dancing little ballet pirouettes around
and
the
I just want to clarify,
topic.
John. I'm not trying to be like cocky or facetious in any way. This is my personality. I'm just goofy.
You're
I'm not trying to be like
it comes natural.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
It's not a brag.
He's obnoxious.
I mean, he's been like sitting up there, like trying to mew on John the entire time. He's constantly touching his jawline, like rubbing his chin, like
opening his eyes wide and
raising
his eyebrows, like he's thinking of something super deep.
Just obnoxious behavior.
Formative bullshit. Sorry.
Yeah.
come off that way, but
well, you do slightly, and also you come off as having a really, really horrible ethical sense, and we're going to demonstrate it right now. So first of all, I want to just clarify the thing you said earlier was that I was not saying that your use of the word good was subjective. That's a total misunderstanding of my position.
Maybe you're right.
I think everybody's use of the word good is subjective. That's literally what good means. It's a subjective thing. It's a subjective opinion. You can't hammer it down unless you've got a standard that you're measuring it by, and the adoption of that standard is always going to be subjective. So good is always subjective. What I was saying is that when I use the word good, I'm using it as a descriptive term. which means that I understand what the word good means as an adjective. I can apply it in lots of different contexts. And then if you ask me, do I think God is good? I look at God and I say, do God's qualities match up with the definition of good that I use in every other context? And if it does, I say yes. And if it doesn't, I say no. That's how we use language. That's how we use good as a descriptor. What you do is you don't use it as a descriptor when you talk about God. You use it as a label. And the label removes all the actual semantic content from the word good, meaning kind, charitable, sensitive, all the things that you might put in the word cloud around good, right? All of those things are removed. And instead you just use the word good as a label. And that's how you're able to label God as good, despite the fact that the Bible God commands so many horrific things. So now we're going to demonstrate that in front of our audience. So was it good when God said that gay people should be killed?
Where did God say gay people should be killed?
In the book of Leviticus.
Not read the book.
Show me.
Sure, I'll show you right now. It's quite well known. It's Leviticus 20:13. I'll put it on the screen. You can see it right here.
And I'll pull out my good old OSB here in a second.
Sure, I'll just read it to you. It's pretty straightforward. If a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination, they shall be put to death. Their blood guilt is upon them. So this is the death penalty for men loving other men. So was God good when he suggested this?
Wait, who was speaking there?
This is God delivering the law through Moses onto the Israelite people. This is God's law delivered to Israel through Moses.
That's Moses speaking?
Yes, peppered
on behalf of God.
Peppered. No. This is a stupid argument. This is peppered liberally with "So saith the Lord," and the Lord is your God. And if your argument is that all of these laws were delivered by Moses, but against God's will, then you're going to be cooked even worse than you're being cooked already. Because I'm going to show you that that's not the case. Is that your position?
Sir, I'm not. Like, you can prove me wrong all you want. I really don't care. But at the end of the day, you can't prove that that's God speaking right there. It's Moses writing that.
Right.
You know?
Okay. So your position, your response to this verse is that Moses was freelancing and going against God's will. That's your position?
I'm sorry. Repeat that.
Is your position seems to be that Moses is freelancing and going against God's will in delivering that law. Is that your position?
Not at all.
But you said it's not God's law, it's not God's words, it's Moses.
Never said that either. Never said it wasn't God's words.
Look, stop.
What are you trying to say then?
Yeah, stop.
He's trying to gaslight.
Stop being slippery. You are. I showed you. You're not being logical.
It was not God's words. I only said that it was Moses' words. That's completely logical. I don't understand why you're using a snake as someone being facetious.
No, you are because it's taken as understood. It's taken as understood that Moses is God's spokesman on earth. Now, if you debate that, you don't think he was, but you still believe in the Bible God, then that implies that you think that Moses was acting without God's permission in delivering these commandments. Is that your position or not?
It's not my position that God was acting. I mean, that Moses was acting without God's permission. That is not my position.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you now. Okay, do you think that God was right and good to command the death penalty for being gay?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So again, this is the part of the conversation where we demonstrate what a horrible person your ethics make you, because we're going to show all the things that you approve of. So you approve of the death penalty for gay people. Okay. Another thing that God said was that men in battle are entitled to seize women that they like the look of and take them back to their house and trap them in their house for 4 weeks, or keep them in their house for 4 weeks, and then force them to have sex. So, do you think that is a good law?
I think that's an assertion that you're making, that it's disgusting.
It is an assertion I'm making. You're absolutely correct. Well done.
Okay.
So next.
To you?
So this is just a demonstration. This is just a demonstration. This is just a part of the conversation where we demonstrate all the delightful things that you like as a result of your inability to have a moral sense. So in Deuteronomy 21, God gives male Israelites the right to force the female captors of war back to their house, give them 4 weeks to mourn their families, who the men have probably just killed, because it's in their spoils of war, right? It's after having been victorious in battle. And then the men get to have sex with them. Is that right also? That's another commandment delivered from God to Israel via Moses. Is that another?
Pregnant.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just about securing your seed line, your bloodline.
thing that you think is good?
For the sake of argument, sure, why not?
Sure.
Yes.
And then the final one I'm going to give you, just so that we nail the coffin firmly shut, never to be opened again, is everybody's favorite. You must have read Numbers 31, right?
Oh, wait, actually, no, I'm sorry. No.
Oh, Numbers 31 is an absolute doozy. So basically, God, through Moses, commands the Israelites to go and commit a genocide on the Midianite people. And they do this. But Moses finds out that they didn't quite finish the job, that they left a few of the women and children alive. And Moses is very angry about this. So he sends them back to finish the genocide properly and kill all the remaining males. The young children, the boys must all be put to the death. But the women and girls must be sorted into virgins and not virgins. Anyone who was not a virgin is to be killed, and all the virgins get given to the soldiers to keep for themselves. And presumably you also think that soldiers raping young girls in the wake of war, of a massacre, is also good, correct?
Well, I think you're going to find my answer pretty disgusting, but yes.
Yeah, there you go. Well, that is as conclusive a demonstration as we would ever dream of where your moral sense gets you. These objective morals that you were so busily appealing to earlier in the conversation make you a rape apologist, a genocide apologist, a paedophilia apologist, and somebody who wants to kill gay people. Fantastic. I can't think of a better demonstration. So I'll thank you so much for calling us up to demonstrate this. And, feel free to call back again. Thank you so much. That's fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. Halloumi cheese. Perfect. I mean, I get accused sometimes of paying people to call the show. I swear on my child's life, that is something I would never, ever, ever do, because I have such a rich choice of real monsters, people like that who call in for real. He was for real, people. That's what this cult does to people. That's what this type of thinking does to people. He came in making a philosophical moral argument and ended up defending the rape of children. I rest my case. That's it. I rest my case. Wow. Who needs a shower? I need a shower. That was...
And as I always say, one, perceived revelation away from being ISIS. Literally. This is what religion does to people.
And people wonder why we do this. But I feel genuinely grateful to him for...
The links still go to, argue that, excuse me, their God is like the ultimate authority for any sort of moral claim. It's like you can always hear the cognitive dissonance working, like, in turbo mode in real time. Oh. Now I need to grab myself some coffee or something, because I am just not waking up today. Or drank an energy drink, and it seems to not really be having the effect I need. So should I throw something on while I run upstairs to the kitchen, or do you guys have something you'd like to discuss? Anyone? Did I disconnect? You guys still there? Okay. Well, in case I am still alive. Oh, there you are, Gretchen. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here. Mm-hmm.
Did you hear me about coffee?
If I hear you do what?
Did you hear me about grabbing coffee?
Yeah, I did.
All right, cool. Should I just let this Planet Peterson clip play?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, cool.
I do not believe in Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, no.
Can I ask why?
Because I don't believe in magic.
Magic, what makes you think Christianity, or specifically Christianity, is magic?
Because that's what miracles and all that, and supernaturalism and all that stuff is.
So how can we come from nothing?
I don't think that we do, but you do. So let me ask you the question. How can we come from nothing?
How can we come from nothing? Well, God created us.
Okay. I asked how, not what.
Well, in the Bible, it took God 7 days to create the earth. So this is how.
I didn't ask you how long it took what to do it. I asked how. How did something come from nothing?
Well, God has always existed.
I didn't ask you if something, so we're not talking about God. So I definitely didn't ask you how long the thing we're not talking about has existed for. So once again, this will be probably the last time I ask a question, but how does something come from nothing?
Something come from nothing. You explain to me then. How does something come from nothing?
I don't believe that. I certainly can't explain it to you. I don't believe in it, and I don't think it's possible.
Okay, then explain to me.
Okay. So what I want to know is, why did you ask me how can something come from nothing? In the sort of, you said that in kind of the pejorative sense, like, oh, I know what's wrong with you. You think that something can come from nothing. I don't believe that, but you do, and you can't even explain it.
Well,
so I'm really confused about the hypocrisy. Is this what it means in the Bible when it says, woe you Pharisees, woe you hypocrites?
I thought you don't believe in the Bible, so why are you using the Bible as a counterpoint?
The Bible definitely exists. I have 3 of them.
Okay, I thought you're not Christian. I thought you're not religious. I thought you were an atheist or agnostic or something like that.
You are correct. But how embarrassing would it be for me to claim that something I don't even know anything about is definitely false and I can't even back it up? That would be really embarrassing. So anyways, why did you ask me how can something come from nothing?
Because something can't come from nothing.
But that's what you believe.
Yeah, something can't come from nothing. Therefore, we have a creator. How do you think the universe was created and all this stuff?
Maybe I'm not hearing you correctly. Are you saying something cannot come from nothing, or that it can?
It's always existed. It can.
Okay, well then it doesn't come from nothing. Well, like things that don't exist don't do things. So the universe can't come from nothing. So that's what I believe. But you guys do believe that.
Well, okay. I mean, everyone's entitled to their own belief, but I'm just telling you, Jesus Christ loves you. He's your Lord and Savior, and I really hope you convert to Christianity.
That's what I think.
Don't have to do that because he loves me. It wouldn't matter.
Yeah, man, that's for you to find out. I mean,
does he love me unconditionally?
Jesus Christ does love you unconditionally.
Well, then I have nothing to worry about.
So you told me you have 3 Bibles. So did you used to be a Christian?
Yeah, I was raised Christian.
So how did you convert into agnosticism?
I just thought about it. I realized, so you don't believe in multiple other religions, do you?
No.
And is the reason for that largely because what? Zeus banged some mortal woman and throws lightning bolts down from heaven? That's a completely stupid idea. Why would anybody believe that? Is that like kind of like in most cases, that's kind of the thought process you had? Like what? Well, that's childish and stupid.
That's mythology.
I didn't ask you any questions about Christianity. I asked you a question about other religions. Did you say to yourself intuitively, wow, all these stories about like magical things happening are really stupid? Like you didn't give it really a second thought at all. You just heard like, what? No. That's all I'm asking. If that's kind of the thought process you used.
Well, how is that considered magic?
Zeus magically conjuring up. Oh, sorry, I used the word magic. Zeus conjuring up. Yeah, so is Harry Potter, but it's a book about magic. So Zeus conjuring up electricity and throwing it down at people. That's magic. You don't think that that's magic?
Well, that is considered magic, yes.
Okay, so I'm just asking you, when you hear all these mythological stories about supernatural creatures, do you say to yourself, yeah, this is really dumb. We don't have any evidence that magical things like that happen ever, and so I'm not even going to give this a second thought. I can just dismiss it outright.
Yes, I agree with.
Okay, I did the same thing with your religion because your religion is exactly like those.
Mhm. I mean, you're entitled to your own belief, but I believe in that Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior. And
yeah, I know you believe in magic and magical events and random things that are identical to a whole bunch of other religions that you think are false, but you don't feel that way about Christianity. I do feel that way about your religion. So when you ask me, well, how did you become a non-believer or whatever, I just applied what I already thought about all the other mythologies and what you think about all of them. I just used it and applied it to Christianity, and I realized, oh yeah, there's nothing special here.
have you ever read you said you have 3 Bibles. Have you ever read it cover to cover?
Nope, not the entire thing.
Not the entire thing. So you got a pretty good idea about it, you think?
I mean more than the average person, because the average person, the average Christian can't even tell you what the 4 Gospels are. So, I learned a long time ago to never, ever, ever overestimate the average person.
So you believe in evolution?
Yes, I'm aware of the overwhelming amount of scientific evidence.
You understand God created Adam and Eve, correct?
Your magical book says that, but there's no evidence that that's true. All the evidence is contrary to that. All of it.
Okay, explain it to me then.
Sure. When mommy and daddy love each other very much and they make a baby, that baby has mommy and daddy's DNA in it, right?
Okay, yes.
Okay, so when things reproduce, they pass on DNA, right?
Yes.
So you can tell if something's related to something else by how much DNA it shares, right?
Yes.
All right. All life on the planet shares DNA. That is scientific evidence, proof positive that all life is related. And when you study the nitty-gritty of that evidence, of that genetic evidence, it not only demonstrates that we're all related, but it demonstrates we're all related in exactly the way the theory of evolution predicted. These certain organisms would share the most genes. These organisms would share some, but less than these, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I can go into the details on that if you want, but that's just trying to get kind of broad. Yeah, go ahead.
If you believe in evolution and everything, do you believe we came from fish?
One of the ancestors of all vertebrates is a fish, but it's not the case that one day fish gave birth to people.
Yeah, you see, it's just illogical to think that we came from fish. We obviously
too bad I have all of the evidence that that's the case.
Yeah, I don't think we came from a fish, dude.
Well, if we came from fish, we'd have to share genes with them, right?
Yeah, and we don't have
gills, we do.
we?
I said genes. And yeah, you do have gill arches when you're an embryo. They just turn into other structures in a predictable way.
Mm-hmm.
So your jawbone, this right here, your mandible or whatever, that comes from a specific gill arch. The bones of your inner ear come from a different gill arch. I think your Adam's apple comes from a different gill arch, and you can trace where those are in other fishes, and you can see how they get modified in us.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we have, so evolution it's what we call descent with modification. So it modifies pre-existing structures. So here, let me see if I can I show you this on the screen? Yeah, you see that right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are gill arches right there as an example. So that thing on the left, that doesn't really look like you. It doesn't look like me either. But we do, that is what you look like early on in your embryological development.
Okay, I just realized that I completely skipped supper because I spent most of the evening before my nap watching RP Jr. So I'm frying up some eggs. That should give me a little more pep in my step. But has there been anything noteworthy?
This caller's just doing the normal creationist hits. He's
What was the
anti-evolution.
contradiction.
Yeah.
Well, what was the contradiction that he?
No,
he
he's
got
doing
stuck
the
on?
what?
Well, the title is "It Took Him 28 Seconds to Contradict Himself."
Oh, I don't know. I just got back too. I had been outside. I just came back in the middle of the clip.
Oh, okay.
I'm just talking about what I heard in the last minute.
All right, cool. Well, then I guess I'll let it ride.
Sorry, bud.
And so, oh, sorry. And if you compare that to like a shark or something like that, we look extremely similar to them at that same phase. They have these gill arches as well. I can try to show you this picture. Why is this on Facebook? I just want the image. Oh, I clicked on open link, not image. So like, yeah, there's an example, but I mean, I have so many more examples. That's just kind of a, proof of concept sort of thing.
Okay, and the prompt says the Big Bang is a fact, but isn't the Big Bang basically a theory?
Yeah, it has been proven scientifically.
It has been proven scientifically.
Yeah, that's what that's what scientific theories are. Words mean different things according to the context in which they're used. A scientific theory is the model that describes huge amounts of proven scientific facts. So you're not a flat earther, are you?
No.
Okay, so you don't believe in the Bible. But anyways, the idea that the Earth is not flat, well, that doesn't really have a name, I guess. But do you think the Earth orbits the sun?
Yes.
Yeah. So you really don't believe in the Bible. But anyways, that's called heliocentric theory. Now you think that theory is a fact. You don't think it's just a theory because you know how much scientific work and evidence and all kinds of stuff went into us figuring out that the Earth orbits the sun. Same thing with atoms. They exist. I know it. You know it. It's called atomic theory. It's an idea that goes back thousands of years, but the modern version of it is only a couple hundred years old. And the really modern version of it is only about 100 years old.
Okay. So the point I'm trying to get at is that I really would like you to read more into the Bible and understand how these things, work. I know you're saying it's magic and everything.
What
but,
things?
You should have a little faith.
Okay, tell me how something in the Bible works. Oh, if I should just have more faith, then that means I don't understand it at all. I just believe it. But anyways, tell me how something in the Bible works. Go ahead.
Okay, so how something works in the Bible?
Yeah, that's
your question, correct?
Yeah, it's what you told me I should do. Well, obviously you've done it. So tell me how something in the Bible works. Like, tell me how God created the earth.
Okay, so how God created the earth? Well, basically, He created the earth.
Yeah, that's what I asked.
Yeah, God created the earth. I mean, what is there really more to clarify?
Well, I said how, and you're telling me what. I didn't ask what created the earth.
God works in mysterious ways, man.
I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you how He does the how mysteriously. I was asking for how He created the earth.
Well, God created the earth because He's almighty. So
I didn't ask you what the properties of God are.
God,
I didn't ask you what the properties of God are. I asked you how He created the earth.
Can you hear me?
Okay, then how did space create the earth?
No, I asked you how God did it.
Okay, well, God created the earth by creating it.
Okay, so you said I should read the Bible so I can understand how these things work? You don't understand how any of your own beliefs work. Are you?
Man, I'm just telling you to have some faith, man.
I know. Do you know what faith is?
Yeah, faith. You have faith. You're having faith in something.
Faith is when faith.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Very well said.
I mean, do I really have to clarify what faith means? I mean, you look like a pretty smart guy, dude.
I know what faith is. I just, you don't seem to really be very, what's the word? Introspective. I don't think you've thought about what you believe at all, like even for 5 seconds, because you keep this whole thing started with you being like, yeah, watch me absolutely nuke this atheist with a truth bomb. Did you know atheists think something can come from nothing? That's why atheism is so stupid. Turns out I don't believe that, but you do believe that.
I don't think I said that. I think you're putting some words in my mouth.
Yeah, I didn't. Right. So this is literally recorded, so people are going to know that I wasn't verbatim quoting.
Hey, Nick, dude, did you get your mic switched out?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, then there was I was having like really bad echo, and then there was like two of me on stage. Is that I assume that you sorted that out?
I think I got it sorted.
Okay. Sorry, then I'm good to go then.
All right, cool. All right. Yeah, my eggs are just about done, so I'll let the clip play out. There's only about 60 seconds.
You went to cook. I'm sorry. I thought you said you already did that.
No. They're currently frying.
Gotcha.
Yep. So
I was just trying to ask you a question though about have you ever heard of the Talk Origins website?
No, but hold that thought, because I need
No,
to
it's
go
fine.
get my
We can talk
eggs
about it
before
some
they
other
burn.
time, but I just go ahead and do your thing.
But that's what you're saying when you say those things. That's what you're implying. But it turns out that's actually what you believe. And then you say, you later on went on to say, well, the problem with atheists is that they don't understand what the Bible says. So I asked you to tell me one thing, explain one thing in the Bible, and you can't do it. So
I mean, you told me you have a Bible, so I don't really think I need to clarify.
You're guilty of all of the things you accuse people of doing. Get a free book, 2 free audiobooks, and ad-free videos by becoming a Patreon member.
No, it's not
It's
a bad
crazy
talking point.
that you think lopping your penis off is going to make you a Hebrew that's allowed to be freed from slavery.
No, you're kind of strawmanning him, man. So let me clarify if you don't mind.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page. I'm going to catch everybody up. So you had a crazy theory yesterday, or whenever we talked, that as long as a foreign slave became an Israelite, they could be freed.
Correct.
That's not in the Bible. I still can't believe that he didn't connect. All right, well, we'll move on to Keith. I thought I actually just talked to Keith like earlier this week, so this should be a lot of fun. Welcome back, Keith.
Hey, my man. How you doing, guys?
Doing good. Keith, I assume you came back because you read something between our last conversation and now, and you came to prove me wrong.
Well, no, not read something. I was trying to go back up yesterday, but your what do you call that? Your mod didn't.
Oh, looks like I had autoplay on it. Went into the clip that we already watched earlier. That's funny.
Oh.
Okay, let me go back so I can remove that from our playlist of queued videos.
Yeah, let me see here.
Oh, looks like it was never added. Or was it? Huh, okay.
I got something to show you real quick.
Yeah, sure.
It'll only take a second.
Okay. Just a slow night. It's that midweek hump. The true feeling of hump day.
Oops. Hold on. Private.
Looks like we
No,
actually have something that will be entertaining. Gretchen, do you see?
Gretchen?
Gretchen? You there? All right. Well, we'll go ahead and bring the guests on stage. Hey, Jill. How are you doing tonight?
Hey. Looks like Gretchen fell asleep in your echo chamber.
Yeah, and I gotta get off here in a minute anyways. RP, we can talk about the Dark Origins thing another night.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Well, you guys have a good night. I'll be back on tomorrow night.
Sounds good.
All right. See you guys.
Well, Jill, what brings you up tonight? I hope it's
Yeah,
not
I was
to
just
advocate for the abuse of children again.
No. I still need your names and numbers, by the way, because I will be reporting all of you. But I was just listening earlier.
You're reporting us for what exactly?
For
you're going to
well,
file
we
a
have to
false
go back to
police
that
report?
conversation.
You
I don't
want to
remember.
break the law by filing a false police report. Got it.
Okay, well then you can file a police report about my false police report. Then. But I was listening.
Yeah. What exactly?
In,
what exactly did I commit that
you were advocating for children to be taught by adults, strangers?
Yeah, to be educated by teachers, by licensed
butt
professionals.
plugs and dildos.
Yeah, we never talked about butt plugs or dildos.
Well, that's what you were advocating for.
Not at all.
Oh well, maybe I was mistaken then.
You were incredibly mistaken.
Yeah, perhaps.
I grant you weren't able to track the conversation.
Yeah, so
it's a pretty difficult topic for people that don't understand comprehensive sex education. Yeah, it's a disgusting. It's a disgusting
let me show you the picture of the
idea to
person
give
who was
children the
advocating.
vocabulary in order to advocate for themselves.
This is his picture right here.
They're not stuck in a cycle of abuse.
That's his picture. That's the principal of a school in California who
Okay,
was advocating
I
for
don't
that.
care.
So.
I don't
So I'm not
care.
just making that up. That's his picture. I'll get his name for you
Okay.
if you need his name.
Do you want me to put
But I
a
have
bunch
his
of pictures of all the priests and preachers that have molested children? All the youth pastors have been arrested.
So, but the reason why I came up is because I was
Yeah.
listening
You want to
earlier.
move right past that, don't you?
What's that?
You want to move past all the youth pastors, all the priests, all the preachers.
Oh
that
yeah,
molested children.
they're going to hell too.
All you have is a
They're all going to
principal
hell
who's
with you.
advocating for giving more information.
You're all
to
going
people.
to hell. So we put them in the same place where we put you. But anyway,
Yeah. Why
as
exactly am I going to hell?
What's that?
What's my sin?
The same as theirs, supporting it. The Bible says if you support evil, you're
So
just as guilty.
thought crimes.
You're
Got it.
just as guilty as those who are doing the deeds. The
Yeah,
evil,
because
like this
words
guy.
are so evil. Ooh,
Yeah.
evil words. Ooh, so spooky.
Yeah,
so scary.
that's wicked. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Jill,
So
every
you
single
would be
time
just as
you've
guilty.
come up here, you haven't even given us a single.
So it's not
reason to
necessarily
believe in
a
a
thought
God in the
crime
first place.
because you're actually going and supporting
I
and
have
pulling
a
the
thought
lever
experiment for
and
you.
voting for
Okay.
this.
Hey,
So it's
Jill,
not really
I
a
have
thought
I have
crime
a
at
thought
that point.
experiment for you.
Once
Okay.
you vote for people who support policies
Jill,
like this,
Jill, chill out. I have
like
I have
this
a thought
guy.
experiment for you. Are you able to engage in it? It's a simple yes or no.
What's that?
I have a thought experiment for you. Are you able to engage in it?
Well, I was trying to explain why I came on. You asked me why I came on. Can I answer that question first?
Go ahead.
Okay. So also just a quick criticism.
No. You said that you were going to
Oh,
explain
okay.
why
So
you
I
came
came
on.
on
So
because
go ahead.
I heard someone or the guy you was listening to say that Christians often say you don't understand the Bible. I think that's partially true, but most of it is willful ignorance. Most of it is just
not
trying to use standards that are not used when you're reading anything else.
Yeah. You're claiming to be a
dishonest-
mind reader. You can magically read the minds of everyone who reads and disagrees with the
truth
Bible.
when it comes to
Can
the
you
Bible,
demonstrate? Can you demonstrate that it's
So,
it's
just
willful
wanted to
ignorance?
chime in on
Can
that.
you demonstrate that
It's not
willful
necessarily
ignorance?
ignorance.
Can you
Most of it
demonstrate
is
that
willful,
it's willful
willful
ignorance?
ignorance.
Can you demonstrate that? Yeah, you can't.
If you
you're
ask
just
the
wholly
question
unable
while
to even
I'm
track.
talking, then I can't hear you. So that's just obvious common sense.
That
So
sounds like a
if you want to
personal
have a
issue.
conversation and actually engage, then allow me to
Conversations
speak,
involve
and
back and
then
forth
then
all
ask
the
your
time,
question
Jill.
so that
You
I
can
can hear your
cry
question and
all you
respond
want
to it.
about it, but your
Otherwise,
inability
this
to
will
be able
just be
to
the
track
case.
while
We'll
talking at
just
the
be
same
going back and
time
forth,
is a
over-talking
personal
each other
issue. It's not
all
my
night.
issue.
So you
It's
already
my
know that you're
platform. I
cowards.
can
You don't
talk
want to
whenever
engage Christians.
I want.
So
Jill,
that's
just
why
because
when a
you
Christian
have
comes
some
on
sort
your
of
panel,
mental
you take
capacity,
off
some sort of
your
deficit
discussion.
that doesn't allow you to
You
talk
take
and
off the
hear at the
table
same
what you're
time, it's not
discussing
my
because you
problem.
really don't want to engage. That's why
I'm absolutely trying to
you're
engage,
still an
but
atheist to
you're
this
unable
day
to track
because you didn't
for
engage
some
with your
reason
parents
your
on these
ears
issues
shut
either.
off when your mouth is
Your
yapping.
parents either didn't want to
Sounds like
engage
a
with
design
you, or
flaw.
you didn't want
Hey,
to engage
if
with your
God's design
parents.
is so perfect,
So
why are you unable to hear when
that's
you
why you're
talk?
biblically illiterate to this day.
Jill, if God's design is so perfect, why are you unable to hear when you're talking? Seems like a major design flaw.
Illiteracy is the disease of atheism.
Yeah, you're not even responding to anything I'm saying.
Well, I can't hear what you're saying because you're over talking while I'm talking.
Jill,
If you're
let's
talking
go.
while I'm talking, I
Jill,
can't hear your
Jill.
question.
Yeah.
or concern.
I get
So,
it. You have an
too
inability
bad.
to hear. So, anyways, let's go to the thought experiment I was talking about earlier. So, Jill, let's say that like I'm going to give you two propositions, and you got to tell me which proposition is more likely to be true. Okay? Easy enough.
Who owns the lib? Jill. You like that one, right?
Jill, you weren't even talking then, and I asked you a question. It seems like you're
Well, when
just
you're asking
wholly
a question
unable
and
to
I'm
track at
talking, I
all.
can't hear what you're saying.
No,
So
Jill, you weren't even
you have
talking
to
there,
shut
so
up and
that's
allow
a
me to
blunder.
speak, and then
Jill,
ask your question so that I
Jill.
can hear what
I
you're
asked you a
saying.
very simple question when you weren't
No,
even
but I
saying a
can't hear
single
your
word.
question if you're over talking constantly.
No, Jill, you weren't even
When I have
talking
a
at that point.
conversation
So
with a
it sounds
Christian,
like whether
learn how to
you are
have a
talking or you're
conversation
not
with
talking,
anyone.
you are wholly
Learn how to
unable
be a
to
human
track.
being
So, Jill, I'm going to need you to
instead of whatever
chill the
God
fuck
made you.
out and open up your ears. Okay, so your mouth is officially closed. It means you should be listening right now. So I'm going to propose a thought experiment, okay? It's going to consist of me giving you two propositions, and you need to tell me which proposition is more likely. Are you able to handle that?
Which proposition is more likely?
Yes.
According to scripture, according to what?
No, just according to logic.
According to logic. Whose logic?
There is no whose logic. Logic is
There is no
foundational.
whose logic?
No, logic is objective. It's not subjective.
Oh, okay. Who's according to whose ethics and whose morals?
There's no ethics coming up in this proposition. Do you think all propositions include some sort of ethical framework or ethical dealing?
Yes, undergirding, yes.
So tell me what the undergirding ethics of the proposition 1 + 1 = 2 is. Go on.
Dealing with
What's the
abstract.
ethical question of 1 + 1 = 2?
Not
Go
with
ahead.
abstract out the things. Like
Yeah.
math.
So you're unable to demonstrate any sort of ethical
mathematics.
underpinning to the fact that 1 + 1 = 2.
That's why I chose
So that's
math.
going to be blunder number 2 on your part tonight.
Good.
So
That's
let's go
why I chose
ahead. Let's go
math
ahead and get to the
as-
propositions that have nothing to do with ethics, Jill.
That's why I chose
So
math.
the first
as-
proposition.
That's what I wanted to teach because it doesn't involve.
You're terrible at math because you're unable to understand that propositions don't
formal
need to
deductive
have
logic
ethical underpinning.
undergirding that.
Now, Jill,
morality.
Jill,
Inductive logic,
before you embarrass
you have
yourself any
abductive
further,
logic,
let's
symbolic
get
logic
Jill,
is not
Jill,
included. Symbolic
Jill,
or mathematical logic is not
Jill,
included.
we're talking about the rules of valid inference, okay?
Just FYI,
like
that's
P
just the
equals
Christian
P,
worldview.
P
That's
does
just
not
the
equal
Christian
NP.
worldview,
There is
okay?
only P or NP.
But now your
the three
worldview
classical
may
laws
try
of
to lump
logic.
them all in.
Now, Jill, I
just
know
as
you're
one, as one and
terrified
the
of the
same.
thought experiment because
Christian
you
worldview does
always
not
get
lump
clowned
them
on whenever it comes to logic.
Okay, and then you
But
have Boolean
I need you to put your
logic as
big boy
well.
pants on.
Which
All right,
logic
go
are you
ahead.
referring
Go ahead and put your brown pants on so that the class can't see when you piss yourself.
What language of
But
logic
Jill,
are you
Jill,
referring
I
to?
need you to
just
close
gave
your
you
mouth
6
and get ready for the thought experiment. Are you
know the
able to do
6
that?
types
Are
of
you able to
logic?
buck up? Come on, big boy, let's buck the fuck
different
up.
types of systems of logic or reasoning? Liberal?
Jill.
You didn't know that, did you?
Let's get to
You didn't
the
know that, did you,
thought
liberal?
experiment. Jill.
Are you talking about deductive
I
logic or
already
inductive logic? Are you talking about abductive logic or symbolic? You're talking about symbolic
Jill,
logic, which is different from the
let's
first
get to
three.
the
It's
thought
in a different
experiment, okay?
category.
Jill, you are just
All right,
fucking just
did you
trying
know
to
that?
sprint away from this. All right,
Did
Jill.
you know that?
So, Jill, here's the thought experiment, okay?
Okay.
The two
So
propositions.
what
First
type of logic?
proposition.
You didn't answer
Jill, the
question.
first
What type of logic?
proposition, Jill, listen, the first proposition
You didn't
is
answer the
I
question.
have
I
ice
asked you
cream
what type
in
of
my
logic.
freezer. Jill, can you repeat back to me what
Are
the
we
first
using
proposition
inductive
was?
reasoning?
Jill, can you repeat back to me what
No, I
the
can't
first
because you were
proposition
talking
was?
while I was speaking, so
Well,
I didn't hear a
because you're
word that you
unable
said.
to track.
I
I
asked you a
understand
simple
you have
question. What type
fundamental
of logic?
tracking failures. You need to,
All right, this is just
take your
going to be the
shoes
case all
off,
night. If this is what you consider to be
carve
good
some little
content,
tread into your
then
shoes
go
so you
right
get a
ahead.
little traction,
But
okay?
apparently,
So
you're
I'll
going to
go
lose.
ahead and
I
repeat
would
the
have
proposition to
been
you,
left this
okay,
channel and
Jill?
went to a channel
Jill,
where
you're
the
going to get
discussion is
3
being
strikes,
held,
okay? I'm
not
going to
just
repeat
someone
the
over
proposition.
talking all
I'm going to
night.
repeat the proposition. I
So if
need
this is
you
what
to
you think is
repeat it
good
back to
content,
me.
you
The
go.
proposition number 1 is
Looks
I
like you're
have ice
losing
cream in
viewers,
my
buddy.
freezer. Can you repeat back to me what the proposition is?
Perfect. That was actually my plan for you to lose viewers because no one should be watching this garbage.
All right, that's going to be strike number 1.
No one should be
Okay,
watching this
here goes
garbage.
try number 2. Jill, the first proposition
Oh,
is I have ice cream in my freezer.
How
Can you
about
repeat
Trump,
back to
man?
me?
Trump is a
Can you
great
repeat back
president.
to
He's the
me
greatest
what the
president of
first
all time.
proposition is?
What are you doing, RP?
All right, that's going to be strike number 2. Jill, this is going to be try number 3. You get
What's
this
that?
wrong, you're out, okay? The first
Okay.
proposition is I have ice cream in my
What's that? I
freezer.
didn't hear that.
Can you
Repeat that again?
repeat back to me what the first proposition
I didn't
is?
hear what you said. I'm sorry. I didn't hear anything you said. What was that?
Okay, the first proposition is I have ice cream in my freezer. Can you repeat back to me what the first proposition
I
is?
just wanted to come in and correct you guys on that, okay?
Yeah, okay. Goodbye. That was strike number 3. Not dealing with that. What's good, Jay?
Yo, what up, man? Talk about fucking bizarre. How's everybody?
Doing good. Now that we got rid of Jill. Gave him 3 chances and he could not help himself. He never can. I seem to think he has some sort of like impulse control issues.
I dig it. I don't know, man. I think motherfuckers make a lot more about that dude than necessary, and I think he eats it up. You know what I'm saying? I think once he sees you get triggered, that motivates.
No, I'm not triggered. I'm fine.
Not triggered like that, but you know, like he see like if you give
it's
any
just
feedback, it's a wrap with him. You know?
yeah,
Can't
it's
entertain him.
just fun to mash his face into the ground.
Yeah, man. That's, you know, at a certain point in time, it's like, man, I don't even want to talk. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just like, man, no more work. It's, you know what I'm saying? I just get mad. Like, a dude like that, he does it on purpose. Like, if it's not a sincere conversation, that's when like, it could get intense. Don't get me wrong. We could go laugh, blah, 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 you, whatever. As long as it's sincere, you know what I'm saying? As long as I could talk to you, you could talk to me. It's no rhetorical games happening.
Right, that's why I appreciate you, Jay. We're actually able to have some sort of conversation.
Yeah,
you can actually track like if we're talking at the same time.
Yeah, for sure. It's hard to do sometimes, you know. It's volume, the sound, you know what I mean? If you honestly didn't hear, honestly didn't hear, you know, you ask, okay, you clarify, oh, I didn't hear that part, you know, that's all it is. But when it becomes rhetorical, now it's not a conversation. Now it's verbal warfare every time.
Mm-hmm.
Not me. I'm good.
Hey, sorry, I thought I had dropped earlier, but I was like, geez, RP, kick him. What are you waiting for? I was doing my back seat.
I mean, probably was.
I gave him 3 strikes.
You did. You were being fair. I appreciate that.
Like there can be no claim of running because I tried to get him to engage, but he can't even engage in a very simple thought experiment.
I don't know why. Like that. Like it just makes you look.
He's terrible.
Pathetic.
He's terrible he's terrified. He's terrified of engaging any sort of logical discussion.
Yeah, he thinks he can. All he wants to do is come up here and say and just he just wants to burn the house down, and that's all he's going to do. He's just going to come up here and say anything he can to. Nothing's going to be in good faith. Nothing's going to, You know, he's not. He's just going to be a demonstration for how awful of a human being he is.
Oh, he's a perfect demonstration that the fruits of the spirit are rotten to its core.
Yeah, he is. He's a horribly toxic human being, and I mean, most people see that. Like, you know, he just from the way he talks to people, you know, the way he you know, he doesn't engage in good faith. He thinks like, you know, no one can see him or something, or he doesn't give a shit if anyone disagrees with him, he doesn't give a shit. But nobody agrees with him except for his tiny little cult, and he can't help but project. He's the one in a tiny little cult, and he projects that onto us.
Yep.
Yeah,
But
you know,
the science books ain't gonna change in his favor, guaranteed that.
But we're good. We've already dealt with him. He already got his 3 strikes for the night, so we can move on.
Sure.
Hey, nobody. I've been saving a very specific Monkey Boy clip for you. Let me throw it on the screen.
Now I got a second wind.
Would love for you to join up and react to it. Here it is. The title is Darth Tries Coaching Precepts, Ends Up Exposing Precept to Disguised Atheists.
I saw this. This is good. Nice pick.
So if that sounds fun, feel free to jump up here.
I'll watch this one and then I'll head to bed.
I've got coffee in my hand now. Got some food on my plate. Definitely gonna be pepping up.
Yeah, I need
some
your
eggs already.
I need to make some coffee, man. An egg sandwich.
That's almost exactly what I have, Jay. I've got coffee and then just like fried eggs.
Yeah, that's a good choice. Shit. Omelet or something, you know.
I just scrambled them, but
put some.
Yeah, I have a whole bunch of extra bacon lard. I fried up a whole pack of bacon earlier this week, and we made some homemade mac and cheese. And I always like to save the bacon lard and use it as a substitute for butter, or I'm like, frying eggs or something like that.
That's perfect.
Hey, nobody.
I don't do shit like that. I need some. Makes it taste better.
Yo, what up?
Yo, what up? What up? It's goody. I'm about to go make some coffee. Be right back.
Always a good idea for more coffee. So you just barely missed Jill being unable to engage. I was trying to get him to finally.
I listened to I don't know. I think I was away from my computer, but then I came back and he was saying that there's some type of undergirding ethical thing happening with any proposition.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay, dude, yeah. This is is this worse than the worst precept? Is that what I just saw? I don't know what that means. Pure imaginating.
We got to milk our low cow, every once in a while.
Yeah, I almost wanted to talk to him about that, but what's he gonna do? He's just gonna say his normal Jill shit and rage bait everyone.
Yeah,
he's gonna.
I was trying to go to bed
and then claim that he can't hear when he's talking.
Nothing. Everything is in bad faith. Everything's to like a petulant child that's not getting his way.
Yeah.
Just scream, cry, punch, kicks, and demand everybody else cater to you. Is it lagging or is it?
No, I don't think so. Give me when do you hear this, and I'll let you know when I hear you.
I heard it.
No, I was telling you to give me that test.
You were telling what?
Okay, next to I need you to say to me, when do you hear this?
Oh, okay. When do you hear this?
Now.
I meant the I see this the cursor spinning on the screen. I was just wondering.
No. That's just like an artifact of like being on time 0000.
Oh.
So like if I scrub forward 5 seconds, it's no longer giving the infinite buffering. But if I
that's what it was confusing me. I thought it was we were waiting for it to play, and it was just lagging. Sorry for the confusion.
No, you're good. You're good. All right. Well, then I guess we can just go ahead and dive in.
Sounds good.
Monkey Boy's YouTube channel is stance independently and intersubjectively the best YouTube channel, and I'm speaking from the heart.
For sure.
Hey, Darth Dawkins. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Oh, boy. Hanging out at the beach.
So why did you invite me up?
Yeah, prove God exists.
I didn't hear you.
He said prove God exists.
Well, why are you making that request?
Yo, what's up, Darth? What's up, man? It's been a long time.
I said, why are you insist that I prove God? Do you want me to falsify your God denialism or change your status of neutrality?
Neutrality.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's what we need to discuss right there. So
Yeah. So basically,
agnosticism.
what
All right. Look. If you're going to be rude, I'll just leave. I don't put up with this nonsense.
I was just answering the question. Sorry.
No, I get invited onto a lot of streams, and I'm not suggesting that you were deliberately trying to be rude, but I experience a lot of bad behavior, and I don't put up with it. I just leave. So even if you disagree with me, you're going to learn a lot. Okay. So we're going to discuss.
Is Jill just a Dawkins clone? Do they share the same
not
theology?
really.
Oh no, Jill is so much poorly equipped than this fucking guy.
Okay.
Yeah, Jill doesn't even like attempt to do any sort of philosophy or logical argumentation.
Yeah, what did he when I
copies the
finally
jerkiness.
well, yeah. When I finally was like when he finally responded to me when I said, why would I think that any God exists, let alone the Christian God, like that one's less likely or whatever. What did he wind up talking to me about, RP? It was I don't even remember.
Should have taught you that.
No. There was a time after that where I think he like maybe tried to do some type of like fine tuning or something.
I don't remember that, but one night when you were not here, when Git was up here, Git asked him for like a philosophical argument for God's existence, and he tried to run the moral argument.
Oh, right, of course. And he was trying to like maybe bottleneck into that tonight.
His rendering was simply, if objective morals exist, then God exists. Objective morals exist, therefore God exists.
Yeah, so it's the Apollo thing. Oh no, dude. Apollo only says that to people he's then trolling because like I don't even know how I feel about Apollo, but like yeah, that's fucking stupid. Like it's not entailed at all.
So of course, being a moral realist, I accept a P2, but I challenge the soundness of P1, and he was unable to like further motivate it at all. He just like instead ran away onto like the next pivot that had nothing to do with philosophy.
Well, but even if you like talk about like moral realism, I feel like when we say something like moral realism or objective moral facts exist, like now we're like maybe we're saying like two different things, because like I think that there are like like unavoidable or ineluctable or whatever like obligations as an agent, but I don't think that means that those obligations exist in some kind of like ontic way. And so like that argument just seems stupid as fuck to me, because like I'm not saying that morality like I don't think I'm saying morality exists. I'm thinking that I'm saying that there are true moral facts for us rational agents. that like if violated it, like maybe it makes a contradiction or something. But I don't think that I'm willing to say that, like, you know, it's just like the precept saying like logic exists and it does things.
Right.
And I'm just like, I don't know. Like depending on what we mean by exist, then we might agree.
Yeah, you and I have had this discussion before, and I feel like we're very similarly aligned. Like when I talk about existence, I usually prefer to like have some sort of physicality to that existence, because it feels weird to say like concepts exist. Like concepts like have a like, you know, an ontology, but like they don't necessarily have physicality. Like they're a thing, but like, you know, it's not like an object that you can reach out and grab and touch.
Yeah, or like a field.
Yeah.
Moral field. Yeah, it's just like, what are we talking about?
But man, this panel is stacked in this video. Like, look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people, and like, whose stream is this anyways? Like, this doesn't look like it's like Monkey Boy's stream.
So it's okay. So I actually watched this just today, and blew up at the top is Mason, and then Jordan has a master's in philosophy. The guy second from the bottom. And then right above him is Flenser, and Flenser's very funny. But I think that Mason, the blue dot, he really shines in this. This is really funny. And then like at some point, someone says like, "Wait, Mason or Blue, why do you know all these responses to tag?" And like almost like outing him for being like not LARPing, but like being this whole time. Cell. Yeah, this whole time Mason's like, a sleeper cell, or kind of like he's like devil's advocating from his own perspective to like pull out complaints about presuppositionalism from Dawkins. And so it's really funny. Like, this is actually really, especially Mason in this video is really funny.
Sweet. Well, wait, is Monkey Boy on the panel?
I don't know. Either someone else recorded it or Monkey Boy recorded it from the audience, or because like Darth would know Monkey Boy's voice.
Yeah, almost.
Yeah, this is what I
like
thought
a voice changer.
I haven't seen this.
Oh, let's dive back in.
It's like a day old, if that. So it makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's only a couple hours. Yeah, 9 hours old.
Yeah, they watched this today. It is.
I
funny.
did watch something Monkey Boy this morning. I thought it was this, but it didn't have a bunch of people on it, so couldn't have been.
Discuss the issue of neutrality toward God. Okay, and then after that, we can get onto the discussion as to the verification or falsification of God. So agnosticism is a self-identification. It's a self-representation. It does not settle the issue that someone is, in fact, neutral toward the existence of God. Okay, so we have that clear? So agnosticism is a self-identification, usually represented by saying, I don't know. Okay? Right. When we examine agnosticism, it turns out that the agnostics are not formally denying God, but they are informally denying God indirectly. So the refusal to acknowledge the necessity of God when speaking about the world constitutes an informal denial of God while invoking a self-representation of neutrality. So the self-representation is inconsistent with the actual indirect denial of God. Okay.
This is for a revelatory God, which is the only possible God.
No,
is that right?
no, we're not even. No, you could conceptualize a non-revelatory God, but so there is anyone who claims they're neutral toward the existence of God is typically uneducated on the matter. So everyone who refuses to acknowledge the necessity of God is either directly or indirectly denying God. So that makes every non-theist.
Is what he's saying.
What did you say?
So you can't be unconvinced as a position.
Yeah, he does this thing where he'll say that an atheist is directly denying God, and an agnostic person, or a person who's agnostic about God, is indirectly denying God. And I think he goes into what he means by that. To me, it just doesn't make sense. But
well, he said that the agnostic is rejecting the necessity of God or God's necessity.
No, I'm just not convinced.
Sure.
Sure. You can't
Not
reject
rejecting
something
anything.
that hasn't been, ruled in. Like, you don't need to rule out what hasn't been ruled in already. And so, like, in order to reject God's necessity, it would need to be substantiated. Like, you're just, taking the position of the null hypothesis at that point.
Well, and keep in mind, they're always going to have the fallback that's, I mean, like, just look at, like, Eli. Like, Eli's going to be, like, so sloppy about it, and he's going to say, yes, any logically coherent world requires God. And then you're just going to, like, are you joking? Like, there's no logically possible world without God, like, in the backdrop outside of the formal system, causing the formal system to make sense and not contradict itself, which the formal system would just be describing the states of affairs that can't contradict. So, like, they're not even really going to present like a contradiction in God not existing in a possible world. Instead, they're going to say, oh, well, you said possible world, and I think God is necessary for the possible world at all. And so then it's just like, well, now you're just refusing to talk to me. You're an idiot. I don't know what to do at that point, But like Dawkins typically won't do that. He doesn't really fall back too far like that in this exchange, but like he's always got that up his sleeve, like a precept is going to bottom out at design of world or something like that.
Mm.
An atheist. Okay.
In like
So
the
now,
local sense or the global sense?
No, it's global. Local atheism is terminology like positive and negative atheism that is sometimes used by certain philosophical wonks in their own the confines of their own treatises, but it's a ridiculous qualification. Okay, because they're actually operating in principle that neutrality toward God is a viable option. Okay, once you remove the idea,
Wait, it is though, isn't it?
Is what?
Neutrality towards God. Like
Well, didn't you hear what I just said?
Right, but I get that you can say like everything you do either refers to or doesn't refer to God, but that's a separate issue on whether you know it or not. Or there's like a
no. Knowledge.
Claim, like
Okay, so
claim there.
Okay, so are you aware epistemically that knowledge is a subcategory of belief states?
Yeah.
Okay, so knowledge is just a fine line between belief states. Okay, so we call things knowledge when they pass a line of demarcation, which may be different from individual to individual, but we call something knowledge if it passes a line of demarcation where one has greater warrant and justification for believing in a proposition rather than lesser. So the distinction between knowing and believing is really in most conversations it's trivial, it's unimportant. Okay?
You said it's dependent on justification. But
Well,
that's
rarely, no, because rarely will people have belief states for which they will not offer some level of warrant or justification. So in philosophy, they might refer to knowledge as JTB, justified true belief, but rarely are you going to find somebody both at a lay level or a professional level that says, I believe X is true, but I have no warrant and justification for that. It's very hard to find somebody who does that. Okay. So even belief states are considered to have, or should be considered to have warrant justification. It's just that when in philosophy, we want to emphasize justification that passes, in my view, that line of demarcation.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. So there is no defensible claim of neutrality toward God, although people persist in identifying as neutral toward God. Okay, so local atheism, for those of you who may not be familiar with, versus global atheism. Local atheism is the practice of denying one or more gods, but not universal.
What would he call somebody who's just unconvinced?
He's going to say you're indirectly denying God.
Okay.
I just came back. What's local atheism?
Local would be, I forget. They get into it, but I think it was like local atheism would be like, I'm not convinced. I think this is the distinction he makes is local atheism is like my doxastic state, my belief state, and universal atheism would be like like you're saying that it is not the case in the entire world that there's a God or something. I don't know. But so then the first one would be identical to agnosticism. Like it seems like a so he's making this distinction of indirectly denying God and directly denying God. And then he's going to say that even the atheist could be denying God in like a personal belief oriented way, or he could be denying God as a possibility, something like that. I'm not totally sure, but I think they go into it.
That and say there is no God or gods. But it's kind of ridiculous because then you're making every theist into an atheist, which is a contradiction in terms.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Only a local atheist, but not a global one.
No, well, if I was talking with some philosophical wonk, and I don't mean that insultively, like somebody, an academic, I could acquiesce momentarily, but it's really not good in the dialectic to talk about global versus local, because then what you're saying, every person who believes in a god or gods, right, would be classified as a local atheist. But then
you're just saying it's not useful dialectically.
No, it's a contradiction in terms. So a theist is an atheist?
Well, not in
A is a negation.
A theist is a local atheist in some concern. Yeah.
No. Unless somebody wants to do this ill-informed type of this nomenclature. Okay, so A in atheism modifies theos, not ism. Okay, it's the negation of theism.
Right. Yeah, that's fine. So can I give you an argument against your view?
Yeah, can you just give me 30 more seconds?
Yeah,
so to talk about local atheists just simply means you disbelieve in one or more gods. Okay, and that's true. That's true of everybody. It would be insane to say that I believe in gods that would constitute being mutually exclusive. Anyway, go ahead, sir.
Okay, here's my argument against your view.
Okay, so I just want to talk about your agnostic thing. Can I try to steel man you? Is that okay?
Wait a minute. Are you the one who said you're going to refute what I said?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so let me just try to steel man you. You tell me if I got you wrong. You want to say agnosticism, which is the belief that you're undecided about God, who is understood as a necessary entity, is impossible, not from formally, but informally or indirectly, right?
Yeah, agnosticism is the claim of neutrality, but the agnostic is not neutral because he indirectly denies God.
Right, and the reason for that is because the agnostic has to assert that it's possible that God, a necessary being, doesn't exist, right?
No. An agnostic is the agnostic position is to claim to suspend judgment. Okay.
Yeah.
But the agnostic hasn't suspended judgment. The agnostic has made a deliberate choice to reject the non-negotiable necessity of God.
Right, in virtue of the fact that they say it's possible that this necessary God.
Yeah, just simply stating as non-negotiable doesn't actually mean that it's non-negotiable. Like you have to demonstrate that.
Right. And this is why these strange, like I think they even talk about modal scopes later. And I think Darth even says like, well, I'm not talking about like, maybe like some type of like specific modality. I don't remember what he says, but when you deny the necessity of God, all you're denying is that in some scope, you can't have like these things or this group of things without him or whatever. But like, so whenever you say like the necessary, what did he say? It was necessary by not holding a position on it, you deny the, what did he say? You picked out a word.
Yeah, negotiable or non-negotiable.
Yeah, non-negotiable necessity. Okay, so if it's non-negotiable necessity, then it is a modal thing. And I'm pretty sure later in this, he's like, well, I'm not really talking about modal logic. And then he like says something about like how you could.
Talks all about modal logic.
Yeah, well, you're just necessarily saying something like at least modal in some sense. I use that word necessarily, like that was awkward, but like it's kind of like once you say that something is necessary, you're kind of like I don't know. I'm inclined to think that like you got to tell me in what scope is it necessary, like or for a purpose or something. But yeah, like they could just get into it more. But
Yeah, I backed it up just a couple of seconds to get the exact way he phrased it.
Because he indirectly denies God.
Right, and the reason
back it up a little more
is understood as a necessary entity is impossible, not from formally, but informally or indirectly, right?
Yeah, agnosticism is the claim of neutrality, but the agnostic is not neutral because he indirectly denies God.
Right, and the reason for that is because the agnostic has to assert that it's possible that God, a necessary being, doesn't exist, right?
No. An agnostic is the agnostic position is to claim to suspend judgment. Okay.
Yeah,
but the agnostic hasn't suspended judgment. The agnostic has made a deliberate choice to reject the non-negotiable necessity of God.
There it is, to reject the non-negotiable necessity of God.
right, but like, see, this is strange because now we're saying that like due to the person not having this belief state or picking one of a binary, that equates to denying that he would be necessary for some other thing besides his belief states or something. So he has to be saying that like even your belief states at all require God for some reason. But like, of course, like he would bite all those bullets. So like, I don't know.
Right, in virtue of the fact that they say it's possible that this necessary God does not exist, right?
No, the agnostic would say in effect, God is optional. But to say that God is optional is to deny his non-negotiable necessity.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, which is
it's just a yes. He said no, but yes. Like that was funny. That was very funny.
just to say that it's which is just to say that's possible that this necessary entity doesn't exist. If you say it's possible that a necessary doesn't exist, you're actually saying it doesn't exist. Same thing, right?
Well, upon analysis, to say
yeah, isn't that just reverse MOA?
Well, yeah. So like when you say something that must be necessary, well, I mean, I guess it would depend on how you put all these modal operators together. But if something was necessarily necessary, or however I'm supposed to say that, then that means that he's either necessary or impossible. And so that's kind of what that guy's touching on. And I don't know what Dawkins even said, but Dawkins is, it's weird. He's like saying the thing that I'm talking about. He's either necessary or impossible. But then when this guy tries to pin him down on that, he just keeps saying no, but yes. I'm really confused now because I watched this like a number of hours ago, and once Mason comes in, I was really paying attention. But this, like, the whole thing's funny apparently.
God is optional is to deny God, because the very concept of God is his necessity or the ground of being.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. So here's the problem. So the agnostic is merely saying it's epistemically possible God doesn't exist. You know what that means?
Yeah, but that's not going to fly. But continue.
Yeah. So to say something's epistemically possible means that P is possibly false or possible for all that I know. Now, the relevant part of God's necessity is not in epistemic. It's not epistemically necessary. That's silly. He's metaphysically necessary. And the agnostic is saying they're agnostic about him being metaphysically necessary or possibly unnecessary. So if you ask the agnostic, is it possible that God is not necessary metaphysically? They say, I'm agnostic. I don't know.
Okay. Well, the problem with that is you're not cognizant of the fact that epistemology and ontology are reciprocal. They depend upon each other. So if God is metaphysically necessary, then he would be necessary for epistemic conditions.
You said that epistemology and ontology are reciprocal and that they depend on each other, and I don't think I buy that.
Reciprocal,
right? That's like an awkward phrase to use to describe their relationship.
Like one might be necessary for the other, but what is? Am I just not remembering what reciprocal means? Inversely related. Yeah, I don't know about that, dude. What? That seems to imply some kind of like you can only have ontology with epistemology.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense. Or like some type of ontic status or whatever. Given in return.
I think this will get back into like the discussion we were having with like Kieran the other night. Like, you know, like things don't need to be observed to have like ontic statics.
Oh, yes, Eric in the chat. I just had that same thought. This is him being consistent with tag. That's what it is. Because it has to be a biconditional. God has to have epistemological content as the primary ontic being or something like that.
Got it. So it's just presupposing the
yeah, it's just tag. Like it's just tag with like a few sentences that weren't formal or whatever.
It's always tag. It's like the Scooby-Doo meme. Like, you know, they pull the mask off the monster. It's just tag.
but then tag, like you're like you pull the tag mask off and it's a design argument for the possible world. And you're just like, what is going on? Like, you need God for anything? Like, how am I supposed to talk to you, dude?
I should make that meme. I'm gonna work on that and put that in the Discord.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Just pick like a first argument, and pull off, go to tag, and then pull off tag and go to fine tuning, or like whatever that would be at the baseline of the world, right?
Because epistemology required. Okay, does one's theory of knowledge require an ontological framework?
Yeah, but that's irrelevant to the epistemic modality.
No. It's not irrelevant. Okay, can you have a viable epistemology with no ontological framework?
Of course not. There needs to be ontology for you to have a theory of knowledge.
So you can't just sit there and bifurcate epistemology from ontology. They depend upon each other.
Of course you can, based on what it means. Talk about
No, epistemology depends on ontology, but ontology does not depend on epistemology. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have an evaluation of knowledge until there's like a thing that can know stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, what? I don't even. Well, but again, he's being consistent. Like it's almost like he's got 15 years of consistency with tag.
He's done the Malcolm Gladwell 10,000 hours of tag, so like he's a professional or whatever term Gladwell uses when you hit that 10,000 hour mark.
Yeah, he's easily better at tag than I am at Counter-Strike, and I've been playing Counter-Strike for 20 years. So
everyone runs faster with a knife. What are you talking about?
I know a transcendental argument. That's what tag is, but I don't understand that argument really though. Like I still don't get it.
No one does. The more you look into it, the less sense it makes.
Yeah, like it's kind of like strange because for some reason it's like when I hear tag, it's the least engaged with notion that I hear. Like usually when a person kicks tag, like the argumenter doesn't want to continue it. Like, oh, you kicking tag, or I'm not even engaging you. It's never like, oh, tag is this. I'm ready to like argue the tag. Like it's like even the people that kick the tag argument sound confused. I don't know. It's hard for me to get that argument. I don't know what it's supposed to say. You know, what am I supposed to take from it?
Eric, I also started with Counter-Strike 1.6. I didn't get to play the mod of Half-Life when it was originally released by Sierra, but I was close. Yeah, tag is really dumb. And the first premise of like the dumbest formulation by Jay Dyer is like God is the necessary precondition for knowledge or logic or morality or just pick anything. And then premise 2 is just like that thing that he's necessary for exists. And then the conclusion is therefore God exists. That's why it's stupid and no one takes it seriously.
You and Eric have me beat by a year. I started in CS Source.
Source was dope though, dude. That's when I liked the Deagle. I still kind of like the Deagle, to be honest, but like I'm not as good.
Yeah, source is my God. But I don't know. I mean, that sounds to me like I don't know, like they don't even know what they're arguing then. Like,
Yes, they don't. Yes.
because they're just saying that anything that exists, they just applying God to it. You can't do that now. Like, did they at least give you? Did they at least give you a reason?
Nope.
Well, they try to say that like these preconditions for human knowledge like rationally exist. Oh god, I'm trying to remember like the best formalization I have in my head. Yeah, so
There's
like
never a good one.
preconditions for human knowledge exist. The preconditions like require a like immaterial foundation in order to like have intelligibility. Yeah, fuck. I'm not going to be able to pull.
Right,
it.
but what is
I just need
what
to,
is
like, save
intelligible?
one in my notes.
I could show you Eli's from when he debated Monkey Boy on Taco's channel.
Yeah, that could be fun.
It's really funny. It's like hilarious, and I have it all formalized and everything for him. Let's see. Yeah, he does say that it's modus ponens, but yeah, okay, I got it.
It's only two premises and a conclusion.
Yeah, it's really
how's that even tag then?
Well, a lot of tag is just a straight syllogism. But hold on, I'm moving shit around on my screen.
I feel like most tag arguments I've ran into are chain arguments with at least like 3 or 4 premises.
Okay, so here it is. Hold on, I moved shit around my monitors. There we go. Share window. There we go. Okay, so this is Eli's argument. I can't quite. Oh no, I'll be able to see it on my other screen. Okay, so all right, I'm not looking at the stream, so I can't see you guys when you talk. But so the argument's at the bottom, and he said it was modus ponens, but the second one is me saying like, no, I think there's like a necessity claim here because of I mean, it literally has the word necessary in the premise too. So like he said it was just modus ponens. It's not. It's got like, a little flavor to it.
Yeah, there's some modal operation going on.
So yeah, this is dumb as shit. And I like, Jay, do you see how dumb this is? Like I think you can see the text fine. I can't quite see the stream.
It's like small because I'm on the StreamYard thing. So as you know, it's like small. I got to put it full screen. Give me 1 second. Yeah, it's way bigger than that. All right. Immaterial universal variant concepts exist. Immaterial universal variant concepts means necessarily be grounded in an immaterial universal mind. Conclusion: immaterial universal invariant mind exists. It's like assumptions. You get what I'm saying? That's really
dumb as it's dumb as all fucking hell, dude. Like this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen because you have to agree that there are immaterial things. You have to agree that there's universal things. You have to agree that they are invariant and that concepts exist. Like this is dumb as shit. And then obviously it's valid.
Existence earlier, like I don't grant that concepts exist. Like they have some sort of ontology, but like it's not like any sort of physicality. So I wouldn't say they exist.
dude, and it was so funny because this is just wild as shit, and he was so frustrated with Monkey Boy. And then the debate ends with Eli saying, okay, so if I just make my own logic and God is an axiom in that logic, then or God exists as an axiom in that logic or something, then I just win the debate, right? And then Monkey Boy was just like, well, a formal system shouldn't like assume a proposition or won't assume a proposition. And then like Eli thought that he like conceded because he was technically like, if that were possible, if that would be a tautology in a system, then I guess. And Eli's just such a moron, dude. Holy shit. It was really funny. But yeah, this was his argument.
That's crazy.
So this is a formulation of tag that's really dumb. And so there you go. That's some tag.
Yeah. It makes it a little bit more understandable. Basically, it's all built upon an assumption. Like, I guess that's why people, because I hear a lot of people that usually are up for the arguments, you know, not want to argue them. The fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, these are the specialties or something. Like, I don't know. But
yeah, they're not. They're doing like rhetoric, and they just get angry. Say you're not allowed to know things as an atheist. It's just like completely dodging any type of like actual substance in a discussion.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I'm just doing some
that's what
behind the scenes stuff. Okay.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I try not to do. I mean, I always admit to you when I don't know something, I just tell you, man, I don't fucking know. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, if I'm prying somewhere I shouldn't, I'm also gonna tell you that. I'm not just gonna make the assumption. I'm gonna let you know, look, I'm wrong for this. Like, you know, the only true, honest answer, in my opinion, is the agnostic, the one in the middle, and that applies against me. Those words play against me. They still coming out my mouth though. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not an agnostic, right? So I'm a theist, I'm a believer. So that's me acknowledging that I know I'm technically wrong for doing it, but I can't fight the gut feeling, right? So it's like two different things at play. It's the knowledge of knowing that I know I'm overstepping, but it's like a faith, it's like a belief thing that I'm doing it for the right reason.
I don't know. With that amount of humility, do you really have faith? Like, you're stepping into the darkness, right? You're stepping into the dark, and you can't see because of the spotlight cuts off there or whatever. And that's fine. You're still only granting yourself like the spotlight area for sure. Like, I don't know. It just sounds like, you know, it's the same thing that I kind of do where I'm like, it'd be cool if other shit was real. But like,
but you don't lean towards it, right? Like in your eyes, that's not what's likely.
Well, I have reasons that I disagree with like people who call themselves physicalists, but it's not like, it doesn't really mean that much to me, you know, like,
yeah. No,
I see this possibility and it seems appealing, but I'm just kind of like, all right, like, could be, I don't know.
I mean, I don't feel that way. I feel like there is something, like, you know, again, I can't prove it. And I know I'm unjustified in running with it. I know how science works. So that doesn't fit that criteria. You said, yet still is that gut feeling, right? How do I circumvent that? Right? By just being me, by just experiencing, by just taking my good with my bad, my flaws with my pluses. You get what I'm saying? And I'm going to find out one way inevitably. So that's kind of my reasoning for that. But like, what do I believe? I believe there's something. I do believe there's something. Like, that's what I'm always going to lean more towards. You know, if you're asking me to place my bet 10 out of 10 times, I'm going to say, yes, there's a God or something beyond. Wholeheartedly on a lie detector test. That's what it's going to say. It's not going to say I'm lying in a lie detector test. You get what I'm saying? Like, I really feel this way. So it's not like if, or it would just be cool. I think this is happening. I just can't find it and prove it to you. You understand what I'm saying?
You know, grant that you believe that, because, like, you know, our beliefs happen to us. Like, we can't choose our beliefs. Like, you are convinced that this is the case.
Yes.
But you just simply haven't given us a reason to believe it.
Exactly. Nor do I have good reasons that I could put forward, right? That are good for objective, right? Objective, meaning like they're not good to you, but they're good to me, right? So that's not an objective good, right? Like it has to be good overall for everybody for it to be technically objectively good, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I mean by that. So it's good reasoning for me. That's what I mean when I say I do feel like I got good reasoning for the things I say. You get what I mean? Because I do feel like I got good reasoning, but that might not be good reasoning to you. You might just be like tripping. That's not good reasoning. Like you bugging. Like what are you talking about? And you wouldn't be wrong because science makes it so that you're not wrong. See, I can't argue you. I can't get mad at you or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because science backs you up. You see what I'm saying? So it's about knowing where to apply what it is you think, and not just run around making crazy, you know, like at least try to ground it in a way that it makes sense to you. You know what I'm saying? Which is what I try to do. And it does. Like I could sleep good at night with my my ideas. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like I'm lacking anywhere. I don't know. It feels just like this is life. It's concepts, ideas, you know what I'm saying? It's not that deep to me. But then you got people like earlier that'll be like, you definitely going to hell 100% sure. You're going to hell. You know, I don't understand shit like that. It just never
going
makes
to
sense.
hell for advocating for people to be more knowledgeable in certain subjects.
Yeah,
Such
like
a terrible thing. Oh no.
How dare they?
That's wild.
Yeah, hey, okay. How you tonight?
Yo,
Yeah,
what's
pretty
up,
good.
What up?
Yeah, hey all. Heard you guys were talking about tag, so I figured I'd pop in briefly.
Yeah, my favorite.
Yeah, I gotta go to bed soon, but actually, I've had a kind of an idea rolling around in my head for a few months now about tag. I wanted to run it by you guys. It's pretty half baked, so but I wanted to see what you guys thought about it. So as long as I don't want to be straw manning people who purport for presuppositional apologetics, or not tag. I'm sorry, presuppositional apologetics, but. So the main crux of it is basically that without God, we can't make sense of logic, morality, science, etc. Mainly, we can't make sense of logic because they want to cut us off at the D's. Basically, like you can't even argue coherently because you don't have God in your presuppositions, and that means you can't use your other presuppositions of accepting the laws of logic and all that other stuff. But evaluating and accepting a presupposition as true is an act of using logic, is it not? Because I have to say this statement is true. That's a logical function that I'm engaging in, right?
Mm-hmm. And especially if you're talking to a Christian who has to like rely on revelation or whatever.
Yeah.
If tag succeeds, then that means that you can prove God's existence.
Yeah, yeah.
And like revelation and faith, and they all suffer from this.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is that if it is the case that without God in my presuppositions, I can't even perform logical functions, like declaring, like evaluating a statement and declaring it true or false, then as an atheist, I am now stuck. I cannot evaluate presuppositions because in order to evaluate the presupposition that God exists, I have to use my faulty logic. So I am perpetually stuck in a cycle of never being able to justify the presupposition to get me into tag. And any tag advocate that used to be an atheist is there as well. They are simply lying to themselves, thinking they evaluated the presupposition that God exists and is the foundation for all knowledge and blah, blah, blah. But they really haven't because they can't do that. And you can take it a step further. You can take it a step further. Let's say that everybody's in that situation because nobody's born with presuppositions because you're a dumbass baby.
Yes, you're kind of
dumbass
baby. Well, yeah, you're
babies are stupid. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know. Are we using stupid as a synonym for ignorant?
Yes,
yeah.
I'm an unlettered American, so yes.
Because I tend to view stupidity as somebody who lacks the capacity to do X, Y, Z thing with respect to intellect, whereas you could be ignorant of a proposition and not be stupid, if that makes sense.
I was probably referencing more the subreddit kids are fucking stupid. But if you want to be really pedantic about it, kids or babies are incapable of performing these higher functions of logic and such, and therefore they don't have presuppositions. They don't have the presupposition that God exists. So they are unable also to not be able to evaluate further presuppositions and accept them as true. So
there are some things.
Basically, just to put a period on that, and I'll let you
of course
chat about it. Basically, tag ultimately is self-defeating in that sense.
Well, that's always the problem with a tag argument. The only issue, or any kind of presuppositional, belief. The problem is that we also presuppose things like the laws of logic.
Yeah, and that's totally fine. Yeah, that's totally fine. Like I'm totally fine with that. I'm totally fine with the presupposition part. But the fact that without God in my presuppositions, I am incapable of performing sound logical functions that I can trust means I am perpetually in a position where I cannot accept a God proposition because I am in that state. That's the flaw I point out in tag.
I see what you mean. So so it's like if you're incapable of doing mathematics, but you need to be able to do mathematics in order to justify the mathematics, then you can never justify the mathematics.
Yeah, and I'm not arguing against
precept. You can't reject logic without first accepting logic.
Yeah. So there you go. So like
it requires some sort of use of a not operator.
Yeah. So anyway, just something I was thinking of. I was like, is tag really like just self-defeating in that sense? Because any atheist is in that position, any tag advocate or a presuppositional apologetic advocate is in that position if they were an atheist. And if babies truly don't have presuppositions, which I think is the case, then literally everybody who's ever born is in that position. Like it is impossible to get into that.
Tag is self-defeating in like dozens of ways.
Yeah. But that's a really simple one that you can kind of wrap your head around. It's like, okay, I can't round reason and logic. Okay, I can't even evaluate whether a God is a true or the existence of God is true and accept that as a presupposition. I'm incapable of doing those things according to tag.
What? Hold on. In the chat. Hold on. So if tag is defeating, then all our precepts are not justified.
Yeah, I don't think
at Eric, then you cannot accept any proposition. If you disagree, then explain the exceptions. Come on, at nobody. Take this to the shed. Where the fuck is the shed? What are you talking about? I'm in the shed dicing it apart. What are you?
Yeah, I don't think Golden's tracking the conversation.
I'm in the shed and I've already chainsaw massacred it. What are you talking about?
But anyway,
yeah, I've never liked the tag argument. I just really don't like it. I understand its utility, but I've never, some arguments you're like, oh yeah, that you just have like an affinity for them for no particular reason. Tag has never gelled quite right with me, and the presuppers are just painfully annoying.
That's terrible.
Yeah. But what I'm getting at are there any problems with making these statements? Like, am I like completely off track here somewhere?
No. Yeah, I follow. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. So a presupper can like scream at me all day, and I'm just perpetually in a position of it being impossible for me to rationally evaluate that a God exists and accept it as true. It's impossible. I could do it, but they have to then say that I am improperly grounded or not grounded, or I don't have the proper prerequisites in place to make these logical statements, like all my other logical statements that I would attempt to make. Because the whole idea of tag is basically like, I'm going to shut you down and claim that you can't make logical statements because you don't have God in your presuppositions. And I'm like, okay, well, if that's the case, then I'm perpetually stuck there because now it's impossible for me to do the God thing.
Yeah, I mean, I just tend to
impossible to do the God thing and play by those rules. Both of those.
Yeah, I just.
Oh my god, the fucking chat again, dude. Yes, you are off track. You have no justification for any belief if you cannot also rationally weight the options for whether or not God. Dude,
Really?
whatever.
I can't. I can't hold up a pen and drop it 100 times and then say to myself, "Hey, you know what? If I drop this pen 101 times, it'll probably drop."
No,
Yeah,
now someone's gonna say Hume's problem of induction. Go ahead.
I
Like,
know.
you have no reason to think the past.
Well, that's fine. I just, I reject absolute certainty in anything. I'm highly confident my pen will drop, but I'm not absolutely certain my pen will drop. It might go up.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
the pen could magically turn into like a fig and then like float away or something
Yeah.
halfway down. Like
The pen could magically turn into a good argument for God.
If it turns into a fig, it doesn't need to be supernatural to float away, because wasps oftentimes will burrow themselves into figs, and that's why there's a non-zero chance that you'll eat a wasp if you ever eat a fig Newton.
We used to
exactly Jackie. Yes,
protein.
Exactly.
We had a type of parasitic wasp that did something similar on a plum tree in our back garden, and you half the plums on the tree in any given year, you'd bite into one of them and there'd be a nasty surprise inside. There'd be like a larva inside or something, which wasn't pleasant. I know, and which is a shame because it was a beautiful tree and it was prolific with the amount of fruit that it produced, but it just became like a game of like plum Russian roulette. You know?
Yeah, that's why I always soak any sort of naturally claimed fruit.
Golden Arm is actually really close to what I'm trying to what I'm saying here. He's like so close to getting it, but he's still trying to use it in a way that's like, no, I got to run tag on this guy. Like Golden Arm, tag sets up impossible scenario for anybody to accept God, is what I'm saying. Tag itself is self-defeating.
Yeah, it's worse than the ontological argument.
He's so close. That last statement of it, he's so close. If he can just get it out of his head that I need to convince Eric God exists and just look at what I'm saying, he's so close.
Golden Arm, this is telling, okay? Because you've never talked about tag before, at least with me around. And so the fact that I am shit talking tag, we're all shit talking tag, and then now all of a sudden you're running tag. Why are you doing that? You haven't been doing it before.
Maybe he's of the position of any argument for God is a good argument.
Yes, I know you don't do tag. That's what I just said. So stop trying to do it.
Hey, Golden,
no, you're
are there
supporting the conclusions of tag, dude? Stop.
I don't do tag, but here's a tag argument. That's basically what you're doing.
Hey, Golden, really quick, yes or no? Are there bad arguments for God that we should probably like dismantle and criticize? Like just
they're called tag.
Not that all arguments for God are bad, just that there are some bad arguments for God that we should like dismantle and criticize, right? Yes or no?
It's gonna be a no.
If it's a no, I'll
Well, yeah, I mean,
I will go to bed laughing.
But that seems self-evidently the case, right? You can like regardless of.
Okay.
Oh yes, okay.
Okay, cool. All right. So now, Golden, it's okay to say, hey, tag's a bad argument. I still believe in God. It's okay. We're probably on the same side here. If you don't run tag, that probably means you don't think it's a good argument. I know that doesn't likely follow, but like maybe.
I mean, I hope so.
Well,
subjective. What does that mean?
Subjective.
Golden Arm probably
hey, that fallacious argument. It's subjective whether it's a good argument or not. That's a subjective thing.
With respect to tag, it wouldn't surprise me if Golden Arm ran a tag argument at the end, said "You're it," So I think.
All right. So Golden Arm. That's fine. I don't think tag's a good argument either. We're the same in that respect. Like we're the same there. Tag is not a good argument. Don't get all upset just because I'm like criticizing tag. I'm not in this moment here in this conversation. I am not arguing against a God. I'm arguing against the tag argument.
Yeah, it's really bad.
It's
why we're laughing. It's why we're laughing at Darth Dawkins right now. Is this very argument?
Just a clown.
Yeah. But anywho, so yeah, so if it is the case that if it is the case that we are unable to rationally evaluate and adopt new presuppositions, then every atheist is stuck. Every presupper who was an atheist is lying to themselves. Every baby who's ever born is stuck. Tag is dead.
Those darn stupid babies.
I know. They're pretty fucking stupid.
I would agree up to a point. Like my kid's like 10 months and he's pretty fucking smart.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. I'm being an asshole, but of course, yeah.
Obviously, it's comparatively, you can say that one child is smarter than another, but all 10 months are. I mean, their way of interrogating the world en masse is just to pick shit up and put it in their mouth.
Yeah.
Even if it's
100%.
actual shit.
It's kind of like imagine like plotting these curves on a graph about over a person's life, how like at age 0, ignorance is maximal. Stupidity, I guess we can say, is minimal, because stupidity is like, okay, you know better, you should know better, or like you being stupid is taking information that is available to you and just like being a dumbass with it, not processing it right, and doing something stupid.
Yeah, like an infant baby hasn't been exposed enough to the world or has enough cognitive development to be able to express stupidity. It's just perfect ignorance.
So as this line progresses on this graph from age 0 to age 1, 2, 3, ignorance starts ticking down from maximum, stupidity starts ticking up, and then there's like this sweet spot age at like 6, 7, 8, where they kind of intersect.
6,
7.
Yeah. 6, 7. And that's where you get the kids are fucking stupid subreddit.
This just sounds like Eric's dumbed down version of standardized testing.
It kind of is, yeah. And then hopefully, as they get into like their early teens and stuff, like both lines are ignorance is going down, stupidity is going down. Yeah. Hopefully.
Do you know what? Like I think personally, for me, every single time I look back on like the person that I was, because I do think people are we're the same biological constructs, but I do think in a very real sense, because of the experience that we accrue, we are different people fundamentally with respect to like our personality and our knowledge. And I look back on who I was towards the end of my 20s, my early 30s, and that was like the sweets. I was young enough that I could still go out and play football, play rugby. I could take a few knocks. You didn't groan when you sat down, and also you'd accrued just enough life experience that you weren't a complete and total moron. And that seems
there's a theory out there, like cell regeneration, like every 7 years you become like literally physically a different person.
It's like the ship of Theseus, but for like your at a cellular level.
Different cells replace at a different rate. Like your liver replaces itself quite quickly. It's why the Chinese used to call the liver MAGA, because you can abuse it and it recovers. There are other.
But over the course of like 7 and 9 years or something, like every single cell in your body's been replaced.
Hey Golden, if there's a misunderstanding, that's fine. Maybe just so I can like succinctly summarize it, I was running an internal critique on tag. Let's put it that way. I was adopting the tag position to show that it self-defeats. But
I can't believe
anyway, I think it is mostly true. You get most of your cells replaced over certain cycles, like 7-10 year cycles.
Yes, I think some. I think some don't. Like your skin is the fastest replacing organ. But I think there are some. Not all.
It's not a literal thing, but yeah.
Yeah, there are some chunks of your brain that once you get beyond a certain point, they don't replace themselves.
Yeah, especially the microplastics. Microplastics and any metal bits you have in your body.
Well, I'm less concerned about the plastics themselves, like the actual it's the hormone infused plastics that I've always thought was the biggest issue. Things like the plastic milk jugs and stuff like that. You're like, what the fuck are they doing to us? Really, we're so susceptible to these like tiny deviations in hormones. But I do wonder like what kind of impact they're having.
Yeah. I grew up in Las Vegas, and that's near the Nevada nuclear test site. So I always had that in my mind growing up.
Well, yeah, there's interesting like that. There are some people that claim that the radiometric dating, because of all the nuclear testing that we've done,
It's getting thrown off.
Yeah, it gets it's massive. We can account for it somewhat, but it's being because we've just.
I wouldn't doubt that.
But it's all just a product of hubris, isn't it? You know, like we'll rip fossil fuels out of the ground and assume it's not going to be an issue. We drop nukes on the Bikini Atoll and just think, oh yeah, it'll be fine, no problem whatsoever.
Actually, it's more insidious than that. It's not that it'll be fine, no problem. They know there's going to be a fucking problem, but it's not going to be their problem.
Oh, because they're not going to, because the problem's only going to become
like it's just part of the boomers' curse against the world, you know?
Yeah. And there are definitely, so maybe it's not even hubris. Maybe it's just even simpler than that. Maybe it's just selfishness. Maybe that's what it is.
I think so.
Somebody's talking about Las Vegas in the chat. Ramesis.
I mean, Jason, you're more than welcome to jump up here.
Yeah, there's more stuff in Vegas than just the Sphere, but it depends on what your tastes are.
I kind of wish I had the financial freedom to have been able to move to Vegas, because I feel like my music career would have been able to launch a little more successfully.
Yeah, maybe. Vegas has got a bit of a underground music scene. I mean, The Killers started in Vegas and various others.
Do you think location with respect to music, with the advent of the internet and how people can self-publish and stuff, do you think it's less of an issue now with respect to geography, or do you think
it's still a big issue, because you still need to get shows and have like a local presence.
Yeah.
Like online presence doesn't like translate into like local availability in terms of like booking residencies and stuff like that. Like I run a subreddit community of over 14,000 users. I had a 100 episode internet radio show deal, and it still didn't really translate into too many local shows. I just had like a nice like online presence.
It does sound like you just have an unhealthy attraction, or you want your groupies to set it up. You can only do that at a live venue, right?
Yeah, maybe that was my issue. I wasn't like pursuing groupies because I was in like a happily committed relationship.
This idolization of like, where people like they don't just become fans, they become fanatics of a personality.
Mm-hmm.
I've never had that kind of like focus on a person. You could probably, I don't even think I'm fanatical about my wife, and she gets naked with me. So like, I don't, you know what I mean?
I didn't need that visual. Thank you.
Oh, what? Couples getting naked? Oh, the horror.
whatever. We'll need to shut that
down. On top of his head's already naked, so I guess it's not a stretch.
Oh, shots fired.
But it's more like the it's not necessarily like an appreciation of the art form. They have just it's kind of like this fanaticism is kind of like brainwashing, But they've done it to themselves.
Oh, Jason, you getting your technology figured out?
Anyway, that's all I came in for, just to drop that. But anyway, all right, I'm gonna head to bed. I got work in the morning.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks for
coming
coming.
Eric. Yeah, thanks for entertaining me. Bye.
Have a good one. Bye.
Also, Golden, you're clearly not listening. I said I'm not even fanatical with my wife, so I don't understand how people get fanatical with people that they don't really know. They just play the guitar really good. I can understand being a fan, but the fanatical part, this lunacy, where they'll just do anything to get close to them, I've never got that. It sounds nuts to me.
I'm kind of that way with my little boy. Like I'm his number one fan. Like that shit. Like the
Oh,
world,
my bad.
the world is all him in my eyes. Like as long as she's good, as long as
No,
everything's good,
Eric.
I could die, and as long as he lives, you know what I'm saying?
Give your quick Eric devotion, Jason. Maybe he'll hear it before he goes to bed.
It's the
Or not.
have you guys ever experienced?
Yeah, no, I just want to tell Eric I love him so much. Like, one of my when I was deconstructing like a while ago, Kenneth Leonard and Eric were like the two people that helped me deconstruct the most. So I just want to throw that out there.
That's cool.
Oh.
I'm kind of weird that like I wasn't really
You gotta
involved in
come
like
back
the
now,
online
Eric.
atheist scene when I was deconstructing. I kind of like deconstructed like completely raw dog like on my own.
Yeah, so some of the like for example, when Matt Dillahunty goes up on a stage and starts arguing about philosophy, for example, I kind of cringe because he does fuck it up on a fairly regular basis, and he's always claimed that he's not like a philosophy bro or anything like that. The bit where I really enjoyed Matt Dillahunty because he had this almost encyclopedic knowledge of the Bible. So, and that's where he really shone for me. And the same with Aaron Ra, like Aaron Ra, his philosophy game is dog shit, but when he's talking about cladistics, I'm fucking all in. He's one of the best with respect to communicating that.
Yeah, I would say Matt's strong suits are definitely the Bible and then analytic philosophy. But when it gets like beyond like the analytic like logical frame of philosophy, then like Matt's I wouldn't really say he's a layman, but he's not a professional.
Yeah, he's reasonably well read, but not a professional. But would I guess would be where I'd go. But that's no different. That's no different to me. Like
But his reasoning ability is unmatched.
I always liked he was actually like I say still is when it comes to his comedic approach. Like, when he did the monologue with like. So anyway, the human race has existed for 100,000 years, and it was, and he says things like "Oh my me" instead of "Oh my God." He had quite a good delivery. I forget where he did it, but that was it was like his opening at a debate or a show somewhere, and it was just how ridiculous that the human race like was scratching through the dirt for the best part of 200,000 years, and it was only in the last 2,000 where he decided that Jesus was going to show up. Like, what was the point of the other 198,000 years?
Yeah, fuck all those humans.
Mm-hmm.
Just completely unworthy. But should we dive back into this? We're only about 10 minutes into a 58 minute video.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Did I miss
I think you're supposed to put up the filter
when we're gonna do the other half of the J-Dub thing?
Oh no. Eric was only up here for a little bit. He hasn't even
I know.
been in chat all night.
I know. Did you talk about when we were going to do that?
No, but Eric accepted me on Discord, so I can correspond with him on that and see like what nights work best for him.
I'm just curious.
Is Dylan and Bacon and Bush in the Discord?
Yeah, I think they both are.
Okay, yeah,
Bacon definitely.
I'll try to correspond with them too to see like what night they might be available.
I'm just curious because I wanted to get my friend Sabra to.
Gretchen, have you got?
I definitely wanted to call into the line when Owen and Eric were there, but
This might be on my end, Gretchen, but just to check, have you got two lives going at the same time? I'm looking at my overhead on YouTube, and I've got one with 28 people watching and one with 4 people watching, but it's all the same chirons.
It's a vertical and horizontal.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Fine. Yeah.
It's so we hit the shorts feed and get like the crazies, but then also, have the dedicated viewers in horizontal.
Yeah.
It's just exposure strategy.
I don't think you're allowed to expose yourself on YouTube, but you do you.
There are plenty of nude videos that are completely within the TOS. So
Really? What, like they're
Blunder,
educational?
Slowboy.
I don't know who they are.
What?
I spend some time here, but I'm not.
Nobody heard Slow when he piped up.
Did someone say my name?
I know.
Legend.
Obviously, I know there was the lunatic covered in peanut butter a little while ago, but other than that.
Yeah, like if you like point to your taint and just say this is the vas deferens, and then like continue showing yourself off, it somehow escapes the TOS. Yeah. I remember there being an entire subreddit just dedicated to like nudity on YouTube.
Would you? I've had popping up on my Facebook, and it's the first like. Obviously, I'm not averse to how can I put this, adult content on the internet. I'm not a prude or anything. So I don't know if it's something to do with my cookies or whatnot. But on Facebook, I've just had a load of shorts popping up on Facebook where it is just like, I think they're like OnlyFans girls who are like touting for business. And they're just, I'm amazed they're even on Facebook. Like they're just exposing themselves directly. And I'm like, hang on a minute, this seems a bit off. Like, isn't there some kind of AI that? How is the AI missing this? It's not subtle. But I might have just revealed a bit too much about my algorithm there. So I don't know.
Well, no, like Meta doesn't actually have the strongest content detection. Like they actually like do a lot of outsourcing to third world countries, and there's a running joke that AI stands for actually Indians.
Oh, so there's somebody at my front door. I'm gonna have to go and deal with this because it's an emergency tire replacement. I'll catch you later, guys.
Okay, catch you later, John.
Peace, John.
All right, cool. Well, I think we can
What
jump
an
back into the
emergency
video.
Hate it when you get those emergency
emergency
tire
tire
replacements at your front door.
At your front door is nice. There's one infant checkup that we were going to. We're taking our RP Junior. I think it was like his like 3 or 4 month checkup, and like we were really trying to save money as much as possible at this point because we didn't really understand like what our financial future was going to look like for the next coming months because my partner was like having a career transition, and so we drove her Jeep's tires like down to the cords, and it finally like wore through, and we got a flat on the way to his appointment, and luckily we made it to the parking lot of the doctor's office, but we had to have like AAA come out and like do a tire replacement for us because she like her Jeep it had some sort of like lockout nut, and when we had taken her Jeep in previously to the dealership to have her oil changed, they were supposed to rotate her tires, but they never replaced the special lockout key for that nut, and so like we were unable, like I was unable to change it to the spare, and so that required an emergency tire replacement. Now she's got, you know, four new, well, not new, like it's been new in the last like 4 to 6 months tires, but she constantly goes out to trailheads. Oh, speaking of trailheads, Gretchen, the Friday night / Saturday morning stream, I might need to go a little early because Mrs. RP is going to be going out to a 14er to hike with her friends. And so I'll have RP Junior a little earlier in the morning.
Nice.
Just a heads up. I'll see if he's able to like nap in my arms for, you know, that late part of the stream, but we'll see.
No worries. We'll figure it out.
Sorry about that. I thought it was my tire replacement. It's not. It's just a delivery. My wife's ordered something again. So I swear she's having an affair with some guy called Amazon and sending her presents. So.
All right. Well, now that we've got a stacked panel, let's jump back into the video.
Oh, no, you can't. Because
Well, I think you've been debunked, man. You're not giving a
no,
coherent response.
you're quite mistaken. Okay, does one theory of ability to know things derive and depend upon the ontology or the frame of reference?
Yeah, there has to be a truth, like a external fact that allows you to know.
Oh yeah, to recontextualize the conversation right now, Darth Dawkins is currently trying to defend the claim that ontology and epistemology are reciprocally related, as in like you can't have one without the other. However, like I've put forward the claim that like you can absolutely have ontology without a need for epistemology, but like of course to make epistemological like claims, you're going to need to like have some sort of ontological evaluation.
Well, I mean, you can make it. It depends if you're a physical reductionist, right? If you're a physical reductionist, then even metaphysical things ultimately boil down to physical things. So there is going to be kind of like an ontological status there. Whereas if you're not a physical reductionist, then you could have an epistemology without an ontology, right?
Ooh, I like that.
When was this recorded?
So Darth is just like fucking wrong on two fronts then.
Well, when you say that, like, it's like the same thing that people who are trying to like precept knowledge.
I just want to check real quick.
Yeah, you're here.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay. All right. I'm gonna need
like what I hear is like an identical claim or whatever to well, if you know anything, then that presupposes this like eternal mind or whatever. Like it's always going to bottom out at like, well, you're not allowed to do that thing because God's necessary for that thing. That makes sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, an epistemology is just a way. It's just how you claim to know what you know, right? So
yeah, they'll like appeal to like the KK principle where it's like, do you know that you know that? And then they'll say like, anytime you say you know a thing, you're affirming that you know that thing. And then I think that was like the Malpass video I watched recently with like the Jay Dyer wannabe scholar guy, FDA or whatever.
yeah, and when I make that it's not a it's not when you say that you can have an epistemology without an ontology, it's not like if there is a you need neurological infrastructure to vocalize or to think about an epistemology, but is there, like, when you're talking about things like emotions, is there a there with respect to the physical nature of it, you know? But we can have an epistemology about emotions, right?
Yeah. I mean, they're just going to say that like the even the fact that you had like a valued experience, even the fact that you even said you know a thing because you're affirming a second order proposition by affirming the first order proposition about knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to say, well, now you've invoked second order, which is that you know it. And that's, for some reason, you need God for that. Like that, it's always going to be like some type of weird, strange distinction. And then due to the distinction that requires God, you technically are affirming God by knowing a thing or whatever the fuck.
Well, the only time I tend to reach for God, either the real character, should it be in the unlikely event that he exists, or the fictional character as I presume it is. The only time I ever reach for God with respect to any kind of epistemology is with what not to do with respect to morality, i.e., don't be a cunt. You know, you know, it's he's the an example in the negative, like, don't do this, you know.
No, nobody can you correct me if I'm wrong? I thought the KK principle was like the implicit implication that like knowing something just automatically implies that you know it, as if it's like an escape from like Russell's paradox in terms of like a set of knowledge.
Well, the reason I brought it up was that guy, Father Deacon Ananias, or whatever the fuck, whatever it is. He mentions the KK principle, and I think that that's an attempt to trap you in that, like, due to the KK principle, and you like have to know that you know it to even know it or whatever. That means that you must affirm that second order, that he's going to make the distinction of knowing something, knowing a proposition is true is first order, and then knowing that you know that it's true is second order. And so because of like that's what you're saying, right? The KK principle is like, it's saying that there's an entailment that you know a thing in order to even know it, right?
Yeah. It's kind of I've, in the same way as I've never been I'm not a huge fan of Gettier cases, because I think you can have unique examples with the Gettier case where you can like have a false positive, but you think you're justified, like the broken clock example, but that doesn't speak to like a whole system, right? And the same is kind of true with the KK principle, in that like if you claim that you know something to be true and then you claim that you know something's true, then because it is it's a second order based on the first order knowledge, then actually the second order is you didn't actually, the first order is you don't actually have knowledge because it's not true. You just believed that you had knowledge, which means that the second order case is the same as the first order case. You then believed that you had knowledge, but you didn't have knowledge. And then you just believed that you had knowledge, but you didn't have knowledge.
Right. Either the truth value fails or the justification fails.
Yeah. I don't find much usefulness with the principle as a whole. Like,
I think you can have knowledge with just justification. I don't even think it needs to be true. But that's just pertaining to like certain situations where we would still have called it that person knew that thing. Like they had a justified belief that like this is the right thing to do or something like that. But they were wrong. But they had a justification. And then when we look at it, when we reflect on it, then now we have all this like extra information and we can be like, oh, well, that wasn't like this better type of knowledge. And that's kind of like the approach that I like better.
Yeah, but well, I mean, with respect to knowledge, I tend to look at it from the point of sufficiency. Is our understanding of the universe sufficiently accurate for us to achieve the goal that we have in mind? If the answer is yes, then you have knowledge. If the answer is no, then you don't.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few ways to slice it.
Mm-hmm. Because otherwise, like the problem is a lot of other arguments around knowledge require this thing called perfect knowledge, which we're never going to have. We can't observe anything perfectly. We can only observe things sufficiently. So I say always, since I started thinking about this kind of stuff, that this notion of, perfect knowledge has never sat right with me. It just doesn't seem to be achievable at all. And if it's not achievable by humanity at large, then why waste your time with it? Just go for sufficiency.
Yeah, I have an issue with like the invocation of like the term perfect in most circumstances, because perfect seems like to not have a very like universally agreed upon definition. Like perfect could mean like most optimal, or the most without flaw, or like the most whole. Like it just really seems like context dependent on what like perfect is actually implying.
Well, yeah,
that is as a modification. That is definitely true. But then I just think, I think you're then just using, you're supplanting the words. I think you could then just insert the word sufficient instead of the word perfect. They become. I don't know what's the word.
Yeah, I could probably grant that.
Yeah, you're like just deciding on a better use of it in the context that you're using it. Like, oh my God, I had something. I think I lost it. Oops. Maybe I'll think of it.
Okay, cool. Well, we can probably just continue the clip then.
Oh, I remember. Okay, I remember.
Sweet.
So, so like if we like look at how we're using the word true, right? And then like I've mentioned a couple times this like non-deceptive like idea of truth. And so like you can still say stuff like true north, right? And so then you could kind of apply that and say like this is true knowledge, like this is a non-deceptive at least version of knowledge. So I think you would eliminate Gettier cases, and you would eliminate like the instances where you had knowledge and you acted on something with justification, but reflectively, with the like hindsight is always 2020. Now we can say, and did you have true knowledge in that you weren't deceived by like say your limit to whatever knowledge informed your action? If there was nothing limiting your I don't know, like your access to these facts that, or
like your perception of the world in which you live is limited by not only the information that you have, but the information of your peers around you, and these kind of these occasional scientists or figures in history that give these unbelievable leaps forwards with respect to, like, for example, Einstein or Newton. You know, they had paradigm shifting intuitions that they're not the norm. So yeah, I definitely think that's the case. Like, you know, the first person who ever, you know, when people thought the world was flat, that wasn't that they had a justification for why they thought the world was flat. It just turned out it wasn't quote unquote true knowledge, but they weren't unreasonable to make that assumption or make that knowledge claim at the time.
Right. Knowing all the hindsight information with science, you know, hundreds of years later, they now knew that wasn't quote unquote true knowledge. And so then this is kind of me talking about like virtue epistemology, and at the same time, like what I was saying about what did I say, a non-deceptive like theory of truth. And so then like I guess that's it. That's all I had.
Well, also, you're exactly right. Like, there are some things that, like, where our intuitions or our senses are, like, we could be so unbelievably convinced of the truth of something, but just by virtue of how we interpret it, how our senses function and respect the real world, like what we perceive to be the truth can actually be quite deceptive. Like, for example, the world being flat. You know, at the local scale, the world being a globe, like you need to bolt on a load of other bits of information or certain skills. Like if you just, you know, pick up any idiot who had no knowledge of you know, previous discoveries and asked, is the world flat or a globe, they'd assume that it was flat, right? Because it just seems that way when you're only 6 feet on average above sea level.
Golden, I'm sorry that you're unable to track the conversation, but like it's just because you're unread. Yeah, I know you just know the Bible. It's the only book that you've read.
Wait, did I say something weird? Wait, virtue epistemology, non-virtue. Blah blah.
What's
blah.
he crying about?
When did I say non-virtue?
He's crying about the most like shallow surface like arguments of philosophy.
Unread. You're less than unread.
Yeah, it's like when you get two people talking about like specific like modus ponens, modus tollens, etc., and we all understand what we're talking about because we know what the words mean, and then you get a third person who comes along and goes, "It just sounds like word salad to me." You know, that's
dude.
Can I ask
also,
a quick question?
Remissus in the chat. That last riffraff freestyle on that desk thing was incredible.
Wait,
sorry,
riffraff has a tiny desk.
Well, I don't know. I don't think it's tiny desk, but it's he like freestyles. But dude, if you start at 7 minutes and 10 seconds, that one's really good. But sorry, James.
Can
I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it, Jay.
I was wondering. So, why is like maybe I'm stupid. Why is like the chat in like this window? Why is there like a chat in this window, but it doesn't, like the chat isn't in like the YouTube chat? Am I dumb?
It is the YouTube chat. It's both streams, so we get vertical and horizontal.
Also, there is a bit of
Oh,
lag.
I'm in
There's,
like
there's
I'm in the vertical.
yeah,
That's
this
why. Okay,
the YouTube
I'm
chat
dumb.
and the video also runs. To me, at least, seems to be about 10 seconds behind.
Yeah, that's
so,
fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm just dumb. I was in like the vertical chat. I was like, why is there like one person in here?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is this?
You're in vertical. If you actually you see the chat inside StreamYard,
Yeah, I do.
if you type something in the bottom there, it'll go both.
I figured it out now. Sorry. Sorry, Grandma Gretchen. Sorry.
Oh, is that why
It's
the
necessary aggression to you?
is that why
right.
is that why the app works when you're putting in a chat in directly on YouTube, but it doesn't work when you're in the StreamYard or the Restream chats?
Yeah, no. I'm just old. I'm just old. I boomered out. I was like, why is this just like a vertical chat? There's like nobody in here, and I see everybody typing in like the Streamlabs chat, and I was like, why isn't it in this chat?
If you like
Guys.
the chat's aggregated inside StreamYard, if you see a little like cell phone emote next to the name and the timestamp, that means it's in the vertical.
Yeah, I get it. I'm on the same page now. I took my nipple ring out just because I was worried. I was like, what's going on? But we got it.
Goldie,
I was on
it doesn't
vertical
take
chat.
5 years to get up to speed. Just like, start with like easy concepts. Like I think a great introduction to philosophy are different moral frameworks like utilitarianism. Like first like read up on utilitarianism and like understanding that as a framework, and then move on to act versus rule utilitarianism. And then once you feel like you've got those concepts down, add deontology into the mix.
Yeah,
And then
virtue
again,
ethics, emotivism. Yeah, exactly.
I think virtue ethics is still a little more adapt. Like,
You think?
I'd say utilitarianism, deontology, then like dumb shit like egoism, so that like you already have the framework to know like how fucking dumb egoism is, like because you
Well-
can compare it against utilitarianism, which like is all like still like trash, but like it's a good like entry level versus like deontology, and even deontology like has its like moral shortcomings, like if a Nazi officer comes to your house and you're hiding quote unquote undesirables like in your basement or your attic, like pure deontology would say that it is still unethical to lie to the Nazi officer because like you're universalizing it in all cases. But like that's obviously like ridiculous. Like it is obviously ethical to lie to protect the life of like the person that like you're protecting in that moment.
Yeah, if you're not careful with virtue ethics, you can make the same mistake as well, because you're not balancing the virtues when they compete with one another.
Rembrandt.
That does mean that you end up with, even with things like
I
virtue
missed all
ethics.
that.
Oh, sorry.
I forgot to Rembrandt in the chat.
Oh.
Golden Arm is not dumb shit. Like the philosophical concepts have been like debated for literally
Read
like, several
dumb shit.
millennia.
This motherfucker. Also, everyone's a pluralist. SMH.
Rembrandt, if there's just something you want me to look at, put it in the Discord and tag me.
Yeah, I definitely like mixing emotivism with virtue ethics. That to me seems to be perfectly functional, reasonable.
I was calling egoism dumb shit, but like it's important that like you actually like get the framework and how it's formulated against other frameworks like utilitarianism and deontology, because like the more you're able to render these different frameworks from the bottom up will equip you to better be able to handle like switching between frameworks, because you understand like where to like begin and how to build it up.
Well, yeah, of course. Like you need to have a grip of the core principles of each of well, for want of a better word, for each of the modalities with respect to, ethics or morality. If you don't understand the basic core principles of them, then of course you're going to struggle when people start throwing like terminology at you, because like we could use, like if I was to say like emotivism, then that speaks to a whole philosophical construct with respect to morality. And when I say that, most of us in the panels and things understand what that applies to. So of course you need the bricks and blocks of the basic knowledge of the systems at play.
Okay, Goldie. Yeah, my bad. If I like came at you too hot for that comment, I didn't get the context that was a joke. So my apologies. Comment retracted.
In fact, I just opened a new channel in the Discord called Links for Panel. So now the chat can post links for us when you guys want us to see something.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Well, I think we should dive back in to like have any hope of completing this clip before I have to jump on.
Let's have 30 seconds of video followed by 10 minutes of chat followed by 30 seconds.
That's why I love Phildo Playtime, is like we have so much to talk about these topics. Like I feel like these are the richest discussions, even though like probably the fewest people enjoy them. God damn it! We avoided the banner for this long. Finally, Gretchen, there it is. Okay.
I love how I just derailed this for another minute just by making the observation. 30 seconds.
All right, John, you behave. We're pressing forward.
Then you cannot wall them off from each other.
Well, of course you can, because we don't have to know that
how
thing.
Many times do I have to explain this?
Sir, you're crashing out because you're in a hole, man.
No, I'm not. Okay, listen. If you're going to be fucking rude with me and pull that teenage maneuver, saying I'm crashing out, then I'm going to stop talking.
You
to
are
you.
crashing out.
Okay. Have a nice day. You're done. I'm no longer talking.
You've been debunked, sir.
I don't tolerate. See, this is why I don't come into panels like this.
And I did it while
I have to deal with these. I have to deal with assholes like you. I don't mind you
Wait,
vigorously disagree with me,
one
but
second.
when you're pulling these teenage.
When is this from?
I'm not sure.
When was this recorded?
Within the last few months. Within the last few months, probably, but it came out today.
Okay.
I mean, Gary is known for having like the thinnest fucking skin of all time, because like one of the only interactions he's had with Justin, like Justin called him Dearth, and like he crashed out and he's like, if you're not going to respect me, then I'm not even going to like dignify this conversation.
Just mispronounced his name by mistake.
No, it was on purpose, but like
he didn't. Yeah,
it's like, come on, like you can't fucking weather like a mispronunciation of your name, like for the sole point of getting under your skin. By letting it get under your skin, you're proving like whoever's mispronouncing your name's point.
Yeah, but I've always found it quite surprising. The principles of things like free speech and the fact that most rational people agree that you can, like, there's no protection from being offended. How these principles were won in the first place. These poor like bastards that were running up beaches into MG42 fire or like fighting civil wars, and now our culture has become so like soft and Play-Doh like that somebody can just get bent out of shape because of a mispronunciation of a name or something. But I don't like the it's just banter man arguments, because sometimes people can be right cunts with banter. But maybe there's an argument to be said that everybody should probably just toughen up a little bit. It's not that bad.
Right. That's why I don't crash the fuck out when I get misgendered.
Well, I think it's also the case.
I just politely correct them and continue to assert that correction.
Well, and also I think, like, certainly, I mean, I've misgendered you on occasion, not on purpose, and I hope
everyone on this panel does. It's fine.
but it's quite clear that you're reading the intent, not the actual action.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Someday, RP, I'm going to ask you to explain the they/them thing to me and how you actually got there.
I mean, John and I had an offline conversation. Well, not offline, but like backstage conversation about it after one of the shows.
Yeah, it was what, about a month ago now, something like that.
Yeah, within the last month. Like essentially, I don't.
What, I wasn't there for
view
it, so I don't ever get to ask the question?
No, I didn't imply that at all. I was just saying that like this is something that like I've recently talked about with people who I consider friends, but essentially I don't feel like I perform masculinity. Masculinity just isn't something that I identify with. And so like in terms of my gender identity, because I don't identify with masculinity or femininity, I just simply take the non-binary distinction.
I mean, you come across pretty masculine, dude. My dude, I don't know.
Well, what define what of my personality traits is masculine?
Like, you don't fuck around, or somebody come at you crazy, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna go back. You know what I'm saying?
So women aren't capable of not fucking around?
No, I'm not saying that, but that's like a aggressive trait. You get what I'm saying? Some people don't got that.
No, I don't accept that. I feel like women
I
are
mean,
able to defend themselves just as adequately.
If
Yeah, some
aggression
people
is something we're judging by, then I should be non-binary. No.
No, I'm telling you, like, oh no, it's not non-binary. I'm not basing it on that. I'm talking about like just like I've seen people that just don't have the aggressive bone in them. Like no matter what, they don't clap back. They just
I wouldn't
don't.
say anything I do is aggressive. I'd say what I do is assertive.
like, you
Like
clap
I
back.
stand ground.
Yeah, there's definitely like there's definitely like if RP got in an Uber or a taxi or something and thumped somebody upside the ear every time they misgendered it. Sorry, them. I fucking did it. That wasn't even a joke. That was just like happened. Whereas if RP just every time somebody makes the mistake, just politely reminds them that he's being assertive, and there's or at least that's the way I perceive it. But the most masculine thing, like obviously RP and I have never met in real life. I don't know what RP looks like. I don't know what RP dresses like. I don't know like how like what RP's day-to-day life looks like. It's so with respect to judging the masculinity or femininity of RP, it's almost exclusively in the tone of his voice. He just because he fucking he.
Wait, you didn't get the toe pictures? You didn't get the RP toe pics?
But it's how deep the voice is, and that to me automatically, because on average deeper voices do typically belong to masculine people. That's it just defaults for me, and I can't help it.
I guess everybody is different.
But also with RP, he's very generous with respect to how the interpretation at play here. So
yeah, I appreciate that.
I'm just saying, I don't think that you know what I'm saying, going for a certain type of thing, and just haven't struck me as the type that is. So
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going for a certain type of like femininity or masculinity. Like
that's what I'm saying. Like
I'm just me.
But that in itself is, if like whether you see it or not, like that's a bold whatever. Like I guess that's an alpha thing to do. You get what I'm saying? You got people that just will not do that. You understand what I'm saying? There's
You
people-
alpha, I'm more sigma. Yeah, just kidding.
I'm still gonna ask you about it at some point because
RP's
I mean, I feel like I just went through like the majority of like.
No, I have very specific questions, and you didn't answer a fucking one of them. So, but don't have to do this now. It's fine.
You know
I
what's
mean,
funny? Actually, RP,
the likelihood
you know what's funny?
of us getting through this clip is like, but before I have to go is like near zero.
Am I
So
even
like
live?
we could just like go ahead and hash this out right now.
I'm not even live.
No, we're not.
Well, I say for later what you can do now. You know what I'm saying?
well, I mean, it's obviously with respect to the comfort of us answering the questions, RP, that's kind of on you, isn't it? Obviously, if Gretchen doesn't want to do it, she doesn't want to do it. But that's
That's on her.
Yeah, I'm willing to talk about it anytime.
I really just wanted to talk to you about it. I don't want everybody else fucking involved. That's all.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's
You
fair.
know.
You know, Poppy and I had quite a nice offline chat about it and just laid our positions on the table, and it was great. I have a better understanding of RP, and you know, it was worthwhile doing. You know, it was a decent. The thing with that I definitely like about your approach, RP, is that every time somebody does make a sincere mistake, like it is a mistake. They're not trying to be disrespectful. You don't pick it up and beat them around the head with it, which some people are want to do. You know.
Yeah, that's not the
yeah.
purpose of my identity.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's a fact. But that's what I'm saying. You see, again, you keep going back to things that one would look at and you know what I'm saying, wouldn't look at that as weak. You know what I'm saying? Wouldn't look at that as feminine. You know what I'm saying? Nobody, I don't think anybody would look at that as that. Now, I know that's how you classify yourself, and that's to be respected, not questioning that, right? I'm just saying, you know, my opinion, right? That's all. You know, black man is intact. That's all.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I guess analyze what we're saying, but like you said something there, like equating like weakness with femininity.
Not weakness with femininity. What I'm saying is like I know people that like, all right, I'm not equating femininity with weakness, but at the end of the day, we know that there are some people that are just not aggressive. They don't got that in them to do that. You get what I'm saying? Like they just they don't.
There do seem to be, on average, slightly different psychological traits between the sexes. But the second that you acknowledge that there's a distinction between sex and gender, that becomes less important. Right?
Oh no, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like I understand all the way. Like I respect all the genders, every single last one of them, because you know that's just science.
My bad. Sorry about that.
Like that's just
There's a part of the conversation I wasn't interested in. It's like I come at shit like that from a lifelong aggressive coded tomboy, and I was wanting to
Yeah, and
Never
I
mind.
grew up getting
Never mind.
called the
You
F
guys-
slur constantly. So
That's my favorite. That's my favorite slur.
What does that have to do with?
well, just because you're not fitting perfectly into like the preconceived notion of your gender, like you get labeled a certain way. So you're being labeled a tomboy. I'm being labeled an F slur, just because like we're not conforming.
With respect, RP, the difference is there. Gretchen self-labeled herself a tomboy. I doubt you self-labeled yourself the F word, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, I accepted the label tomboy. I didn't accept the label dyke. I mean, and I got that all the time.
I mean, there is a certain point in like at least in the LGBT community, like as a gay person, like where you would actually self-label yourself as like I would call myself like a fag. Like I'll be like, oh, I'm acting like such a fag right now, Like I would self-label that. But like if someone were to say that to me,
that's more
that would be
in an
different.
effort to like reclaim the terminology, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like I would be like me and our friends. Like if I talk to like my husband, I'm like, you're acting so gay right now. Like it's not like a slur to my husband,
Right.
Yeah. But like if someone were to like see my husband and be like, oh, look at these fags, like then that's gonna be like a different situation. Like that's gonna be uncomfortable situation for you at that point,
But yeah,
Or
you're trying to interpret intent, aren't you? And the fact of the matter is that in the vast majority of circumstances, we do fairly accurately interpret intent. It'd be like it's like like I said the other day. I live in a relatively small town, and I can't walk down the high street in my town without somebody going, "All right, John boy, you cunt, how you getting on?" It's not because he's being mean. It's just like
I get that. You're like a colloquial like douchebag language situation. No, I get that too because when I was growing up, because I had to grow up straight anyway, so I understand that. So like people would say like, "Oh, that's gay," like, things like that's gay, that's gay. Like, but I could differentiate like the people saying that about certain things.
But
It's like what you said. It's like an intent thing. Yeah,
yeah,
and I
and
get
it's
that.
always and it's definitely like
I understand
I
that.
get I get more annoyed when people call me Jonathan as opposed to John, because my name is like, if somebody called me, "All right, you wanker, how are you getting on?" That wouldn't bother me. But if somebody called me Jonathan instead of John, I'd be like, "That's not my fucking name."
The problem,
you know it.
the problem with that,
You're not a Joe Nathan.
the problem with the
Joe
problem with
Nathan.
that, the problem with that though is like, in my opinion, and this took me a long time to like deconstruct and consider. The problem with that is like, there's a lot of like young males out there that are actually gay, and they have to deal with these like situations where like they're expected to call things gay. So there's a situational problem when you're growing up as a young male, and like if you are gay, like you're not choosing to be gay, you're just like a gay child, gay man, gay boy, or whatever, like when you're growing up, and your straight friends are saying like, "Oh, that shit's gay," like, they're on Call of Duty, like,
Yeah.
saying the F slur and stuff, like, but it's different, like, because it, there's a certain, like, I understand your thing, like your friends, because you're just straight, so your friends are just like, "Hey, you big fag," or whatever, like that's different. But like if you're like an actual like
Well, I think it
gay
definitely.
person growing up, and like you have to like, because I used to have to do this too, and this was like a big problem. I already knew I was gay, but I would have friends that would say like gay slurs and stuff, and I'd have to deal with that situation, and I'd even have to even like
Yeah.
participate and like agree with that kind of stuff,
It
because I was in
depends.
a Catholic school. So
What
it's
the
different
hell are
from what
you
you said.
talking about, Golden Arm? Darwin doesn't have anything to do with the theory of everything.
What is Golden Arm doing? What is
Like
the Golden Arm?
nothing at
just being
all.
drunk.
Yeah,
Uh,
Golden Arm is having a stroke.
Yeah, so no,
But with
so
but you,
I
you're
was just saying, I'm not disagreeing with your point. I just wanted to put that out there real quickly, because like people
yeah,
who are actually gay, like there's people who are gay and they hear those terms, and it's like
a
it's
visceral
not
reaction.
offensive to
Yeah.
me. It's not offensive to me because I'm not like a regular, like I'm like in the 95 percentile of like it's not going to bother me. But there's a lot of people out there that it will bother.
Yeah, and obviously, like Jay, with respect, so that's JMR, not J Money. What you're talking about here, it's there's cultural context to it as well. Like if you've got the history of growing up
Yeah,
in a
yeah, of
Catholic
course.
school, where they have a pretty vociferous pushback against any non-straight person or gay person. It's built into dogma. But it's so contextual. Like the rugby club, I don't play rugby anymore. I used to, but we had there was a guy who I played with. His name was Paul Brown, but we all used to call him Brownie. And if he like fumbled the rugby ball, like we'd say to them, "I just pretend it's a cock. You won't drop it then," But the thing is, if somebody knew he was gay and we were out in the bar having beers or something, and somebody just decided to start abusing him because he was gay, and we would all have been on his side. He knew that he was amongst friends, and it'd be just like if I had there was a guy I went to school with who had a slight deformation where he actually had two thumbs on one hand. It wasn't polydactyl. It was similar. We used to, like, if you're friends and it's people taking the mick, and if a friend says to you, "Can you not do that because I really don't like it," then you fucking stop doing it. But it's just kind of a thing that lads do, and
Yeah, no, I get that point too, but like you have to think about like the outside perspective too, because like even if it's like that, like for me, like if someone like if I'm like with my husband walking down the street and someone like yells out, like says like, "Oh, look at these fags" or something, like for me, like I'm not offended by that. but I know that there's other people
Hey,
around.
hey Jason, just quick point of production. Like, I understand that, like, you have the right to reclaim that phrase, but let's try to
No,
avoid
you
hitting the
don't.
hard F.
Not on this panel. You don't have
Yeah.
the right to do that.
Let's
Sorry.
avoid like hitting the hard F, like,
Okay, sorry. I don't want to
over
use.
and over,
I don't want
just
to use the
because
word,
like
but
it could
like
be a
I've heard.
TOS type of situation for us.
Yeah. No, if I hear like a slur, and if I'm with my husband, like it doesn't offend me, but I know that it offends like other people around us. Like that was my whole point, and I didn't mean to
No,
use the slur
and
because I've
absolutely.
heard the slur so many times.
Yeah,
Like
just
I
don't.
get
Just
it.
Yeah. And but you're right with respect to like the you know, you don't, we're all members of said society and we all have to try and
just
get
like
on. So.
black people don't have the right to come up and use the N-word slur on my channel. They don't hear it. Sorry.
I apologize. I apologize. Sorry.
Well, and
Sorry.
the other thing with
Sure.
respect to like it's not just about being abusive either. Like it is in living memory in the UK where we chemically castrated a war hero and drove him to suicide just because he was gay.
Yep,
And you're like, and that's Alan Turing in living memory. Like, I can't. You know, he literally saved millions of lives, and even somebody like that, like who saved, like not that they should have connected his sexuality to his intellect or to what he gave the world, but the notion that even that person didn't get a pass, then any Joe Bloggs walking down the street who just happens to be attracted to the same sex, what fucking chance do they have if we just let this behavior just go, unregulated, uncontrolled, or you know, at least without somebody saying, "Oi, dickhead, wind your fucking neck," you know.
Alan Turing is my favorite gay icon. He's just my favorite in the what is it, computer science field in general.
Yeah,
well, he's the original person in the computer science field.
Yeah. Well, in AI, I guess.
I you know.
But yeah.
Yeah, when it comes to classical compute, Alan Turing is definitely a top contender. But like, if it comes to like more modern concepts like cybersecurity, Kevin Mitnick is probably like my top pick.
Yeah,
Well,
Snowden is really cool too.
It's interesting how some of the terminology that we use is a hangover from the ancient original computers. Like, I say ancient, obviously, but like, you know, like when we say a computer's got a bug, it's because it used to be the case that bugs actually get in computers and fry transistors and resistors.
Yeah,
it was the vacuum tube. They got
exactly.
into the vacuum tube
technology. Yeah, and they used to literally pop them. Yeah.
Who was that name of that guy? He used the Captain Crunch whistle on the
Kevin Mitnick.
Yeah. Oh, that's Kevin.
Yep.
Oh,
the F or the FBI or like whatever, like, in jailing agency, like they were afraid that he was such a competent hacker that they didn't allow him any sort of phone privileges because they were afraid that he'd be able to like freak like nuclear codes or some shit. And so they denied him some like, you know, basic personal rights.
Yeah, I mean, like, what do you do when someone is using non-technological methods to break technology? Like, how do you protect against that? But I can understand, like, because they didn't understand how it worked, why they would go to such lengths. Doesn't mean it's right, but
right.
So is it still Fildo Nerd Playtime?
I mean, technically, we just rabbit hole so hard during this time. Like we're technically supposed to be responding to this Monkey Boy.
I apologize. I apologize for that.
But we
sorry.
got
There was like
11 minutes into it.
I went off on a tangent.
No, that's good. That's the best times, actually. The tangents.
You all went off on tangents, which is why I didn't want to talk to RP about this with everybody else involved.
Because I'm used to
mean,
being a mod on.
this is all
Because
original content.
because we're being dragged into like sexuality and all that shit, and I'm like, that's really
Well, because
not.
I'm used to being on
That's not what I was,
gender
what I
identity
was
has nothing to
asking
do with
about in the first
sexuality.
place.
Gender
Huh?
identity has nothing to do with sexuality.
Yeah.
I know, but
We were
here we are
talking
talking
about
about it anyway,
homosexuality.
aren't we?
I'm used to being like a main guest on like Thinkers Live, and like she just kind of lets me say like whatever I want, so I can use like, So I feel bad.
I'm still
trying to get over the fact that tomboy is now an offensive term for whatever
Tomboy?
reason.
I think tomboy is like a.
The Gen Z
That's like
kids do not fucking like it
Really?
at all.
Tomboy is. I think tomboy is like that's like an attribute.
I mean, it's only been the last like I don't know, like year and a half, 2 years, but
I don't think I've ever.
I've
heard
been chided for using the term.
I mean,
over the last couple of years,
I mean,
and
Gen Z is in a perpetual state of victimhood.
yeah, it's always Gen Z, but still,
Gen Z is soft as fuck. Like I'll fucking say that.
but
like,
they're
tomboy-
normalizing it, and I'm like, all right, I guess I just got to get used to that. But
Tomboy females are like tougher than like Christian men these days. Like Christian men are so weak and boring these days. It's so gross. Like they're just all crying about like Jesus, and it's so crazy.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone use tomboy in a derogatory way.
Yeah, no, tomboy is like a.
I never have.
I'm very neutral.
Yeah,
tomboy is a big W.
I never have. I mean, I've identified like that since I was like 4. So
Arby's is my favorite tomboy.
But
I'm
been like barked at for using it to describe myself.
I'm getting banned.
You get the woke scold.
So
I gave this channel a shout out last night on JL Warren's channel, Bridge of the Divide.
You did what last night?
I gave a shout out to Async.
Oh, thanks for that.
Cool.
So hopefully we get some people from there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, jail usually, tells people to come sub to Async every time he sees me in chat, so I like jail.
I sent out like a bunch of like hate async like messages the other day, so I was hoping that your channel would fail. Like I'm just saying.
Well, maybe we should run it.
I'm kidding.
Run it.
Kidding.
Do you think Gen Z are more wet clayish?
Everything gonna kill me.
Or more what, John?
Wet clay, like a bit
Soft.
soft and impressionable when it comes to things like quote unquote offense.
Yeah.
And I think there's a bit like, because I can get offended by something, but like I said before, it depends on the person. If somebody's intending to be offensive, then the words used don't really matter. You've identified that they're intending to be offensive, as opposed to try to make you laugh or like wanting. And again, like
Rembrandt, go to the links for panel channel in Discord. I asked you. I got some questions.
It's an odd, like, it's an odd attitude, because you can insert any collection of syllables or create any in order to convey a meaning, But I do find it peculiar.
I really hate applying something to an entire group of people.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's entirely nuanced. And I don't think that, because, like, for example, my half brother is not offended by a lot, but then again, he is not like most other people. I think as a whole, though, I think they're trying to be more socially conscionable, and they're figuring out life just like every generation does. And it may seem more soft to us, but I think that's just the tone shift in generations.
It just seems like, for practicality's sake, like we should find some, like, obviously chemically castrating people like Alan Turing, completely and totally fucking unacceptable.
Right.
But, you know, people getting bent out of shape when somebody like Gretchen uses the word tomboy, also fucking lunacy. There must be somewhere in the middle where we can settle, right?
Yeah, like millennials. They're great.
Yeah. Yeah, I still can't quite believe that people get shitty about the word tomboy. It's just a useful descriptor, right? It's
That's Punky Brewster, basically.
Goldie, stop! You're now sexualizing like a group of self-identifying people.
Well,
and that's
as
gross.
as I understand it, that there's not an analog for the opposite that isn't offensive.
What you mean,
Oh,
femboys?
you mean like
Yeah.
an effeminate man? Yeah.
Femboy is just as offensive as tomboy.
I mean, I could
Do
kind
you
of
think
see
so?
what
Because I don't think so.
Right, I could kind of see what Gretchen is saying, because I have heard people use femboy in a derogatory way, but I've never heard someone use tomboy in a derogatory way. And or tomgirl, or
Well, then
tomboy.
it sounds
God
like
damn
that
it.
cuts against Gretchen's
That's a terrible
argument.
name.
Then.
Huh? Are
Yeah, I
there
mean,
are there big swaths of boys who don't mind being called femboy?
There are.
No,
they're mostly comp sci degree holders.
Yeah.
the groups that hold up the internet infrastructure as we know it.
Also, like 50% of them are furries too.
Yeah.
It does
Well,
seem.
that's what I'm saying. It's like, I mean, tomboys in general don't mind being called that.
Well, do you think
Yeah.
do you think it's because you know, people who would typically be either self-described or viewed as tomboys generally tend to get affirmation in society? Like if my daughter wanted to
Well,
play,
I was gonna make the comparison that, you know what, when it's a female, you know, like me, I would identify as a tomboy, whereas the opposite, probably they them, non-binary. I wouldn't actually identify as non-binary. It doesn't make sense to me. But
no, I get that.
but I think it's generally the same thing. You know, like I don't perform femininity well. I don't perform masculinity well. I'm in
what,
you know.
yeah, but it's speaking about it's you know, everybody knows what it means when you know, to be a bit more not clinical about it, but everybody knows what it means when you say that male has like it has a slightly more effeminate character, or that female has a
Right,
slightly
but it's usually an insult when you say it about a man.
yeah, but I think that's just because of like male culture in general is a little bit less forgiving of stuff like that. So I don't in principle, yeah, there should be parity between them with respect to their moral content, but because men do on average seem to be a bit more ruthless with stuff like that, like when it comes to effeminate males, especially in the younger years. It's like when you're in your teens, there's not much quarter given, you know. And again, I don't know this firsthand.
Yeah, I haven't been a teen for a long time though. So
that's just my.
The only access I have to just the concept of being non-binary would be the tomboy thing.
But I'm just looking for some kind of rationale why tomboy seems to be socially acceptable and femboy isn't. There must be some like.
I think it's how you use it.
I don't know.
I've never heard tomboy used in the derogatory way.
As time goes on, it seems like they're trying to make tomboy less socially acceptable. At least Gen Z is.
In general,
I don't see it happening to the, you know, to those of us who are older. But
I think the difference between tomboy or tomgirl and femboy on that is the sexualization of it. Femboy almost always carries the sexual connotation, but tomboy tends to carry an innocent connotation because it's usually aimed at young
Yeah.
girls.
True. Well, like so like the stereotype of like the like I don't know if this is like the Thai lady.
Tomboy isn't always aimed at young girls because, like I said,
Oh, now
But
this is
I've
my-
been
this
I've
is-
been
this
like
is my- this is my tire repair that's turned up this time by the doorbell camera, so I'm gonna have to go and deal with this. I'll see you later.
But you'd think we'd come
Later,
up with
John.
something to identify, androgyny and on both sides. But
I think it's male culture that the opposite can't be said. Like we were talking about earlier, men have historically viewed other men who act more effeminate as being bad or being gay, and then attributing being gay to being bad.
Right.
Weak, stuff like that. Even if you can even see it in old cartoons like Popeye.
and tomboys do also have an association with being perceived as lesbians.
Yeah, but has anyone ever called someone a tomboy and then meant it in a derogatory way and also meant it as lesbian?
Yeah. My whole
You
life.
experience that?
Yeah.
I think like the main point is that like
I think
it's
that
more like
maybe they
of
haven't
the
like-
establishment of patriarchy, because it's not like masculinity versus femininity. It's masculinity versus non-masculinity. And so even if it's like a neutral ground, it's seen as like a completely different category and just melded together with femininity.
Yeah, I mean, Gretchen, if they have, then maybe my views are just biased, I guess.
Well, I mean, everybody's views are biased to some degree. You know?
But yeah, if it has been used in a derogatory way and it's been a systemic societal issue, then yeah, I don't see why it would be a problem to stop using the term.
I mean, I don't want to stop using the term. It's, I'm old and I've been using it all my life, so it's like I'm not going to stop now. But
I didn't even jump up to address the tomboy thing.
I don't even see how it really is offensive. But I mean, that's going to be Gen Z's case to prosecute.
Right.
I'm off the table at that point. So, but no, I brought up the tomboy thing because it's like because I don't understand non-binary and how someone gets there, but the only access I would have to that would be through the tomboy thing.
What did you want to talk about, Beard?
And wondering if maybe that's just the acceptable male equivalent of being a tomboy,
Oh, I'd popped up because when John was talking, he said something that struck on like we all think things are masculine or feminine, and it struck me like what's masculine and feminine is dependent on culture and time. And right now, we all see certain things as masculine and feminine because that's what's been shown to us in our media. But go back 400 years and what was masculine was completely different from what it is today. And depending on the culture, like I tried to point out to the one guy before, like if you were in Scandinavia in 800 and didn't have a battle axe on your side, you were not a man. You were still a boy. Right? It all changes based on our societal things. And right now, because of a lot of Abrahamic religions, misogyny, and a lot of other factors, but misogyny is the go-to in Western culture and a lot of other cultures as well.
Yeah, I think you touched on that on Robot Goats Damn Fools episode. The battle
Awesome.
axe.
Yep. I love my battle axes.
Does it make you feel gender affirmed?
No, it just makes me feel like I have axes. I axe a lot of questions.
Same.
Well, I guess to add some, experiential context to like my personal identity, like growing up, like in early grade school, I tended to play more with the girls. I like to like play pretend like we're puppies and stuff, and like play house and things like that. Whereas like all the other boys were going off and playing basketball or football and that kind of shit.
Ugh.
But,
Yeah, I
like,
was out with the boys.
yeah, so like we were kind of like flip flopped. But like I also like enjoyed some things that would be like considered like more like boy oriented interests, like robots and like video games, but that's not necessarily because those are inherently masculine. It's just like because like society is like said like, oh, more boys are into these kind of things, and so it must be a masculine type interest. So I basically had like an equal interest in like quote unquote feminine modes of entertainment and masculine modes of entertainment, but they were never like definitively like super feminine or super masculine. They're more like stuff that was like kind of like dead center, but like slightly left or right on the feminine masculine scale.
Yeah. Just makes me wonder if I hadn't been born in the generation I was born in, that maybe I don't know. I'm curious if I would be calling myself non-binary.
Potentially.
That's possible.
I mean, being Gen X, there's just very little chance that it,
Yeah, a lot of his generational context.
I think so.
But I really didn't have the vocabulary to describe what I was until like well into my adulthood. But I just knew that like, this had been my life experience.
Yeah. Whereas I had never even heard the term non-binary till I was fucking 40, at least.
Yeah,
Probably,
I think
probably 40, probably 45 actually.
it's not it's not just generational either. It's the culture as well. I mean, down here in the South.
Yeah, this generation is just it's an aspect of it,
Right.
And I don't know that if I had been a boy that I would even think like that,
Right. Societal constructs.
So.
I'm going ahead and disengaging the Fildo Nerd playtime because I feel like we've been out of that scope for a good minute.
All right. I've got an important doctor's appointment today, so I hope everything goes well. But I will have the day off, so I'll probably be on live.
Fingers crossed.
Sure.
Thank you.
It's
What's
Thursday.
today, Thursday?
Yeah, Thursday. So like, Ian streams every day. Blitz is off. Mezzo did a late.
Joel and Mezzo were yesterday. So.
Yeah. And Justin is Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So Thursday is actually a pretty stream light day.
Oh wait, was Joel yes? Yeah, Joel
was yesterday morning.
Yeah, earlier. Yeah.
Hump day, dump day, doody dump birthday.
I was modding in his chat.
Oh, you're a Joel mod?
I am.
Let's go.
I didn't ask. He just made me one day, and I was like, I don't want to be a mod. But
Do
I
you
will.
mod for Mezzo too, or just
No,
Joel?
just Joel. I really, honestly, I don't like being a mod. I would much rather just enjoy the content. But
Then tell
but
him
I
to
don't.
tell him to
I
take it
don't
away.
mind. I don't mind. I mean, like, it's good that I'm able to help out when there's no one there, like no other mods. So I just rarely use my powers.
Yeah, I get that. It, like, being a mod is a different experience when you're in the chat, because like ever since I became an Ian mod, I feel like I'm less engaged with like Ian's actual conversation and more like watching the constant stream of chats coming through and making sure that nobody's trying to slip in some fucking bigotry.
Yeah. I've also gotten more personal attacks as a mod.
That's why.
Than any time
just
ever.
because you have that blue name.
Right.
That's why I like campaigned for Mezzo to make some more mods, and you know, it's when Boogie the Cat and Evan.
I think you mean Pastor of Muppets. Actually,
like his. I just
meat sauce.
Pastor of Muppets, but yeah, because it was getting for a while there. It got to the point where it was just me and Lilith, and Lilith isn't around most of the time, so.
yeah, I would say put me
It's on
in,
a whole
coach,
different
but
schedule.
like Mezzo is on most often when I'm trying to get like my nap in before async.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'd only be useful during tits.
I love Mezzo's content. It's just so late for me. I often can't watch it real time. I have to go back and watch it.
A lot of the times he's on while I'm at work, and I can't pay attention to him and clients at the same time.
What do you mean it'd be an ethical breach?
Those clients figure out that you're atheist.
Oh, that has happened. I have lost clients because I told them that I was an atheist.
Yeah, that's a shame.
The stupid part was we were doing really good work, and then the subject came up, and oh wait, you're an atheist? I can't work with you anymore.
The best therapist I've ever had was a Buddhist. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that'd be. That's a great religious background for somebody who's a therapist. You know, it's definitely all about help and reducing suffering. It was right in line with the ethics of that religion.
Yeah.
Might make it a little easier too if you remove your material conscience and try to focus on well-being.
I mean, if you can remove your material conscious from your body.
That's what they think, anyways. Well, ones who like follow the path or whatever. They remove all sense of materialism.
I used to want to be a therapist, and right around the time that I got my bachelor's, I was like, looking into master's programs, and I was just like, you know what? I don't like people, and this is probably the worst fucking thing that I could choose to do with my life. And I was like, I bailed out quick. I was like, this is, I'm gonna finish the degree because I was so close to finishing it, but I'm like, no. And I had to bail out. there's just no way. Can you
It's
imagine
not
me
for
as a
everybody.
therapist? You know, like just somebody like telling me their problems, and I'm like, I don't give a shit. I'm sorry, I just don't.
Oh, the attrition rate in counseling programs is huge. Like we
Yeah, I
started,
would.
my cohort started with like 65 people, and we graduated with 27.
Wow.
I would have had to. I mean, I did look into like doing research for a while. You know, to maybe it could make it work that way, but in the end, I was like, nah, nah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Like it
Psychology is a
was.
field where you kind of got to get multiple degrees. Because just a bachelor's
Yeah,
isn't going to do much
right.
as far
It
as
doesn't.
careers go. You get a great
So
understanding of people, but not much for the career field.
yeah. So and then I was just at a point where the certain program that I was going to school for is more like to pay for multiple 4-year degrees that they really don't help out with advanced degrees at all. So it just, made more sense to just switch and collect 4-year degrees,
I don't know if you guys have seen Volsey Thoughts,
It's
but
it's another waste of our tax dollars, the way they work veterans in school.
Oh, yeah.
Just saying. Yeah. Yeah,
I don't know if
I've
you
seen
guys know
Volsey. I like Volsey.
Yeah, he's in school to be a counselor right now. I found that out on Sunday. So I'm
Yeah.
trying to reach out and get in touch with him to kind of see if we can start up a counselor, psychology based kind of group within the community.
Yeah, the Psych Bros.
Yeah. I've also talked to Dr. Joe about trying to set up like for therapists, like a supervision style group where we can talk about the difficulties of being a atheist therapist.
Well, I mean, that wouldn't be for me, but I would definitely. I think we ought to start the Psych Bros.
We should psychoanalyze all of the Phil Bros.
Yep,
All
absolutely.
the Phil Bros.
All of them.
All of them.
RP.
Even
Well,
those that don't
it's about that
identify as
time.
Phil Bros.
I should go ahead and hop off.
Give our love to RP Jr.
Okay.
Will do. Thanks everyone who joined on panel tonight. Thanks everyone who's hung out in chat. I'll see you all in the next one. Love y'all.
See ya.
Night. Fun. So, Rembrandt, did you ever answer me? Was that a suggestion to react to on stream, or or do you just want me to watch that for my own edification, or what? And are you even still here? And so, and by context, so are you the skeptic?
The skeptic?
I love the skeptic. The British floating circle.
Yeah.
I love the skeptic. That's one of my favorites.
Right. And I mean, Rembrandt sent me a video to, the skeptic. His conversation, he said in chat, you should review my conversation with Joel Setcase. And then he gave me the link, and it's a skeptic video. And I'm like, so Rembrandt is skeptic? Because I didn't know that.
That would be awesome. I would love to talk to
Rembrandt,
him.
are you here?
I really love his content.
And I mean, if I'm connecting the dots right, then
It sounds like that would be the indication.
Rembrandt would like us to react to this video with Joel's set case, and that Rembrandt is the skeptic. I mean, I'd be down for that. Absolutely. You guys want to do it?
Yeah. I'll do it.
Okay. Let's see. All right. Can you guys see it? Yep. It's up there. Okay. All right. You did that. Okay. Hey. Start it over again.
How infuriating is it when goddos don't grasp simple concepts, like the very easy to understand idea that an atheist is just someone who doesn't believe the claims of gods? Joel Settercase is the president and founder of the Think Institute, a 501c3 nonprofit for practical Christian leadership for men, and he doesn't even understand the basics of non-belief and gets a lot of stuff infuriatingly wrong. Hello, I'm the Skeptic, the British floating circle that watches people make extraordinary claims, then I explain why I don't accept what they're saying. There's nothing worse than when Christians don't understand atheism and try to shift proof burdens out of their way and onto someone else. Joel Settercase should really know better, since his non-profit is designed for men in apologetics that have a biblical worldview. If you're going to have a non-profit, surely you'd need a proper understanding of what you're speaking out against, right? Unfortunately, Joel here gets it completely wrong. So, before getting annoyed with yet another theist who doesn't understand non-belief, if this isn't your first skeptic video, hit the like, the subscribe, and the bell, and maybe the algorithm will understand what videos to put in your feed. And a super thanks to those that hit super thanks in some recent videos. District Driver, Kevin, Mark Rothenbuehler, William Horton, and Jesus Was a Liberal. And a big thank you to channel members who get to use Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe and more hen emojis. Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe bestows leaves upon you all. More hen. So Joel hosts a call-in show, I guess, and an atheist called them. This is their conversation.
All right. So, Rembrandt, you're an atheist. Why are you an atheist?
I see no reason to. I see no evidence
I
that
see now.
the claims of
Okay.
Christianity are true or even possible.
I know Joel is talking to Rembrandt.
All right. So Rembrandt called in. And all right. I get it now.
Rembrandt here, but I think I'll sometimes give my answer too, just in case it differs from the atheist. And here it does. I'd go further and say all gods and religions, nothing convinces me.
Okay. So, why do you start with atheism? Why not just, how did you arrive at atheism as a as your position? How did you get there? What evidence did you see for atheism?
Atheism in this context is a rejection of religious claims. I see no evidence that the religious claims of Christianity are even coherent.
Already, Joel doesn't understand that atheism is a rejection of the position, and you don't need evidence to not be convinced. Just like you don't need an empty stamp collector's book to not be a stamp collector.
I see. Okay, so would you say that it's fair to say that your adoption of atheism was sort of arbitrary? You weren't driven to it by evidence. You chose it because you wanted to choose it. Is that fair?
No, it's
the default.
Silly.
And it also sounds like Joel is trying to sound smug and intelligent here. You don't choose atheism. In my case, I'm unconvinced of the existence and claims suggesting that existence of the gods. And so the best label for my position is atheist. I don't really know of the word.
He's smuggling in the answer to his question and then trying to trap him into it.
Right.
Like, he's saying, "Oh, so you just got there arbitrarily." No, like nobody comes to their conclusions arbitrarily. At least not many people, in my opinion. But like you reason things out and you explore the world and you get all of your information, and then you have no choice but to believe something is true or not true.
Yeah.
You don't choose to believe it.
Right, and atheism is the default state. Like nobody's born being Christian already knowing the gospel of God, but that's what it says in Romans, so that's what they go with.
Sorry for interrupting.
Until I was in my 20s.
Well, I agree. I think that would be silly. But how did you arrive at
atheism? Your question is downright silly.
Let me explain why I asked it. A lot of times atheists will assume that atheism is the default position. And then they'll demand evidence from the Christian.
Well, duh, because it's not atheism or Christianity is the only two options. It's not being convinced of God or gods, or a plethora of gods to choose from. Of course, it's up to the believer to prove their brand of God or sugar-free God exists. Why do Christians think it's their way or no way?
What a lot of atheists don't recognize, and I'm sure you do recognize this, or maybe you will after I say it, is that if your criteria for adopting a position, or especially one as important as, as atheism versus Christian theism, if your criterion is I need evidence, then you ought to have evidence for your position as well.
See why it's infuriating? This guy runs a 501c3, teaching folks how to do
a problem there.
this. If I was unconvinced of the existence of leprechauns, I wouldn't need to provide evidence for the non-existent.
He's also smuggling in this whole. This is so important. The only importance to me when it comes to religion is trying to make sure that people aren't making laws based on their religious beliefs that would negatively impact everyone. But I don't care about the religion itself. It's not important what people believe. It's what they act on that becomes important because it impacts other people.
My thoughts exactly.
That's the way I look at it. That's why when people ask me what kind of atheist I am, I say I'm an anti-theist on political grounds. Period.
Yeah. I'm all for religious pluralism, but as soon as you try to base laws in it, or you try to control large groups of society or whatever with it, then that's why I'm very heavily against that. Currently battling Monty Fritz. I don't know if you guys know about him. Yeah, in Tennessee.
No, I don't.
He's running for governor of Tennessee. Oh my gosh, there's not enough time. I'd rather watch this video, but yeah, look him up in your own free time. He's a horrible.
Is he gonna win?
No, I think Marsha's gonna win, unfortunately. Marsha Blackburn.
Oh, God.
Yeah, she was the one who said that
He
we need to have a
can't
one-party
be
state.
worse than her. He
Oh
can't
my
be worse
gosh,
than her.
Gretchen, please look up before you say that. Look up Monty
Okay.
Fritz before you say that.
I will have to look that up.
Because I also didn't think that he could be worse, but I knew him before he started running for governor, so I did know that he was worse.
Okay.
Non-existence of leprechauns. I am unconvinced of the existence of leprechauns.
Right? You ought to be able to defend your position based on the evidence, not to just say, "Oh no, I adopted this. Don't ask me how I got here. It's just neutral. It's just," because atheism is not a neutral position. It's a statement about God and whether or not He's revealed Himself, and your relationship to the universe, and truth, goodness, and beauty, and all sorts of things.
Incorrect. It's not being convinced. You don't adopt anything. In simple terms, my brain isn't convinced, so I'm not a theist. I'm the opposite of a believer. I'm not a believer. Like someone who is asymptomatic in that they have no symptoms, I'm an atheist. I have no God belief.
So
I have no symptoms
what
of religion
evidence
either.
would you give to support your
Yeah.
atheism if I was not convinced that atheism is a neutral position?
You know,
Ask your doctor if atheism is right for you.
I do want to clarify there that shit, I lost it. Never mind.
I sent
ADHD.
I sent the Monty Fritz thing in the private chat for you to look at on your own time.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. I wanted to make sure that I clarified that I don't actually believe that religion is a mental health issue. It's not a mental health disorder. It's just, I think it's stupid.
It's the way he's framing it in this video. That non-theism is a mental health issue.
Yeah. I think it's a mental health issue. Well,
I don't think theism is, and I don't think atheism is, but
I don't.
Right. I don't think
do.
belief in God is I don't think the belief in God is a mental health issue, but I'm pretty sure that Christianity might be.
Yeah, it's just their ability to make everything all about them, you know? Just like the whole persecution fantasy that they all seem to have.
Oh yeah.
That like reeks of mental health issues to me. You know? It's like the most spoiled, pampered fucking cross section of our population, and the biggest, by the way, cross section of our population is the one saying that they're being persecuted, and but then hey, look at the fucking religion they subscribe to. Of course they fucking think so.
I don't think
Nuts.
I don't think it's specifically Christianity, and I don't think itself is a mental health issue. But I do think because like you can look at Islam and Hinduism, and they all have extremes. But yeah,
but you know what? Their numbers are such that it doesn't fucking matter in in the U.S. and most of the West. It's Christianity's the one that's the problem, because the other ones just don't have the numbers in our society. You know what I mean?
Sorry, my internet keeps going out.
It doesn't
But
like
yeah,
you.
my whole thing was I don't think it's Christianity itself. I don't think it's Islam itself. I think that they can give you a perspective that is unhealthy, and then that can cause mental health issues. But I don't think that it's like the religion itself personally. I mean, you can disagree with that, but it's fine.
Yeah,
no, I primarily agree.
I mean, I do too, to an extent, but like, in our country, it is. I mean, the Christians have the numbers. They have, they're the ones out in full force, and they're the ones crying about being persecuted.
Right.
Meanwhile, they're fucking up our rights. They're fucking up our society, and crying
You
that
really
they're
need to see Monkey
yeah,
Fritz.
crying that they're the ones being hurt by it somehow.
Yep.
You know, that is fucking
they're-
real. That's like disgusting. But
I don't
yeah,
understand what it's like to live in a constant state of cognitive dissonance like that.
nor do I.
I might
But
drop here for a second, but I'll be right back.
okay.
Continue.
Yeah, I don't understand it either, but I mean, I'd like to say that it would be exhausting to live like that, but then
Oh, I'm sure.
who's got all the background? Who's got a TV running in the back?
That's me.
Okay.
I've been trying to keep myself muted while because I'm playing a video game. I've been trying to keep myself muted when I'm not talking.
Okay. Yeah, it's is that you typing too?
No, I was muted there.
Sorry, it's me. I was flushing my DNS cache and re-registering.
Okay. Yeah, I think it was the combination of the typing and the and the TV and the game in the background. Distracting. Okay. Let me go back to the game here. Or the video.
There are certain things in this world that we know are true,
Oh.
like
Atheism
belief.
So what evidence would you give to support your atheism if I was not convinced that atheism is a neutral position?
you know, there are certain things in this world that we know are true, like anthropologists have have written a lot of peer-reviewed accepted literature on how gods are created. We know how gods are created. People write down stories which aren't accurate portrayals of the events that occurred. We see this happens every day. What we don't see every day are miracles.
He was talking.
Okay, now I'm getting more from why Rembrandt suggested this video, because they were talking in the chat about creating gods, and Golden Arm was barking about God creating us, and then we created the gods and all all the shit. So and now it all makes perfect sense.
Talking about atheism being a neutral position, and what evidence was there to support that? Again, infuriatingly, he's adding a need for proof when it's the lack of convincing proof from the other sides that means that someone would label themselves atheist. I wouldn't tell Joel that the one true rainbow deity, Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe, leave be upon her, was real, only for me to ask why he's a giraffist, and to provide evidence to support that to convince me that there isn't a rainbow giraffe, even though he should know that there is a rainbow giraffe, since I've made several banana split sacrifices now to the rainbow goddess and asked in return that Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe, leave be upon her, show herself to Joel. He's just hard.
What's up?
It was a burden shift. That whole question was shifting the burden.
Yeah. Well, that's sort of Joel's whole thing, isn't it? The burden shifting? Isn't that what he always does? That's like his stock and trade, right? Yeah. So.
And his heart to Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe, leave be upon her.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, your evidence for atheism is that anthropologists say that people invent gods and therefore no God exists, or help me out here. You read some peer-reviewed articles by some anthropologists saying that some people have invented gods, and what's the connection between that and your adoption of a position that the Christian God does not exist? Like, how is that evidence?
If you go to different Christian churches, you'll see people claiming that they've raised people from the dead.
Which would be a miracle?
Well, which would be a miracle, but it's never happened verifiably.
Which would then mean that Remy here is unconvinced and thus not a believer. But Joel seems desperate for something like, here is a talking donkey that told me God can't exist. And we all know how ridiculous talking donkeys are.
Okay.
And his name is Ollie.
Again, I'm looking for the evidence for atheism. So is your evidence for atheism that people who are Christians claim to have raised the dead, but it's not
Well, they make
verifiable?
all
And that makes
kinds
you...
of ridiculous claims, and I feel that many of the claims in the Bible are quite ridiculous.
Okay, so your evidence for atheism is that you find these claims to be ridiculous. By what standard do you find them to be ridiculous?
Man, Joel is desperate. Evidence, evidence, evidence. Why can't he accept that the lack of...
He won't let it go because that's not his grind.
Yeah, what claims like, talking donkeys, snakes, and angels descending from heaven and stuff like that, do you find ridiculous? I mean, it's just all logically consistent to me, right?
Well, and Sadicase
Everybody's had conversations
isn't even
with
gonna.
donkeys.
Yeah, you're not even gonna get there with Joel Sadicase. He's gonna just, he's gonna stick on this. What is your evidence for atheism? Shit,
I mean, if I could find a whale to live in, rent's going to be a lot cheaper. I can tell you that.
Yeah. That sucks.
I
I've
would
got so
love
many
to
bug
live
bites.
inside a sea animal.
I have so many bug bites on one of my ankles that my ankle looks deformed.
Ooh.
So fun.
Lead someone to a position. Seriously, if you're looking to get into apologetics, don't waste any money on the Think Institute. At this point, even William Lane Craig or Frank Turek might be a better option. And even then, that is scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Well, for one thing, they're highly contradictory, the claims in the Bible.
Okay, like for example?
Well, that Jesus was born... Matthew says that Jesus was born during the days of Herod, and Luke says that Jesus was born after Quirinius annexed Judea from...
Really, is that so, Golden Arm? Didn't we look at those and you were fucking wrong?
Oh yeah.
Over half the comments on the DZ stream we were on were negative.
Golden, you got schooled, dude. Schooled on Justin's channel.
Do we need to go back and look at the comments again? Like, have there been a lot more comments now? And you think you're right all of a sudden?
You even admitted that you needed more information to continue talking about it. And you are welcome up back on Justin's channel.
Hmm? Who?
Golden.
Yeah, he is. Is he saying he got kicked off?
No. He's saying that all of them were negative and stuff like that, all the comments and stuff like that. But I said continue
Oops.
talking.
Hmm?
He
I
said
didn't
that
hear it.
yeah, my internet keeps going out. I might have to
Okay.
actually drop. But Golden said that he needed more information before he can continue talking.
So what are you talking about, Golden Arm? Like, I typically don't really read comments when it comes to stuff that's gonna judge me, because I just don't.
Okay, I have to go. My internet keeps cutting out.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, sorry about that, Jack.
All good. See you later.
Bye, Jack.
Yeah.
But let's see here. What's the date? Was that the 10th? Yep, that was the 10th. Okay. Let's do this. It's 368 comments. Sort by newest. All right, Golden Arm. Let's look through. Let's see where all these negative comments are. Let's see, that's about software. AD, no one on this stream is your wife or your church. Okay, that's about AD being fucking sus. Gretchen, are you kidding me with those crickets?
Those crickets were very, very bad.
Yeah. Why wouldn't I move inside? Because my computer's out here and I couldn't. There was no quiet room in the house where I could have gone to avoid noise. It's a house full of people, you know? I did start muting eventually, so, like, once I actually heard how bad the crickets actually were. So, but, you know, my bad. Sorry. Jay, you disappeared.
No, I'm here.
There you are. I meant JMR. Sorry. He disappeared again. Damn it. Okay, AD is too stupid. Hey, AD, you're a monster. You should be on a list. So, okay, add to stage. There you are, Jay. Or JMR. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'll be able to keep you straight. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff confused me. If your God's words are the Bible. Holy shit, AD's a fucking monster. The end of the AD call was wild. I love
For some
Sharon
reason, when
Live because he
I click,
doesn't do boring Phil bros. Is Gretchen always drunk? She's always
Gretchen's not
paying for
drunk.
super chats. Is that why she's up?
Gretchen's not drunk. She's just lazy.
It's just the way I speak because I have I slur when I have my, with my retainers and all that. I get it. I
Yeah, I get it too. I seen her. I seen her sober. She
I've
tells the
had
same.
lots of people tell me they sound like I'm drunk all the time. That's fine.
See,
I mean,
people call me
I
drunk too
speak the way I
sometimes.
speak. TBS is like that too. He always sounds like he's drunk even when he's not. So
Yeah.
it's just
I
a
get it.
combination of a lisp and my.
No, I get it. I said because
So
Isa's calling me drunk all the time. She's like, "Why are you so drunk and making sense? I love you so much. Like, what's going on?" I was kidding.
And thanks for posting the live, Silly Theus. Yoshi sounds great. I need to know what earbuds those are.
I need you to set the debate. I need you to
Gretchen to
set the.
AD, are you sure
Oh,
you're English? Because you suck at English. Gretchen, please get out of my head.
That's true.
I mean,
Actually, I agree with that one. I agree with that
Gretchen
one.
is a great co-host.
Yeah.
Jesus is Ronald McDonald. Would
They
Judas
look.
be the Hamburglar?
Eh.
The part with AD was insane. AD, bro, listen back to this. Got friendly advice for you, AD. You're a piece of shit.
Oh my God. Are you? If you scroll down too
I'm
far,
not.
like you're gonna see.
I'm
You're gonna
not
see my dick.
seeing. I'm
You're gonna
not
see my
seeing
dick
the more than
pictures.
half the comments being negative, Golden Arm. I'm literally looking at them.
Golden Arm is a crybaby. He's like a little Christian crybaby.
Uh-huh.
Like he's.
So
Don't worry. Don't worry about what that guy says. I know. I know exactly. I know
Oh,
exactly who Golden Arm is.
there's my name.
I've met these
Felix,
persons
exactly.
1,000
Gretchen,
times.
exactly what? And laughing. Okay, so, I'm not seeing what you're seeing, Golden Arm. In fact, everybody's looking at this right now, and you're just full of shit. You know? Way too much Golden Arm. Yes, Gretchen, he worked backwards to go forwards, of course, and he was not getting it. And kept saying it was a mistake to call the serpent Satan, but he doesn't actually think it's a mistake. Super annoying. Maybe you see that it's like 50% of the comments about you were terrible. So, first Ty Wolf on Johnson, and now this week now Golden Arm. The chat cowards are out in full force. So, you know what? I think you're just. Are you just fucking wrong, Golden Arm? Are you fucking wrong or are you fucking lying? Which one is it? I mean, come on. At least be fucking honest. So, you know what? You're never getting any more attention with this bullshit. I read through the comments. It's fine. There were like 3 that had anything negative to say about Arpy and me. So,
You was charitable. If it was me, I'd have been like, man, fuck you, man, fuck you.
Jason, stop
Fuck
dropping
you.
out, and I won't have to keep
No, I
fucking
wasn't
doing
dropping.
that.
Like I know my. For some reason, like when I joined on my Mac Safari, like it doesn't. It hates this. It hates this stream. What was
Yeah,
Golden
it
Arm?
did. Mac
What's Golden
doesn't
Arm
like
crying
it.
about?
He's saying that of all the comments that when we were on DZ on Friday, RP and me, he said more than half the comments were negative toward RP and me.
Oh, okay. I mean,
and that's not the case.
I mean, I think you guys had like a fair amount of like positive and I mean, what else do you expect? Like you guys are like on a panel, like not everybody's gonna agree with you guys. Like it's not that
Well,
big of a
no, I
deal.
mean, I just read through the comments. Then I mean, there were only a
Yeah,
few negative ones.
yeah, you guys were fine.
So,
Like, I mean, I thought
I
you guys
know.
did. I thought you guys did all right.
Yeah, I
I
think
mean,
it
I
was
do want to.
fine.
I do want to. I did challenge Golden Arm to a debate though, and I want to talk about. I want to talk about some things. So if you want to host it on your channel, you're more than welcome. I can also ask somebody else, but I would like to debate Golden Arm about
Okay.
The Bible, and the LGBT community in the Philippines, and Catholicism in the Philippines. Because I feel like Golden Arm might be a little out of his league here, but you know, I wanna have a
Okay.
nice debate. I wanna have a nice
Golden
debate.
Arm, you coming up, Golden Arm? You want to talk about this? You've been
I wanna have
challenged
a
to debate.
I wanna have a nice debate with him about this, and it's not really to win, but I want other people to see what this kind of person is, and I feel like it's important for other people to see like the how Catholicism and Christianity takes advantage of other countries.
Yeah, the problem is that with as drunk as Golden Arm usually is, he's out of his league in a preschool debate.
I mean, I can get a little drunk for him if he needs to. You know, I can.
I mean, if you want to get drunk for it too, so it's even odds, that'd be funny as hell.
I mean, I'd have to get fucking shit faced to lose a golden arm. Like I'd have to be. Someone would have to like drag me out of my room with like fucking noose to lose the
Okay,
golden
when
arm.
did you want to do this, Jason?
I'm open whenever. Like I'm open. Like you know, I own my own company. I work from home, so whatever is best for Golden Arms,
Okay,
like whatever
Golden
he, you
Arm,
know. I'm
are
not
you,
sure like what his work schedule is.
Golden Arm? You've been challenged. Are you accepting this or not?
He's gonna need to bring his paper Bible too. Like we're both gonna need a paper Bible. I demand that everybody has a paper Bible on them during
No,
the
that's
debate.
not fucking happening. I'm not bringing a paper Bible.
I told you the subject, Golden Arm. I wrote it out to you. I want to talk about um the Catholicism and the effects that it has on the Filipino culture, and I want to talk about we could talk about the Bible. We could just talk about anything about
You
the
know what?
Bible.
How about we start with the fucking beginning? You've been challenged, Golden Arm. Are you accepting it or not?
Yeah, I don't know what your response is, Golden Arm. Like it doesn't even matter what your response is. Like I know more about all these subjects than you do, but
Nobody
my
fucking
goal
cares,
is to talk.
Jason. If he's not going to debate you, then it's a fucking moot point, isn't it?
Isn't it? You know what? I'll even give
Golden
him
Arm, are you accepting his challenge? And if so, when can you do it?
yeah. Let me know your schedule. I want to mess with your schedule. I'm sure you're very important.
And then when you guys set up a time, then you can set up what points you're going to cover.
Yeah, you let Gretchen know, and then Gretchen will text me, and like I'll make it happen. Like my schedule's.
It doesn't matter what your response is as I try to figure out what the debate is. He already fucking told you like 3 times what he wants to talk about.
I wrote him an
So,
entire message on what the debate would be about.
So, are you too much of a coward to do it?
Yeah, of course he is.
So you're gonna run before you even. I mean, that's fine.
Comment coward. He's a comment coward.
All right. You guys let me know.
So you've been challenged and you're running.
Yes.
So,
I formally challenge
I
Golden.
mean,
And actually, it doesn't even. We can just do a side quest on the Philippines, but I would challenge you to anything in the Bible. I would challenge you to anything about Jesus being the Savior, the Messiah, and I would challenge you to anything that would make the Bible a fact or true. But I do also want to touch on the Philippines and how you're taking advantage of it.
see, he's giving you a wide range of topics that you could debate on. And you're too much of a fucking pussy. You can't even say whether you want to or not.
Yeah. You can get Defreak as like a tag team. It's no problem.
No, he gave you a whole list of things about Jesus being the Messiah. Fuck off, Rachel. Okay.
I'm saying the
So,
Bible is wrong. I'm saying Jesus is not the Messiah.
so now you're gonna say fuck off, Rachel, and try to get kicked so you don't have to look like a coward. You're gonna blame so you can blame it on me. Guess what? Not happening.
Golden Arm, and I've even been canceled from this channel just like you. Like, come on, bro, just to be.
You were not fucking canceled from this
I'm just
channel.
kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Don't worry. You know I don't care. You know I don't care. I'm messing with you.
You know,
I just like to fuck with you guys every now and then.
Pastor Muppets didn't cry when I demodded him. Holy Gore didn't throw a fit.
I know. I was waiting.
You
I was trying to
know,
wait for you to get monetized. I was gonna be your
you
first
thought it
$5
was.
donor.
You took it so fucking personally. It's like, and like nobody else fucking cared, dude.
No, I didn't actually care. I just get petty.
I know you did. You got petty for like 2 days afterwards.
Yeah,
And it wasn't
but
personal.
no, I get petty for
Joker,
fun. I get petty
Joker,
for fun.
he slips into calling me Rachel when he's drunk, and it pisses me off. So
That's so
now he
cute.
does it just to irritate me. Well, he's probably also drunk, but
I'm a leftist.
But when he does it in chat, he doesn't just bother me. Just to be a dick.
All right, we good. So I'll challenge Golden Arm to a debate.
This is not how you go about setting up a debate. How many professional debates have you been part of, Golden Arm? Who the fuck do you think you're kidding?
-1.
He hasn't ever set up a fucking professional debate. He doesn't even know what he's fucking talking about.
Well, that's why I said -1.
You know what?
He's been
You've been
-1
challenged.
formal debates.
Golden Arm, you have been challenged. And
Sorry.
you either... Oh, hold on a second. He came up.
I'm sorry.
Here he is, Jason.
Yeah.
There.
So sorry. I was laughing at what
Jason,
you're saying.
he's up here. You can talk to him now.
What's up? Oh wait, we're debating right now. I thought we were challenging. I thought we were setting up. Okay, right now. Okay. Yo, what up?
So
What
are
up,
you
big boy?
accepting this then?
Oh yeah.
Can't
I'm
hear
good.
you, Golden Arm.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'll grab my Bible
Yeah,
right
now
now.
we can hear you.
All
Okay.
right.
I didn't realize we were like right now.
Your technology is easier to figure out than Justin's.
All right, let me grab it. Let me grab the Bible.
Number one, I'm not a coward, but when somebody says I'll debate you on this or this or this or that or this or this or this or that or that, you don't enter into a debate like that, and no one would. So the terms of the debate.
Am I here?
The terms of the debate.
Hear me?
Yeah, you're here.
The
We can
terms
hear
of the
you.
debate need to be precisely identified so I can prepare so that if I answer one thing, then I got some joker saying, no, that's
right.
That's retarded.
Nobody. Golden Arm, don't use that fucking word.
It's absurd.
You know better.
I asked what the terms of the debate were, and you know JMC said anything and everything. You don't debate.
You know what? You don't pick the debate topic until you actually know if there's going to be a debate.
No, that's not true. That's the exact opposite.
Yes, it is true.
You figure out what you're going to debate, and then you agree on those terms, and then you go forward.
No.
Yes. You don't say, I'm going to debate.
Okay, then fine. Do it that way.
Well, that's why I've called.
But if
Joker.
you had...
Now the Joker's gone, right? Where's the Joker at? Where's JMC?
He's here. He's here.
He wants to talk about the Philippines and the Catholic Church. I have no clue about that.
Okay. He also mentioned something about Jesus being the Messiah.
No, I know. So he's all over the board, right? Yeah, exactly.
I'm all over the board.
That is not how you set up a debate. Period. Unprofessional. Absurd.
Oh wow!
How many professional debates have you set up before,
Unprofessional.
I don't need to have joined one professional debate to understand how these are set up. You don't sit here and say, I'll debate you on anything, and then...
You know what? So clearly,
No,
you don't
do
want
that.
to debate. That's
No.
it. Just say that then.
No.
Say,
and
I'm not
and that's-
interested.
I'm up here.
Is it a
Just say you're
professional
not fucking
debate?
interested.
I'm up here because all
This isn't a professional debate,
but
dude.
I'm not going to let you trash talk me about
Nobody-
coward or whatever. No, ain't going to happen.
This guy's so funny. This guy's so funny.
Because you wouldn't answer the question.
I was answering the question in the comments.
Yo, Golden, chill.
I didn't
out,
see
bro.
an answer.
Why are you so
I'm
mad?
sorry because you guys are pissing on me unjustifiably.
I know, but like, chill.
Oh, no, I think it's completely justified.
Now it's chill. Now
I'm
it's
sorry.
chill, right?
Yeah.
You
Who
want
was?
to? You
I'm
want
sorry.
to say? You want to call
Just
me
relax,
a coward?
relax.
And say,
Whoa.
debate you over
Whoa,
anything?
whoa.
No, ain't gonna happen. No.
Wait.
No.
I'm sorry. Who's in the comments pissing people off? You're in there talking. You're in the comments talking shit about me and RP.
Yeah, and you didn't scroll down far enough. I read it. It's there. Anybody can go fact check me.
Over half the comments? Because I did. I scrolled through them.
You didn't go all the way to the beginning. That Friday night, actually, the Saturday after my discussion with Justin, I went back to look and see what are people saying about me, and all I saw was everybody was talking.
How'd your discussion with
everybody
Justin go?
everybody was talking about AP, mostly. AP got
AD.
I'm sorry, you're right. AD got most of the comments, but scattered throughout that, there was 1 or 2 or 3 comments about me, negative, of course, and a lot of comments about the co-hosts. That's what I saw.
I mean, how'd your discussion go though? Like, how'd you?
But
like,
half of them,
how'd your
half
biblical
of the
takes
comments
go?
were bad,
or
half the comments, or half of the comments
most
with
of the
my
comments,
name in them were bad.
Yeah, half of the comments with your name or more were bad.
Yeah, I thought
I'm okay with that.
Most of the comments were about AD.
I'm totally fucking fine with that. I don't care.
That's cool. That's fine. That's fine. How did my conversation with Justin?
I'm not going to let an internet comment section determine how I fucking talk to people or what I do with my life.
Yeah,
it's just not going to happen.
My conversation with Justin.
Yeah,
my conversation with Justin went fine, except for
the Bible stuff.
I'm not really a debater, and I don't have tactics like Justin does. He's on 3 times a week.
Because he read the Bible. He's read the Bible.
I've read the Bible too, but he's got debate skills that I don't. Okay, so are you saying debate skills don't exist?
I mean, debate skills do exist, but
okay, so somebody who debates often has debate skills, and somebody who doesn't.
I mean, I don't. I'm the worst. I've never debated anybody on the Bible.
Yes or no.
I've never debated anybody in the Bible, but
yes or no.
But I do own a Bible.
Yes or no.
And I can read a Bible.
You're deflecting my question.
No, I'm not. I said debate skills.
Yes, you are. Yeah.
You know what?
So
Golden,
I'm saying Justin has debate skills, and I'm saying I don't. So in that context, I think he did well in the conversation, but I was appealing to what the Bible said. And
you are out of your fucking mind.
You got scared about what the Bible said.
Yeah, I didn't get scared about what the Bible. Why would I get scared about?
You're out of your mind, Golden. How many hours?
We've read the fucking Bible.
How many hours have you spent on my panel, on Taco's panel, on all over the place, just debating people? And you're gonna say you don't have as much debate experience as Justin? I mean, just barely. Because you've spent hours up here getting your ass handed to you.
Are you serious? Justin spends 8 hours 3 times a week on his lives. I spent 3-4 hours with you a couple times a week for the last.
I've never debated anybody.
Well, that should have helped you with your debate skills.
Well, it should. But
I've never debated anybody. But I read the Bible.
I'm talking about.
I know the Bible. I have Bibles.
I'm talking about RP with whatever philosophical Philbro crap he wants to talk about. I'm talking about something else.
Oh yeah, RP's too smart for me. I'm a normal colloquial
Justin.
I'm just a normal colloquial guy. I'm a gay man that grew up in Missouri. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. I'm gay. I have a boyfriend. I'm married to a Filipino for 2 years now. We've been together for 10 years. I've been to the Philippines many times. So I feel like I'm on the same level as you with like
Okay.
certain aspects.
Okay.
So I know the Bible. I know the
All right.
Philippines. I feel like we can have a discussion about things, and I feel like I know things that you might not know. So that's why I'm.
I think all of
I
that's
did.
true. I believe all of that's true. I don't disagree.
I
with
did.
that.
I just did a control F in the comments. My name appears 7 times.
No, I
Wait,
just
hold on.
Out of,
I'm gonna
out
type your
of
name.
300.
I'm gonna type your name one more time.
What do you
Just
mean no? Look.
No, I think I read more. It doesn't matter. Okay.
Okay. No,
I stand
you
by.
know
I
what?
stand by. I
No.
stand by
You
what I
want to
said.
talk shit? Go ahead and talk shit.
I
But
stand by.
You know, I want to talk. I want to talk
this
to.
is what we're doing.
I
Look,
want to talk to
Gretchen, up
Goldenarm.
here, right here. See that? 1 of 7.
Hold on, let me type.
This
Let me
one
type
saying
this.
that I'm always drunk.
All right.
This one
Okay.
laughing at something I said to AD. Gretchen is a great co-host.
All right. Is it JMR? Is it,
Gretchen,
or
exactly
Justin,
what?
or what? What do I don't know your name.
Gretchen, are you kidding
Yeah,
me
you can
with
call me
those
Jason.
fucking crickets?
Jason.
Okay.
Yeah, you can call me Jason.
Yeah, that's it, dude.
All right.
That's the
All
sum
right.
total of the comments about me.
Okay. I'll research that and I'll get back to you. Okay.
What are you gonna research?
So.
I want to.
Oh, that's how he can see. I get it.
Huh?
That's how Golden Arm can see. It's research and get back to you. That's the same as him saying, "Yeah, that's right."
That's the beard. I'm not going to talk to Beard, man. You can bug off, dude.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know who that is. I'm not sure.
Your whole conversation about the method of Darwin, when I had mentioned the observation, I have no patience for you. You can bug off, dude.
I got no patience for you either. So we're on the same page.
Good. Then don't talk to me.
Yeah, I'm not really interested in like other people's opinions. Like I feel like I can talk to Golden Arm about some things because I feel like
Look, if you guys want to fucking set up a debate, then set up a fucking debate.
Yeah.
You know what? It's whatever. You know, we're here from,
Yeah, I think it'd be
9:30 at
good for the
night
channel.
to whenever into the morning. We can do it any fucking night you want. You guys figure it the fuck out. How about that?
I mean, I could turn my cam on for Isa just so she, because Isa be like thirsting on me, like. So
I just
can do it.
I just want to know what we're debating because generally the topic of debate is given to the debater so they can research, they can study the.
I don't need. I'm not like a
Yeah,
research
you guys
person.
need to agree on that.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's how it's done.
And
Gretchen,
you guys need to agree on a topic.
Gretchen, that's what I was trying to do in the chat, and you said you're a coward, right? So screw you, man.
I told you, Golden, what I want to debate on. I want to debate on. I'll debate on Jesus being the Messiah. I can debate on that, but I also want to touch base on because here's the thing that I'm interested in you about is because I've been involved in a situation with DeFreak defending you for you getting mad at Rainbow 666 for like banning you and stuff. So I'm interested in you for that point, but not that it's your fault, but I saw bits and pieces of the conversation where you're talking about how you're going on a flight to the Philippines, and
Did you ever talk to the freak about that, Golden Arm?
Here's the thing that I know about this situation is my husband is Filipino. I've been to the Philippines a lot of times. I understand these sort of tropes that are said from like white men talking about how they're going to the Philippines, and you may be a legitimate person. I think you were in the military or army.
His spouse is also Filipino.
Yes, I understand that, and I think that that is okay, and I'm not even I don't even want to challenge. I don't even want to challenge you on that.
Jason,
but I want to talk about. I want to talk
lived-
about. I want to talk about. I want to talk about. I want to talk about your view of Christianity, and I want to talk about your marriage to your Filipino wife, and you go to the Philippines, and I want to talk about the cultural impact that Christianity has destroyed on the Philippines, because it's very important to me, because Christianity has had a detrimental effect on the Philippines.
He's already
All right,
told you
Jason-
3 times that he doesn't
Jason-
disagree with you on that.
Jason, no, Gretchen, listen, Jason, I'll discuss all of those points, but that's not a debate. You can't debate all.
Well, I'll debate the whole Jesus is not real thing too.
All right,
But
well,
I want to talk about.
I know.
I want to talk
but
about
that-
the other cultural
But that
impact.
doesn't.
also.
But Jason, that doesn't entertain or doesn't even begin to address my wife, my affiliation with the Philippines, my going to the. It just you're all over the place, and you can't call that a debate.
No, it's not really, because
And
I
then you
think
can't.
that
And then you and Gretchen can't sit there and call me a coward for rejecting your smorgasbord.
no, it's very.
I can call you
it's not a
anything I
smorgasbord.
want
And
at
that's
any
that's
time.
very related.
Obviously,
It's
and I can
very
call you
related.
whatever I want, like I just showed you a few minutes.
No,
ago.
you're
And
you're
you
a goofball.
do you
The point
and you
is-
do
You're a goofball.
regularly.
It's very
the
related.
The point is this: is I will discuss anything that Jason wants to talk about with all of those
Yeah,
topics.
of course.
I have opinions, but that's not a debate.
Yeah. Okay. So how about this debate? How about me being gay is deserving of death? We'll do that debate.
Well, that's pretty easy. I mean, that's just, in my opinion, what does the Bible say about sin and homosexuality specifically?
Who the fuck cares what the Bible says?
All right, so it's not really about that. It's about the legitimacy of the Bible.
What do you mean who cares what the Bible says? Isn't that a big fucking part of it?
Yes.
No. So I want to talk about. I will debate you on the legitimacy of Jesus and what the Bible says. That's what we'll do. And then I just want to do like little side quests about the Philippines.
I'll debate
Like,
you
it should
on
be
what
fun.
the Bible says.
Yeah. So
You need to be a little more specific than that,
this is
Jason.
this is what I was doing, Gretchen, in the comments. I was like, be more specific. What are we going to debate? And you're calling me a coward, and that's why I'm.
Oh my god, dude!
Otherwise, I wouldn't be up here. I'm not a coward, but the inspecificity.
What do you want to debate? What do you want to prove to me
I
as
don't-
an
I don't-
atheist? What would you like to prove to me as a gay atheist?
I don't
What
have-
am I doing wrong?
I don't have anything to prove to you, man.
No, I'm doing nothing wrong. I'm a gay atheist and I'm good to go. I'm going to heaven too.
I think a gay atheist is on their way to hell.
Okay, so I want to talk to you
and-
about that. So you tell me about
and
that,
possibly-
and I'll debate you about that.
And possibly annihilation. I'm
Okay.
determined on how I feel about hell right now. I think I don't think hell is. Part of me thinks hell is eternal consciousness.
Okay, perfect.
The
So
other
I want
hand
to
says
I want to
it's
debate you.
annihilation.
I want to debate you on me being a gay atheist, and I want you to tell me like what is going to happen to me, and I want to use scripture and talk about that. That's what I want to debate you on.
Okay. So
You know what?
You want to
If
debate?
you guys want to set it up, that's fine. You can do it on this channel anytime you want. Jason, don't be this
Yeah,
drunk
yeah.
when you show up. Don't be
What's
this
up?
fucking drunk because I won't. I'm not going to do that.
Is he drunk?
Me?
Yeah, you sound fucking drunk,
Who, me or Jason?
I'm literally
Jason.
drinking.
I'm actually talking to Jason this time.
All right.
I'm drinking a blueberry kombucha right now. I'm
I
so
don't-
wasted.
You sound fucking drunk.
I've been on
Okay.
the channel all night long in the chat room.
Okay. Gretchen never sounds drunk.
No, I always sound drunk, and I admit that, but it's not because of the shit that I'm saying. It's just because of the way that I speak.
All right. Well,
It's my lisp, and I get it, and
Jason,
that's fine.
I'll meet you
All
back.
right,
I get that I
Gretchen,
always
I can
sound drunk.
guarantee-
It doesn't
guarantee
mean
you
that
right
I
now-
am.
I can guarantee you right now, Gretchen, that I'm not drunk. I'm drinking a blueberry kombucha right now, and it's
That's
probably like 0.05% alcohol content.
that's what I said last week.
Well, then why are you bouncing around like a fucking, like a bee? You won't. You want to set this up? Fucking set it up.
You
Like
said that this is your channel. I thought this was the
dial
AC
down,
network.
huh?
I thought this was the AC network. I was trying to get you guys some.
You're
I'm
the one that
I'm trying to
wanted
I'm
this
trying to help
fucking
your
debate,
channel.
Jason. You wanted a debate.
Yeah, I want to debate Golden Arm. I want to talk to him
So
about.
what? You fucking snap your fingers and I'm supposed to do all the fucking work for you? Work out a
No,
fucking
he's
topic, work out a fucking time and a date.
Jesus Christ.
That's all you gotta do.
Gretchen, it's cool, man. Hey, Jason.
Oh God.
Tomorrow.
Am I drunk?
You
Like,
two are both grown ass fucking men. Figure
Jason,
it
I have
the
like a
fuck out.
I have a
tomorrow in the chat.
raging grandma
Tomorrow,
like yelling at me like I'm.
let's talk about this a little bit more tomorrow in the chat, and we'll get something set up.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you, man. I don't have any problem talking to you about any.
Yeah, we're cool. Look, chill. Look.
Jason, when Golden Arm sounds like the
I'm
fucking
not.
rational one,
Yeah, no. I'm
can you
totally fine
blame me
here.
for thinking that you sound drunk?
No, I'm not even drunk. I'm not drunk. I literally want to talk to him about this. Like, you guys can see me on the
Okay,
cam.
so
Like, here, how do I put the cam on?
Chrissy, that's not Jack. That's not the Bible, Jason.
Yeah, here. No, it is not the Bible. Yeah. So I'm totally cool. Like, I want to talk to Golden Arm about
it's
these
not just
issues.
me. He sounds like wasted, right?
No
I'm
comment.
so wasted. God, I'm so wasted. Look,
You're not tracking the conversation, Jason.
I have no clue what the fuck you're talking about. Like, I don't even know why you're here. Like,
That's the problem.
okay, all right.
You don't have a clue what we're talking about.
Golden Arm. We can.
Like I
we can
said,
discuss
Golden
this.
Arm actually sounds more reasonable than you right now.
I'm always reasonable.
Yeah,
No,
Golden
you are.
Arm-
No,
Golden
you're
Arm-
not.
Golden Arm is like Golden Arm. Golden Arm. This is sponsored by Golden Arm. The show is sponsored by Golden Arm.
That dude's drunk, man. You're drunk, dude. Let's
Dude,
talk
I'm
tomorrow,
wasted.
right?
I'm so wasted, dude.
Hey, Jason.
I'm
We'll talk
turned
tomorrow
up.
in the chat. We'll set something up. We'll have a good time later on, all right?
All right.
I'm gonna get out of here for now.
All right. I love Gretchen to death, but I'm confused right now. I'm very confused.
Yeah,
I don't know what you're confused by.
All right. Later. Thank you. Oh, Gretchen.
What?
I love you guys.
You see any of my chats about the question of whether or not it's like illegal to steal AI songs? Like, can you steal some taco songs and play on your channel? Is that legal?
Technically, yes.
Pure imagination, pure imaginings for puggles.
If they haven't been copyrighted, then technically you can't steal AI music.
That's what I thought. See my pussy?
But
anyway,
but I'm not gonna steal Taco's music though.
Yeah, I
won't. I won't even play my song because even though I fucking love it, because he threw a fucking fit.
Yeah, I'm sure he would. Yeah, you probably shouldn't. I'm just tempting you.
Yeah, he's had nothing but shit to talk about me and Nobody on Fire and how we fucking are traitors or something. So whatever, fuck him.
Yeah,
fuck him.
Gotcha. All right. Good
And
night.
I'm not gonna, if he doesn't want me playing the song that he made for me, then fuck him.
Yeah.
Then I won't.
That's respectful. I appreciate that. All right, I'm gonna go. Good night.
All right, bye.
Bye.
So.
Am I still on?
Yes. Better. Okay. Jason, talk to the chat, man. I'm not the only one that you're appearing, inebriated to. That's all. That's all I'm saying. So, there's that. Okay, back to Joel's set case and the skeptic.
From Herod and Jesus was born. Matthew says that Jesus was born during the days of Herod, and Luke says that Jesus was born after Quirinius annexed Judea from Herod's heir after Herod's heir couldn't pay his tribute.
Okay.
We know that.
Where does it say that?
Good night, Golden.
So I want to look that up. Where does it say that?
The first few verses of Matthew says that Jesus was born in the days of Herod. The first few verses of Luke say that Jesus was born during the census of Quirinius.
What kind of apologist doesn't know the Bible? Oh, yeah, this is basically every Christian who only reads the good bits or the bits that make sense to them. One of my favorite contradictions that...
Hold on. Golden Arm, yes, not the Bible, Jason, is JMR that you were just talking to. And now he's going on about whatever. I'm really not in the mood.
Still has people defending it is when Jesus apparently ascended to heaven. Luke says it's on the day of the resurrection. Acts says 40 days later. And still Christians try to say that it all makes sense.
Now, we know when Herod lived, and we know when Quirinius annexed Judea.
Okay.
Herod, according to Josephus, Herod died in 4 BC. The annexation of Judea by Quirinius was in 680.
Okay. So yeah, there is an explanation for this.
Yeah, there are a lot of ad hoc explanations for
Yeah. So you
posited completely without evidence.
Yeah, well, it's not without evidence, obviously.
What evidence
we have these two. We've got these two historical accounts, and your problem is that whatever I say to explain, like, while there was a stint of Quirinius being a governor earlier, like
no, that didn't happen.
That's
No, you have no
here's the
evidence.
problem. I asked you for evidence for atheism. You're trying to tell me that you have found what you believe to be an irreconcilable contradiction in the Bible.
See, he just won't let go of it. He thinks he's the, like he's the big answer to Matt Dillahunty. Give me your evidence for God. Only he's going to throw in atheism and...
Yeah, but atheism isn't a claim that needs evidence.
I know it's not, but he's not going to let go of that, though. He's continuing to frame atheism as a belief system, as its own religion, and he thinks he's cooking.
He's cooking without gas.
What's that?
He's cooking without gas. Like the stove is off, but he's got a pan
totally
on the element. That's how much he's cooking.
Yeah, but I'm curious to see how this, or if it, resolves.
Atheism. So,
look how flustered he got. It's not positive evidence for atheism because that's not how it works. It is, however, a point to show how silly the stories of gods are, and in this instance, the magic floaty man of Christy Bobs, and yet another reason not to accept the claims that it exists.
What I'm going to ask you is that,
Bye.
and I'm going to keep
one.
asking it until you can produce something.
Okay.
If your criteria is evidence and no violations of the laws of logic, I'm going to ask you not only for the evidence for atheism, but also I'm going to ask you to...
Sorry, did you want to say something, Bear?
Not really, but contradictions in the Bible are evidence that the Bible God isn't real, because that's the claim. That is a logical contradiction, and that is evidence that the Bible God itself is not real.
Yeah. So, hey Zap, how's it going? Yeah, the Granny Perks is. You know what, Jason? Get fucked. Seriously, you're just gonna be a fucking petty little cunt asshole? Then, you know what? Go do your debate somewhere else then. How about that? You're being an absolute dick, Jason. And talking shit about me doesn't make you look any fucking better.
Ground your assumption that evidence is a meaningful concept and that the laws of logic are actually real, such that it's a problem to have a contradiction.
Well, there you have it. It's not a problem for Christians to have contradictions. Seems like they'll believe anyway, thus throwing out the need for logic. Come on, Joel. Stop trying to play smart and listen to what you're saying.
So go ahead. I don't care where you want to start, but please actually try to defend your atheism if you can.
Okay, you seem to misunderstand what atheism is.
Well, you present it as a
Yeah,
neutral position.
that's the whole problem, is that he's intentionally misunderstanding what it is.
Yeah, no, he doesn't misunderstand it. He's just purposefully couching it in a different way, trying to manipulate the argument.
Right. I accused you of what, Jason? Not being able to track a conversation? Because you want to know why? Because you weren't able to track the conversation. And okay, fine, you're not drunk. Why are you unable to track a fucking conversation then? Are you just stupid all of a sudden tonight? Did you get some brain damage since the last time I fucking talked to you? You're gonna cry about calling you drunk? Hey, at least that's an excuse for why you're unable to track a conversation. And I'm not the only one that fucking noticed it. I don't want to go down this path? Really? Cool. Why not? You're not going to threaten me, Jason. I'm sorry.
But I don't grant that.
Atheism is I reject the claims, all the God claims I've heard so far. I mean, they're all incoherent for one thing.
But atheism is not a neutral position. I'm not going to grant you that, my friend. Atheism is a positive claim about what you believe about the world. I'm looking.
No, it
your
isn't.
criterion is evidence and no violations of the law.
I
of
know.
non-contradiction.
You can't defend your position, so you have to attack.
Bingo. He's desperate for Rembrandt to say that there is no God, rather than I'm not convinced there is. Quit shifting the burden of proof, Joel. And you know what? That better be a proper T in there.
That's
he won't.
No,
he won't
absolutely
stop down it.
And Golden Arm, I know. This is what it's like trying to reason with you sometimes. So.
Yeah, when Golden Arm
that's not
admits
evidence.
that he's drunk and is tracking a conversation more effectively, that can be an issue.
Yeah, it can. But, you know, he's going to go all fucking petty and start trashing me. It's fucking nuts. And all that's gonna do is make him look worse. So he needs to figure his shit out.
For your position, do you have evidence for your position?
What do you think my position is?
Your position is that that the God of the Bible is not really there. He's not real. Because why?
Well, for many reasons. One is he's completely incoherent. Two, he violates the law of non-contradiction.
Okay, so now we're getting somewhere.
If it's specifically the God of the Christian Bible, then its own words describe it as loving, all-knowing, and all-powerful. But then its actions go against all those things. It didn't seem very loving for killing children. Didn't know which houses to skip over, and lost a wrestling match with Jacob. Not to mention, if it was all-knowing, loving, and powerful, it would know what it would take to convince me of its existence. It would want to, because it's all-loving. It would be able to get past even the hardest of hearts and free will, blah, 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 with its ultimate power. Sounds pretty non-existent to me.
So your specific
Joel's stupider than that.
Type
He's
of atheism.
stupider than that. He said that atheism is not believing in the God of the Bible. That doesn't make you an atheist, just not believing the God of the Bible. It just shows that he thinks there aren't any other gods. I could believe in Brahma or Vishnu and not be an atheist and still say the God of the Bible is wrong, is not real.
Right. That's insanity. Yeah, he's totally not going to give up on this avenue of attack, because that's... How can you be that fucking dishonest, man? That's just ridiculous.
Adopted because you believe that you have found contradictions in the Bible, which would you say it's fair to say you would view those contradictions as evidence that your atheism is true?
Oh, so no, I find the contradictions in the Bible as proof that your position is false.
And thus, not convincing, leading one to not be convinced, and therefore, atheist.
Well, no, but that's not what I asked you. I asked you for evidence
I
for your
told you
position.
the conclusion I drew from it.
Timu Jordan Peterson here, but with better facial hair, obviously. He gets an answer, but plays word games, albeit unsuccessfully.
Which was not what you said my conclusion was.
So, so you're not really...
That's one of the greatest lines.
It's fine.
Timu
You
Jordan
get it?
Peterson.
Yeah, that was good. Okay, Jason, it's fine. You get it. What do you get? What exactly do you get, Jason? Because I don't think you do. And listen to Fisticuff, because someone might have a point.
Christian, is that fair?
Well, I think the proper term would be anti-theist, but that is one section of atheism.
Oh, here we go. When Christians feel attacked.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. In the chat, I'm going to send you an article. Not that I think, well, you can prove me wrong. Not that I think that you'll care or want to be convinced, but I'm going to send you an article explaining the timeline between Matthew and Luke's gospel. I think I just scanned it. I skimmed it. If you're actually interested in discovering,
No, I'm not really interested in.
I thought you might not be. But I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Posited with no evidence whatsoever.
Why would he be bothered by some verses or timelines when it comes to the Bible?
No one cares.
Yeah, so I literally just gave you in the chat. In fact, I'll post it in the.
All right, I see it.
Chat.
When I get off, I'll read
So
it. But
I see.
Okay, so here's what I just did. I posted it.
You see what?
I see a lot of the atheist content creators go with this argument, the contradiction between Mark and Luke for the nativity narrative. But I find that contradictions that exist within one book are more powerful than ones that exist between two different books because of different authors. So within Luke himself puts the timeline like impossible. Big contradiction with Pontius Pilate. If Jesus was born in 6 AD under the census of Quirinius and was 33 years old when he was tried, it would have been 39 CE when that trial happened, Passover 39. But we know that Pontius Pilate was recalled back to Rome in 37 and was not in Judea as the governor of Judea in 39 when Jesus was crucified. He couldn't have been overseeing the trial if Jesus was born during the census of Quirinius. That's within one book, bigger contradiction.
That's true. I think contradictions within the confines of one book, absolutely. I think that gives more weight to a contradiction, that it's,
Yeah, it's one author rather than between two, because I can always accept that two different authors saw things differently. But you get contradictions within one book, that's a bigger deal to me.
I think it either takes away from the credibility of the author of the book, or it, I don't know, it's also likely it makes me entertain the fact that there's probably more than one author to that fucking book,
Yeah.
So, and they just didn't catch it when they were putting it together. So,
well, and this is why I'm not interested in debating that contradiction with you. And let's actually cut to the chase, because your adoption of atheism, and let's just be very clear about what that is.
West Hollywood is the gay area. It's the nice part of Hollywood. East Hollywood is the ghetto part.
You called yourself an anti-theist. You've tried to appeal to violations of the laws of logic, and I haven't gone straight into this because I really wanted to understand where you were coming from.
Which I'm willing to bet you still don't. There's bound to be another instance of you asking for evidence. He then goes on a tirade of trying to catch the caller out on a definition of logic, which is detracting from the main point. So, we're jumping. But you can find the full video in the description. We're jumping back into, after all the dumb stuff, trying to catch the caller out. Here's Joel putting words in the caller's mouth.
The laws of logic as immaterial concepts must exist in a mind. And if you're talking about transcendent laws of
Beard, I'm going to mute you, so if you want to talk, just unmute first.
Okay.
It sounds like you're building a house over there.
Logic, which what other kind could there be?
No. What about the brain just recognizing what does and doesn't make sense? Naturalistic explanations exist, but you, Joel, trying to make transcendental the default is very dishonest. He's definitely going to say that it's transcendent, and thus you can't do it without any God.
We're talking about a transcendent mind. Cut to the chase. Your worldview requires God.
Yeah, bingo, called it.
Because you want to argue against God using logic, your worldview requires a transcendent mind. That's God. Your worldview requires God. Your very argument requires God. So
in other words,
as an atheist, your position is self-fulfilling.
He's not going to let it go. He has no chance. No. That's not part of the game plan.
Precepts never do let it go.
Feel free to try to
fight
against it.
to defend your own position and instead attack mine.
Your worldview is here's the defense of my position.
What you're saying
my
about
position,
my worldview is
my position
not
has
really relevant to the conversation. What you're saying about my worldview
is
demonstrably false.
It's not relevant to the conversation. You define the laws of logic as conceptual.
You refuse to defend anything about your own worldview. All you did was attack mine.
And, I might add, make stuff up to then knock down. Someone go to McDonald's and get me a Dr. Pepper and a paper straw, man.
Okay, here's the defense. Are you ready for it? Unlike your worldview, my worldview grounds the laws of logic.
Your worldview appeals to an
No, it
invisible man
doesn't.
in the sky that can't be demonstrated, one that contradicts its very existence because of a book that it supposedly inspired, describing it as one thing on some pages and shows its actions to be in opposition to those descriptions. Sheesh.
Because
In
the laws of logic are grounded in God.
character in a book that violates the law of non-contradiction.
That's not an internal critique of
The Bible
Christianity.
says that no man may look upon God's face and live, and yet he walked in the garden with Adam, and he ate lunch with Abraham, and Jacob.
That's solved by the Trinity. That's not a problem. That's solved by the Trinity. Do you have another argument?
A trinity that also hasn't been proven, other than words in a storybook.
No one has ever
The
seen
Trinity
God.
that's also logically
only
impossible.
God has made him known. Jesus, the only begotten God, the only begotten Son of
So
God,
Adam didn't
has
see
made
him
him
when they
known.
walked together in the garden.
Adam saw the second person of the Trinity, the Word, in a pre-incarnate state. It was a Christophany.
Wow. Just wow. The mental gymnastics to make things make sense. Joel might as well have done a backflip and face planted here. Where on earth does it say that anywhere? I guess now Jacob wrestled with a spirit that wasn't a spirit or something. No wonder his face looks so derp here.
That's solved by the Trinity. You need to look into these things before you.
Trinity-
I say this
It doesn't-
respectfully.
the Trinity
You need to look
doesn't
into
solve
these objectives
anything.
before you raise them.
One does not equal.
What's that?
The Trinity doesn't solve anything. Like you're saying, okay, here's a contradiction.
No.
Okay, well, this other contradictory idea that can't exist, that's going to solve this contradictory idea. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, it is fucking ridiculous. So, but then was also is saying that, you know, my worldview grounds the laws of logic, you know, because no,
I don't
it
even know
doesn't.
what that means.
It
I've yet to
doesn't
have a
mean
Philbro
anything.
actually explain what grounding is.
Yeah, I have a big problem with it too. Like, I don't think it needs to be grounded. I don't know. They don't know what to do with that, though. Like, you know, you want to talk to me about grounding logic? All right. Or grounding morals? All right. Tell me why the shit needs to get grounded at all. Start there.
I mean, electrical circuits sometimes need to be grounded. Pilots, when they're drunk, need to be grounded. Logic, I don't like. Logic is just what we observe in nature. That is the grounding.
And morals, I mean, it's
morals have their neurobiological basis.
Yep. Oh shit, did I burn myself? Oh no, I stabbed myself. That's what I did. So. Okay.
That's not the
Couple
Trinity.
minutes left.
Again,
Let's
you
get
need to
through
look into
this.
these things before you try to raise them. And no offense, sir, but you're slurring your speech. I don't think it. I'm not sure if you really understand what you're saying right now. And I say this very
Like I
respectfully.
said, you refuse to defend your own worldview.
I literally just defended it. My worldview.
Attack mine.
My worldview grounds the very argument you're trying to use against it. That's the
No, it
defense.
doesn't.
Without, I mean, I just explained how it did.
My worldview grounds this. My worldview grounds logic quite well.
How?
By stating that logic is a language invented by humans to describe the things we observe around us.
You said that logic was conceptual processes going on in the human mind. That's now you're saying that they're conventions. That's a completely different
be
worldview.
both.
Why did your metaphysics of logic just radically change?
Yeah, this guy is an idiot. He's clinging on to anything he can, just saying that the Trinity explains things, despite the concept being the most ridiculous thing of any belief. A thing is another thing, but the other thing can't be the third thing, only the first thing. Honestly, it hurts my brain trying to imagine that ever making any sense to any normal person.
It didn't.
I would say that that's a sign of a failed argument, and I say that very respectfly. If you have to radically change your metaphysics mid-argument,
You have no respect for anyone who doesn't toe the
I
line.
respect, sir. I respect you enough, and I love you enough to tell you the truth, even
You
though I
don't
don't know
love
you.
me. You don't even know me.
Ah, there we have it. When any Christian has exhausted their Trinity making sense or the Bible is proof, they have I love you or God loves you, as though that's the final nail in the coffin. It's irritating, perhaps even infuriating, that they just don't listen. But why are we surprised?
I respect you and I love you enough to tell you the
don't
truth.
love me. You
Your
don't
problem
even
is
know
not.
me.
Your problem is not logical. Well, it is obviously, but your problem is preeminently sinful. Like me, you are a sinner before
Sin is a
Almighty God.
silly concept. You can't tell
I
me.
agree. Sin
You can't tell me
sin
that you
is
think.
a reality in your life and mine. You've done things you know you
No,
weren't
it's
supposed
not.
to do, just like me. You have sinned against the Almighty God just as me. You're an evil sinner, just like me.
This is descending into madness. Now you're just preaching and telling the guy he's a sinner, despite the concept of sin being a Christian idea too. Apologists are at least meant to understand the opponent's position a bit better and not tell them what they are or what they think. Jeez. And I think we can leave the last few minutes of this video, as it's likely to be much of the same. Joel not understanding, trying to strawman, and then giving up and saying 3 things that haven't ever been demonstrated to exist are a better explanation for Godfrey the Skyherder, and constantly demanding evidence of atheism. Shifting the burden of proof isn't apologetics. Like I said earlier, if you want to become an apologist, you're not going to learn much from the Think Institute if this is all they have to offer. Jesus may love you, Joel, but everyone else thinks you're a and I'm not even sorry for getting personal there. It's infuriating. Though you may disagree. Do you think Joel made a decent apologist? Let me know in the section below. I'm going to skeptic an apology to anyone that made it this far. If you did make it to here, leave a leaf be upon you, Joel, more hen in the comments. A big thank you to this month's top level ticks on Patreon. Dark Ether Piao, Tamo, the Barely Bearable Atheist, George, Godless Granny, Addy Rockhart, the Enixes, Jakari, Elizabeth, Whiskey Tech Fred, and Rick, as well as all the $3 base ticks and channel members. You can become a supporter on Patreon too at patreon.com/theskeptic. The link is in the description, along with links to all my other socials, or become a member by hitting the join button below this video. Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. From me, the Skeptic, stay safe, keep thinking logically, and ask questions. Skepticism is the first step towards truth. See you next Saturday.
Given that I have very little respect for apologists in general, I can say that Joel is an exceptional apologist.
Yeah, he's a burden shifting nightmare. It's like fucking ridiculous. Let's see. You're trying to get a position where the mods can't get you. I don't choose mods based on whether they're Christian or not. I don't think we need to have any Christian representation in the mods. And I also refuse to let my mod panel become something that somebody wants to get so they can protect themselves, so they don't get timed out, or that's just not, I'm sorry, that's not the way I work. And other people might do that on their channels, but no.
I am going to jump off here and go make some breakfast. So I'll see you probably tomorrow or later today, somewhere.
Okie doke. Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna probably call it early today. I've got some things I gotta get done, so and it's almost 6. It's 5:30. So,
All right, we'll talk to you later.
yeah. Okay. All right. Bye, Beard. You got anything you want to talk about, J Money?
Son, no, man, you know I'm always chilling. What's up? What's on your mind? What's on your mind, man?
Actually, my hair.
That's so good.
I need to do my roots and dye my hair, so I'm thinking I could probably get that done and then catch a nap,
That's probably the best. That's probably the best move, man. Do that.
Yeah.
Start early, I guess later. Whatever. Or don't. You know, just get rest.
Yeah.
A lot of drama today. You know? No need to indulge that. You know what I'm saying?
Every day's fucking drama around here, man.
So good.
Drives me nuts.
Just can't
What
let it
song you want to hear on the way out, J Money? What about you, chat? Anyone have any songs they want to hear? That Welcome to Async is granted. That's always going to be the last song, so you don't have to worry about that one. That one will always be.
I don't really know the selection. You know what I'm saying? I gotta look at the selection because I don't really know Nobody on Fire song. You know what I'm saying? That's the only song I really know off the top. Like the other ones, like you gotta refresh my memory on them.
It's Dr. M's Nobody on Fire song, Unaffected. There's Earth to Fildos. And then McTime song. And I Used to Be an Atheist. The BMF song. The Rock Hard for Doug song. And Figure 8.
I guess Figure 8. Yeah. Love Ric Flair, Figure 4.
Okay. Faye likes the Fildo song, so we'll definitely. What's that?
I like Ric Flair, so I might as well go with the Figure 8 since he did the Figure 4, you know.
Okay.
He did the Figure 4, so Figure 8.
All right. Figure 8, Fildos, and then Async. Alrighty. Sounds good to me. Set. Oh no, I have to put it on stage. Okay. I'm gonna kick you, J Money.
Alright.
Alright. See y'all tonight.
You talk in circles, but it's worse than that. You spin around and never find your way back. Round and round while you twist and turn like a figure 8 that never learns. You think you've mapped infinity's face just because you're trapped inside your maze. And if your mind can't comprehend the scale, you declare that everybody else must fail. You draw the limits of your tiny frame, then stamp the universe with your God's name. Round and round, twist and turn. Watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure 8. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. You learned one chapter of theology. Now you're lecturing on cosmology, dismissing every paper that they write like decades of research can't survive your insight. You say the experts got it wrong somehow, that you've got all the answers figured out. But if your theories really change the game, where's the Nobel Prize beside your name? You shout from mountains made of sand and call it understanding. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. Nowhere. No prize, no proof, no revolution made. Just another sermon dressed up as a grenade. You reject the evidence, rewrite the score, then wonder why nobody's buying it anymore. You cry about evolution every day, cause you need to feel you're built a special way. A soul that lasts forever after death, a cosmic guarantee with every breath. You'd rather trust a tale that's centuries old, a man from dirt and a rib turned whole, than scream, why are there still monkeys from the crowd, while screeching like one twice as loud. You love telling atheists what we believe, inventing things that we never conceived. You paint us monsters bitter and obscene, then act surprised when we don't fit the scene. You think you know us, think we're cold and mean, but we're more caring than you've ever been. No threats of hell, no promised reward, just helping people because they're worth fighting for. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're still trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you'll never own reality. Round and round, figure eight. Round and round, too blind to see, you're going nowhere.
Is it wrong or right for the fascist right to vote away our rights? But it's late at night, you're eating gummy bites and your J's are a light. How the fuck you all suck the fucking meaning out of right and wrong? It was inevitable you were gonna make me write this fucking song. It's like you're arguing from your very own kingdom on the clouds. The rest of us are in good here with the boots on the ground. You think we're down here missing the forest for the trees, but we're just trying to avoid getting caught up at the net. Your forests don't actually mean much when you talk so far above them. You miss the facts on the ground and don't know how to overcome them. You're light years away and 13 billion years behind, but tomorrow we'll be stuck here in a crystal fascist line. Zoom out higher, fuck that, look around below. History's not a parable, it's a warning that we know. When the boats start marching on your freedom and we'll be in power, we'll ignore your fucking agency and leave you bleeding. Morality is objective, objective, reactive, protective. After all the word salad, it's probably just reflexive. You adore Pondering that a timeless way function makes a universal plan. But every time you leave this world to chase what's in your head, you miss the battles we're really fighting and lose reality instead. Deal with the world we're in, not the one inside your head. You get lost and fight your rhetoric, but you can't escape the dread. Every conversation spirals into lexical gymnastics, twisting every honest question with metaphysical mechanics. Consequence ain't coming from light years away, it'll come from the choices that we make every single day. Deal with the world we're in, not the one inside your head. You get lost and find your rhetoric, but you can't escape the dread. We do our best to hang with you. When you go unfilled, don't nerd. Least you can do is try to hang with us here on Earth. You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. Oh, you wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow.